Thank you for joining me, everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. What an exciting day we have. It is about 64 degrees out, partly sunny, partly rainy, partly cloudy, I guess. We had massive amounts of rain over the night. If you guys are going to catch this on the replay, stick around. We're going to give some time for everybody to come in. But go ahead and give us a thumbs up while I'm asking. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Remember, we do have super chats and PayPal and memberships, but we're really happy if you guys would just subscribe to the channel. But thank you all for being here. It's election day. Yesterday, we had tornadoes in and around us, all over around us. We had hail. We got 4.5 inches of rain on the ground. I had to go do some running with a friend today. And some of our lowlands, our farmlands, our flooded lands are flooded. I'm talking about water everywhere. We got a retention pond not too far from my house that was about down a foot, maybe 1.5 feet. It's overflowing now, but that's because all the water drains into it from the streets and things. So very interesting time. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the 2 thumbs up we have already. Let me know who's here. Chime in, jump in. If you got any questions or comments, let me know. It's going to be a long night. I'm watching the election results. There's nothing in yet. You know, the mainstream media still loves the lady, and the non-mainstream media still loves the man. Depending on which side you voted for, you think your candidate is winning and the other's losing. That's what's happening now. If you're like ABC and NBC, you think Harris is winning. If you're Fox, you think Trump is winning. So we are going to be politicking a little bit tonight and talking about this and see what happens. My 2 doggies, Daisy and Lily, are here. They are. Lily's still wearing her cone of shame. Poo-Poo, still having heart issues, so we're still extremely worried about our dog Poo-Poo. Her name's Daisy, but I call her Poo-Poo. And Lily is Lily the Licker. So, and it's Daisy the Poo-Poo Eater and Lily the Licker. So, 9 people in the house. Drop us some chats and give us some thumbs up. 11 in the house, 20 in the house, 30 in the house, 45 in the house in the background. So you guys start coming forward. Drop some chats. Let us know how things are going, what you're thinking. I hope nobody here tonight got into the tornadoes like we did. We didn't get hit or anything, luckily. The strange thing is an old house that we owned, about 5 miles away. That neighborhood got hit slightly, but our house wouldn't have been affected either way, our old house. So CarQuest says that's a gay outfit. Well, I'm sorry you don't like it, but you'll get over it. Maybe you do like it. Would you like to know where I bought it at? I can tell you. It's mighty fine, isn't it? You like it? Are you jealous? Is that what the problem is? Dennis is in the house. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat, Dennis. You're the master of that. I really appreciate that. It's all red. Or are you dead? Maybe. Kira Quest says, where you cop that thread, bro? Where'd you cop that thread? Well, gays are us. Well, we don't discriminate on this channel. We don't. We don't care who you sleep with or if you don't sleep with somebody. We don't care what country you're from, what religion you are. Everybody is welcome at my channel as long as you behave. So, Dennis. Nothing wrong with having some pride in who you sleep with. Gaming is back. Let's see. Gaming Roblox. W for what? $20. Oh my God. Yeah. We get some good super chats. He's a great supporter of our channel. He knows how hard we work to give you guys some great content. So $20 is big money. And I would encourage everybody to match that on tonight's election night. So Alan Carquist definitely gets no play. Yeah, that is, yeah. Probably gets no love, right? You know. But Alan, thank you for being here. How are you? Gaming, I hope you're doing well as also. So that's right. Everybody give Dennis, who gave me a big old super chat there, a hello and a thank you and a big thumbs up. And if you guys are new to the channel, please subscribe and give us a thumbs up. Most importantly, and subscribing to the channel is really what it's all about. I am fine, good sir. Thank you kindly. Yeah, pretty good. You know, we had a lot of bad weather come through, and the temperature changed and went up and went down, and it's cool and rainy. So my old aching arthritic joints have seen better days. Today's one of those days where my joints are going, oh, I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. So I am dealing with that. I identify as timed out super fan. That's right. Well, you won't be timed out anymore because I put out time. I put timeout Jack in timeout. So he's still really pissed. I haven't heard from him since the other day, which is all right. He's really pissed. I think he came in and did a little bit of trolling yesterday, which is fine. But, you know, maybe he needs to have some time for self-reflection and realize how good of a life he could have if he got off the alcohol. So, but he's in timeout, and I don't expect him to pop in. So, so we're not going to call you timeout super fan. We're just going to call you Dennis, the Canadian super freak. So what do you think about the election? Today's going to be the only day that we talk about the election. Well, he does, Dennis. You know, he gets to live for free. His problem is, and he's told me all of this, so it's not like I'm saying anything that he hasn't said publicly on his live streams. He went to the Philippines, and his mama was supposed to give him, for the rest of his life, I guess, $1,000 a month to sit in the Philippines and do nothing. And I guess at some point she decided, I'm not going to keep giving you money to kill yourself by drinking. And I understand this. I got a brother who died of alcoholism, and I was there all through that nightmare. And what a lot of people don't understand is nobody wants to be that person who gives that last $20 to the person who goes out and gets drunk and dies. Nobody wants to be that person. That's why families cut alcoholics off and drug addicts. That's why they cut them off and say, I just can't deal with this. I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. And as you guys all know, I've given Jack, money. And in the beginning, he bought food, but now he just buys alcohol and doesn't buy any food. So he's going down a bad rabbit hole, which I know he's been there many times before. But he can't, and that's all okay. We accept everybody on this channel. But he can't get mad at people on the live streams because he says something and they respond to it, and that's wrong. Sam Gloves says, hello everybody, I like gloves. Yes, we don't have any gloves at home, Sam. Haven't I told you before to come up with a new stick? You know, your Sam Gloves thing, asking about gloves is childish, stupid, and makes you sound pathetic, to be honest. So come up with a new one and try again. All right? You can do better. I know you can if you just put some effort into it. Just put some effort into it. So the Democrats think they're winning. The Republicans think they're winning. The dogs think they're winning. I think I'm winning. All of that good stuff. So today is all about winning, winning, winning. Lorelei's at work. I did drag in all the Christmas stuff out of the garage in today. I got it piled up here so Lorelei can start going through it. Because remember, Dennis, we're having a big Christmas party on December the 14th, which everybody's welcome to attend, including you. And but before she goes hog wild buying a bunch of new Christmas stuff, I wanted to remind her what we have in the boxes. See, here, I'll show you. See all those boxes? That's all Christmas stuff. So I need her to go through that and go, oh, yeah, okay. That way we don't wind up buying the same Christmas stuff over and over and over. So that's what we've been working on today. I had to run around and do some running with another friend today to help him out, an older gentleman. So I took a couple hour road trip with him this morning to help him out. And then we came home and hung out with the wife, and now we're trying to watch the news a little bit. There is no results as of yet. It's too early in the day. It's 4:41. I did talk to Joe and Jenny's Journey on the phone about 30 or 40 minutes ago. Other than that, I haven't done a whole lot today besides my ankles and knees screaming, I'm old, you're old, man. You're old. Let's see what's gonna happen in the newsland today. But we appreciate everybody being here. I don't have Fox on this TV, I don't think. Oh, I got Fox Weather. So I can't, I tried to flip through. I have Australian news, Sky News. Has anybody ever heard of Sky News out of Australia? I like them, they're funny. So somehow I get Australian channel, but I don't get Fox channel over the, on my TV here, my smart TV. So maybe I'll have to watch Australian news. You like Sky News? Yeah, yeah, that's what that is, right there. Sky News. Boy, they really don't like Joe Biden or Harris. I mean, they make fun of them like you're crazy. No, investigation under the way after police arrest a man trying to enter the U.S. Capitol with a flare gun, oh God, and torch. Yeah, have you ever heard of One News Network, ONN? I can't get that, but it's a really good news channel. One that has pretty women on it. I mean, just flatly good-looking women. But it's also a very non-biased news organization. So they just report the news. One News Network, if I remember right. Albert's in the house. I voted, you voted already? I voted last week. So it feels good to vote because when you vote, you can bitch. You can complain. It means you got a dog in the fight, right? So, Albert, you said that last night you wanted to look at my dogs, but they were in the bed, or whatever it was. Let me show you. These are my doggies. I know you saw them at the party, but that's Daisy. She's the one that has the heart failure right now. She's going through heart failure. We've had a little bit of good news. It feels like her heartbeat has gotten back to normal a few times, and there's Lily, the cone of shame, as Kiko would say. And she's the one with the scratched eyeball at the moment. So Lily has a scratched eyeball, so we're trying to keep her from, making it worse. And the doc says that the, cataract, the coronary, what is that? The part of the eyeball will grow new cells if she leaves it alone. So I can't remember what part of the eye it was that was scratched. So, but I'm glad you voted. And voting is, I am one of those old-fashioned people. I believe voting is kind of like a civic duty. If the person I voted didn't win, you have a massive backup plan. You're going to leave the country. I know a lot of people like that. Put a cone of shame on her. I did. The vet gave us one. It comes off on Thursday. Well, she goes back to the vet Thursday. And if she's starting to have a clean eye, if the eye's clearing up and the scratch is healing, then the cone of shame can come off of her. Yeah, so yeah, we'll have to see. Albert, did you say hello to our good friend Dennis who gave us a big old fat super chat? You know? Let me get back over here. So I think you got to have I'm hoping we don't need a backup plan. I don't want to have to go live in Canada with Dennis. So I don't think we will. I'm hoping for the best. But you never know what's going to happen. Nope, I would teach Americans what other superpower is. All right. That's good. We need better teachers. We need more knowledge is power. What superpower are you referencing? You care to expand? I just hope, you know what makes me mad is there's so many things that could have been improved that wasn't improved. And now it's like, yeah, we all have a superpower. We do. We are the superpower. But I don't like the fact that all these things could have been fixed, but they weren't fixed. They won't be, it's just, I don't know. Pull our money out? Yeah. Money is a superpower. I agree with you. I think money is the ultimate superpower. The sad thing is we can't use that superpower against the government, or I don't know how to use it against the government. Oh, I forgot. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I don't know how to use that superpower against the government because the government's too powerful already. And if they want something, they just come and take it. We got 9, 10 people watching, 5 thumbs up. You guys hanging out in the background, come on forward and let us know who's here and what you think, how your day's going. We have our money, and without our money, no government, no economy exists. You're right, but the problem is you use it every day. Yeah, when we spend it, but what I mean is if the government wants part of my paycheck, they're going to take part of my paycheck. If they want to levy heavier taxes on me, they're going to do it. I can't do a rotten thing about it. If they come down and want to do eminent domain on my property, I can't do a whole hell of a lot about it. That's kind of what I mean is, but then the other side of that coin, Albert, is, as you know, if the country's divided, 50% of us can use our superpower, but the other 50% think that this is great, so they're not going to use that type of superpower. And if you can't get 100% of us to use that, then I don't think it works. Every time you spend a penny, if you don't spend, they lose. Ah, okay. Yeah, and I get that. I'm speaking from a different perspective. Okay. How are you seeing it? I'd love to know. I mean, I truly do. I'm not trying to be difficult. I truly love to know So that's what I don't like, is we have such of what I consider a corrupt system that we are forced to support something we don't believe in a lot of times. It's already worked. The evidence is there. Because that's what I don't like. Sometimes I feel like as Americans, we are forced. Dennis, your system is FU'd. It is. Our system is screwed. And our system is designed by rich people to benefit rich people, and that's it. It's not here to help us, the lowly poor people. It's just not. I don't care what Democrats say or what Republicans say. It's not a fair country to live in. And I tell foreigners all the time, don't come here. You're going to be very disappointed how much of your paycheck goes away. You might as well stay in your own country, try to make a good living, try to do the best you can, work within the system that you got, because our system is no good. It's not well. We can't fight against, it's hard for individuals to make headway in anything. Albert says, COVID proved my theory. They gave out billions of dollars to us because without us spending that money, those ultra rich would suffer. Is that where you're going? I would agree with that. They knew that the economy would collapse if they didn't pad everybody's pockets. I agree. But the problem is that was at least 100% of people, or almost. But if the country is split 50-50 Democrat Republican, if the Democrats win, then the idiots that voted for her are going to give their money to her, to the system. So only 50% is not going to be a big enough damage. And so look at the stats, lots of illegal welfare flowing in the swing states. Absolutely. You know, I personally believe that was part of the plan. Get us in, whether it's a long-term plan or short-term, let the illegals in, spread them throughout the country, hope they will become Democrats, because that's who let them in. If it was the Republicans, I would say that. Let them in, get them to where they can vote. Make special provisions for them, because they're illegals. Illegal's the word, though. So that they can tip the scale down the road. Read JFK's book about the devil's facade. Okay. JFK's book. Okay, I'll look it up. I don't know that book. We're angry at the American consumers not spending as much money. Yeah, they were angry. And you're right. I mean, if we could all unite together and say, we're not going to do that. But we can't get united as a people. And Albert, my philosophy, and I believe this, is the government keeps us fighting each other. They don't want us to focus on the big picture, them. They want to keep us riled up and focus on the little bitty issues, like can we afford milk and gas? Because then we won't point our finger at them. Yeah, I've watched Joe Rogan and Elon. I've watched that. About Fauci? Okay, gotcha. The COVID prick, I got you. The guy, yeah, yeah. I'll read the book. I will. Now, this is a United States idea. We just need to show all the people that we are all being used. I agree. I think that would be good, but Albert, you know, I think part of what we're doing, I missed somebody there, didn't I? I'm sorry. Colin, I missed you. I'm sorry. I don't say who I vote for. I just talk about and bitch about. But I won't tell you who I voted for. Trump 2024, Make America Great Again. So we're going to find out in a little bit. Albert, I think, you know, to go with your line of thoughts and stuff, we got to give the American people more credit than they deserve. I know so many Americans that just could care less. They don't want to. I don't care. You know, they just disinterested in anything and everything. So I don't know how you get a mass population that is so different to come together. Albert says, I voted for America. There you go. Blink twice if you're voting for Trump. Blink twice if you're being kidnapped, you know, if I'm being held hostages. I just don't think, and I know this sounds really bad, guys, but I think there's a large population of Americans that aren't smart enough to do shit. You know, I'm sorry if that offends anybody. Then it says they will kill him after he wins. I agree, they've already tried twice. They've already tried impeaching him, and that didn't work. And what they got to worry about now, Dennis, if he does win tonight, those people that tried all this crap with him, he's gonna come after them. I would. If I became the president, I would put some happy asses in jail. I would take, man, I would tell them you might want to move out of the country. USA, USA, USA. I can't get too loud. I'll wake my dogs up. My dogs are sleeping. They don't. I'm trying to keep my black dog who has the heart failure calm. So I'm trying to keep her sleeping. They will continue to, they'll try anything and everything. But while he's president, he can't be impeached. He already won that in court. And if it's him, the first thing I would do is just come in and pardon myself and say, kiss off, everybody. I mean, and maybe he's a better man than I am, because I would come in and I would raise ever-loving hell. I mean, and I would make it clear. You guys wanted to kill me. You wanted to assassinate me. You wanted to impeach me. Let's see how you like it. Colin says, I think it was all the press that was trying to target. Well, the press is a big part of the problem, Colin. I will 1,000% agree with you. We do not have press in America. We do not have press in America that is non-biased. Every one of them are biased. Fox towards Republicans, the rest towards the Democrats. Without being said, you could take a 5-year-old child and sit him down and have him watch the news, and he can tell you, oh, those news people hate Donald Trump. No, those news people love Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. A 5-year-old can tell you that just watching the news. Albert says, no, I do not agree. I think you show people the truth, and even the brainwashed ones will wake up. I hope you're right, Albert. I think you might have more faith in people than I do. Because I think a lot of let's say the brainwashed ones, right? I don't think they want to wake up. They don't want to wake up. They just don't. So why would they? You got to be, it's like leading the horse to water. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. The brainwashed people is the same way. You can lead them to the truth, but unless they want to hear the truth, they won't. They spun the Liz Cheney verbiage. Yeah. Yes, I know. Most sheep listen to the sound bites from CNN and etc. That's right. Well, and what's bad about our media in America is they're not reporting the news. They're telling you what you should think of the news. So they are influencing you, and it's easy to do. It's easier to influence people than you think by the choice, the words that you choose to speak, and the words you put in the type along the bottom of the television. It's easier to influence people than you think it is, than you'd ever imagine. I've done this in my college classes intentionally. I could turn a college class against, something, and the next week in class, I could turn them right back around to it. Just depending on your tone, the terms you use, everything. It's easy to do. All I've said. But I think a lot of people are happy just not giving a rat's butt, And that's okay. When Lorelai first got here to America, but she was from the Philippines, of course, she really wasn't interested in it until I talked to her a lot about it and said, look, but we need to be interested in this. And when she became a U.S. citizen, she's like, all right, now I understand it. And I want to, get involved and vote. And so she votes, I vote. We have another Filipino friend this year became his first time to vote. He's a U.S. citizen. So I will say this, at least in my state and in my community, in my area, They all think alike. Everybody I know thinks alike. Do you really think anyone in Congress is? Oh no, they're all dirty, filthy scoundrels. No, Albert, Congress is part of the problem, and I can fix the problem in Congress. One, simply, you give them the same benefits as any other federal officer, police officer, same benefits. Also, you put them in dormitory housing when they're in Washington, is what you do. You pay them all what postal workers make. That's it. It should be a civil servant job. It should be a public service. No, I don't think there's a politician on the planet, and I mean the whole planet, that is not dirty or corrupt. I think every politician has dirtiness and corruption, and I think it comes with the territory. I think if you become a politician and you're not corrupt, you will become corrupt. Nancy P. working in government, was not wealthy, but now net worth 200. Yeah. So you got to know it's a rigged system when you can be dirt poor, get into politics, and now all of a sudden you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, same thing with the Clintons. Same thing with everybody. I mean, it just blows your mind around here. One of our congressmen, Womack, same way. He was a retired military guy, made good money in the military, but, retired. Well, he's got some wealth now, and he's been in the office now, 16 years, I think? In the Congress for 16 years? He's, what the hell are you doing in Congress? Because it's not your paycheck that's getting you wealthy. It's the insider trading, the backdoor deals. And this is for all politicians. Raleigh says, I'll vote for you, and you probably at least better than Biden. Well, I promised to give $1 to everybody if I got elected. I would make sure everybody gets $1. Yeah, baby. So, I think a toad could do better than Biden. I think the toads that my dog hates, my dog likes to chase outside, could do better than Biden. Yeah, 174.5 a year or more. But the Clintons stepped in and took out a lot of the people. They did. It's good for the funeral business. They did, and I talk about the Clintons because I actually met them a couple of times, and I'm from their state, and and I know a lot of people that are friends with them. I remember we live in a part of Arkansas that's the Beverly Hills of Arkansas. Not that we're rich, but we live on the fringes. We live on the slum side of Beverly Hills, Arkansas, and but we have very dear friends that are still buddies with them. We have good friends that are worth millions upon millions of dollars over there in the Beverly Hills that still go to lunch with them. So same. So I think their pay ought to be cut. I think they could get okay money. I think you could pay them 50 grand or 60 grand a year. They should all have to live in a dormitory, period. There should be a common work areas. It should be secure and safe. It should have a cafeteria, just like a college campus. Put them in dormitories with the cafeteria, and there you go. Then you don't need to have these extra houses in D.C. How can they be with that slime? Exactly. Well, because back in the day, as the stories go, and I've heard a lot of the stories, they've scratched each other's back, and that's how they've all made the money. And I've heard the stories from the old guard here in Beverly Hills, Arkansas. When they get drunk, they like to talk. And since I'm one of those people, when I go to these things and I know these people, these old men who have a lot of money and used to be movers and shakers, are now just old alcoholics. They like to sit next to a guy who just kind of sits there, and I listen to what they have to say. I don't interject, I don't correct them, I just listen and let them go on. And you can't believe the shit that you can hear. Raleigh says, yeah, it's sad, but no matter what, if you get into politics, you'll become. I agree. I think it's by the nature of it, and I think they ought to be able to stop that by saying, you get 75 grand a year, you live in a dormitory, you know, period. You know, there should be no way that you earn more than $75,000 in a year at your job. You can't work part-time. We're going to require you as a contract not to get a part-time job, not to do business deals, nothing. You should sign an agreement where, for my term in Congress, I will do no other side hustles except for Congress business. I will live in the dormitory I get assigned to, you know, and they could be decent dormitories. They don't have to be like freshman dormitories. They could be like senior dormitories, you know, where each got their own bathroom. So DC don't care. No, DC is direct control. I'm drinking iced tea. Out of my coffee cup. So we're at about 53 minutes before the first polls close. I already know how my state of Arkansas is going to vote. They're going to vote for Trump. I know that. And I guess in 52 minutes, in some odd seconds, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont are closing. I usually don't do politics on live streams, but today's a special day. So I'll break the rules today. Arkansas rocks, country, God. Hey, MJ's Philippine Retirement's back. I hate to tell you this, but I never paid attention to Tagalog because I didn't care enough. But depending on where you live, yes. Michael, how are you, though? Hope things are well for you in the Philippines. So everybody say hello to Dennis. Dennis gave us a gigantic donation today. So that will go towards helping feed the homeless or my dogs. Maybe go towards the dogs' medical bills. I spent $1,000 last week in medical bills for the dogs. So Michael's here. Thank you for being here, buddy. Where is Bai in her arm candy? Well, I don't know. Bai is probably in bed. And Bai doesn't come on the live streams a lot anymore because she does hers. And she's got all those men drooling over her. So I think she's too busy to spend too much time with us bozos. Henry will probably be in at any time later. He'll probably come in. So Michael's doing well. Good, good. That's good. All right. So yeah, I'm excited. I know it's not, I don't know, is it cool to like politics? I mean, I would love to be in politics, except for I couldn't stand myself if I was. I would be disgusted with myself. But I do like civics and government, you know, as in history. Those were I didn't teach any of that, but that was my passion in school, was government, civics, history, sociology, crap like that. So, I get excited about elections. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It gets kind of weird. So talk about feeding the needy again. Is it especially because it is Christmas time, or do you do this on our? Well, to be honest, I don't ever ask anybody to help me feed people. I don't do that. That was a joke. We do, and I don't want to say too much because I don't like, my grandparents always taught me that if you do nice for somebody, don't say anything. And so I have that kind of rule. But just overall, we do food throughout the year, clothing throughout the year, special needs or requests that comes up. And we work really hard when we have guests that come to our house that we make them feel wonderful. And when we go to people's houses, we take to their house more than we bring more than we take. So, but we do a lot of different things, and we always have. It's just something my grandparents always told me was important, was to give without expectations of return, and you should never brag about what you give. I do think it's a good thing to give, and we don't have a lot to give, but we will give whatever we can, how we can, when we can. We are particular about who we give to. Surly is back. Thank you for being here. He's over in the European country. Yes, we remember you. You were here last night. Thank you for being here. So that's kind of what we do. When we see a need, if we can fill it, we fill it. And that's what I think people ought to do. I don't like giving to agencies, especially government agencies. I don't like giving to big charities. I don't like that. And I don't like giving to churches. So I would rather send the resources that we have and that we give to where I know it will make a true benefit. Albert says, I'm going to head out. Take care of yourself, everybody. Albert, we appreciate you being here. And be safe. I'm glad you voted today. I hope all goes well for all of us. So, we'll catch up with you one of these days. One of these days, Albert, we'll have to have more of a real conversation about some fun things. Yeah, give directly. That's correct. It's like when the other thing we do is, or I do, and I think it's important. A lot of people don't want charity. Now, there are people that do want charity, like somebody that we had to put in time out. But there are a lot of people that don't want charity. And I know people that don't want charity. So I find an excuse to be able to pay them for a service. Not that type of service, Dennis. But I try to find a good reason, a justification. Hey, can you whatever, and let me pay you for it, type of thing. Because I got a lot of people that are struggling, but they don't want handouts. He remembered me. I left by accident. You did. We remember you. You talked about how you enjoyed going fishing with your dad at the lake, and you had a pink fishing pole and a whole bunch of other things, and you didn't like the fact that I said a bad word. Most are in over their head. It is. Now, the ones that get in over their head intentionally, I don't have a lot of empathy for, because we have sacrificed not to be in over our head. We're not rich. We don't have a lot of money. We have nice things, but we also sacrifice and work hard to have them. MJ says, you sound like me. I'm so similar in how I do giving and such. Nice. See, great minds think alike. Now, I mean, would I like to be filthy rich and have all kinds of money? Sure. Would I do more with that? Absolutely. But reality is reality. If we can help people that are, I have a real big thing, I like to help people who are trying to help themselves. The ones that are sitting around in their basement, bitching and moaning and complaining about how horrible their life is or how unfair things are because mama won't give them any more money anymore. I don't have any empathy for you. But the guy that's working 2 jobs to feed his family of 3 or 4, and his wife is working, and they're doing the best they can to make ends meet, I can find an excuse. Whoops, you know what? We got a big clearance sale, and it just happened to be a whole bunch of clothes the size of your kids. Why don't you guys take them off of our hands? We do a lot of the clearance. Oh, I got this on clearance, and we don't need it, so why don't you just take it home with you? Yeah, hi, are your dogs in the house? They are, the dogs are here. Would you like to see them? I'll turn the camera on and show you. That's Daisy. Where you going, Poo-Poo? She's one who's in heart failure right now. We don't know how long she's going to live, but we hope like crazy that is a very, very long time. You okay, Poo-Poo? And then this one's Lily. She's the one in the cone of shame because she has a scratched eyeball and a broken clubbed foot from a car accident earlier this year. So those are my girls. Everybody say hello to our young friend Shirley there, or Suli. Somebody say hello to them. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back. No more, no more, no more. Well, he's in timeout. If he improves himself, then I will take him out of timeout, but he's in timeout right now. And he needs to be there. I've done everything I can do to help him. And I try to be really nice when I explain to him over the weekend that what I didn't like what he was doing on my live streams. Now remember, on your live stream, you can do anything you want. That's on you. But on my live stream, we don't put people in timeout without permission. And two, we don't get mad at people because they make comments that you don't like. Because on my channel, we can all disagree and that's okay. If they say something nasty, that's a different story. If they say something racist, different story. If they say something about little children, different story. All you moderators know what to do in that case. So you said my name right. Okay, great. Suli. Okay, Suli. That's a cool name. I've never heard it before, to be honest, but it's pretty cool. I am the boss here. It's my live stream, my channel. Wait, my wife's not here, is she? Because if my wife's here, I may not be the boss after all, even if I think I'm the boss. So, but I believe that everybody should have an opinion. You should have a right to discuss that. If you're so hung up that you can't have good conversation, if you're so afraid that, I say this a lot. If something is said offends you, then there has to be truth in what was said. Otherwise, you don't get offended. And I told this person over the weekend and said, look, people attack me on the live streams all the time. They call me names, they call me stupid. They try to get me to get into stupid conversations, which I don't do. And I don't do that because I'm the adult here. It's my channel. I'm not going to take debate and argue stupidness with people. I'll just move on. You got to rise. And I try to get that across to him, and he got just mad as hell. Total different dynamics, yes. And Lorelai's here, she's the boss. And she takes over. You think I talk a lot. Holy smoking butt cracks. I just didn't want to correct you. I thought you would get it kind of mad. No. I don't get mad, man. I'm too easygoing. Life is too short. When you get to be my age, Suli, come on. People and I, in their condition, are so far gone. At the same point in time, no point of return. I agree. And Jack, I got you. And Jack, yeah. Jack's a good guy. I keep saying this, but the demons have him. His alcoholism has him. Depression and self-pity has him. And I've tried really hard to give him all the advice, and he hates my advice, apparently. He told me that I give nothing but stupid advice. which, okay, I don't doubt that. You might be right on that. So we got to hope the best for him, but well, right. My advice is horrible, but his advice can't be any better, right? So, nice. Hang on. If you can hear me, just hang on. The camera will unfreeze in a second. Somebody's leaving me a voicemail, and just give it a second. But you probably can't hear me because of the voicemail. All right. So just give it a minute. Somebody's leaving a voicemail, and it freezes the camera, is what it does. So just give it a minute. Just be patient for a minute. It'll come back. Just be patient. It'll come back. Just be patient. It'll come back. Cruising with the back. Oh, that's me. All right, see there? So what happens a lot of times is if somebody calls while you're doing a live stream on iPhone, and if they leave a message, it locks up the phone while they're leaving the message. And it takes a little bit for that to process out, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it. Jack's leaving you a dirty. Yes. So hopefully you guys can see me now. See? See, it's all good. But that's what happens. Hanging there like hair in a biscuit. There you go. Ugh. So that's what happens when you get a voicemail and you never want to answer the phone when you're live streaming on a phone because it totally jacks it up. But even a voicemail will jack it up. Blood doesn't bother me, but food, hair, yeah, I don't like that either. I don't want blood on the food, though, Dennis. I don't want blood on the food. That's enough, you know. But yes, hair, I agree. Or fingernail clippings, I don't want any of that. But thank you all for sticking with me during my dilemma, my phone debacle. So, you know, my brother was an alcoholic, and he died from alcoholism. And he was what, you know, a lot of them call themselves functioning. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Sully. Sorry, I missed your first one. You love my shirt? Flamingos are your favorite color? Or your favorite animals? Yeah, my wife got this for me. I like flamingos and pink. You know, I have a theory that real men can wear pink. If you're comfortable in your own skin, you can wear any color in the rainbow. I don't care what anybody thinks. MJ says, I'm an alcoholic, but a functioning one. Well, what I want to add to that, guys, is I'm trying to figure out how to say, because my brother was this way. At least if you can hold a job and you can pay your way in life, I guess there's part of me that looks at it this way. No matter what your vices are in life, if you're paying your own bills, you're working a job, you're taking care of your life, and then if you want to be a drinker, a smoker, whatever it is, then I don't have much of an issue with that. But it's the ones that are being deadbeats expecting others to take care of them that I have a problem with. And luckily for me, my brother worked all through his alcoholism, but he worked at bars. So it's kind of like a fat guy working at a candy store, right? Farhad is here. Hello. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you being back. Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up if you haven't given us one coming in. It's a great day in the United States. I'm soliciting votes to become president of the Hat Club. I'm going to be trying to get the Pink Hats for America Club going. So, and I'm sorry about your brother, and you're not supposed to drink alcohol. That's right, you're not supposed to drink alcohol. But adults do it, but you're right, it's not good for you, but adults do it. So don't be surprised when you become one if you don't break that rule that your mother gave you. And did you hug your mother today and tell her how great she is? You got to make sure you do that every day. Dennis, everyone has a free choice. That's right, free choice, free will. But when they go to the doctors or meds, etc., the taxpayers pay for their choices. True. Or if you just sit around and go, I don't want to better myself, I want the people to support me. I know a lot of people like this, not just, time out boy. I know a lot of people over the years that just wanted a free ride in society. And they would live in shitholes, sorry. They would live in holes that were very nasty, very dirty, filthy. As long as somebody else was picking up the tab, they had no desire to do any better, because why would they? I'm living for free, but I might live in a house that's pretty crappy, or I may live in a dump, or I'm living in somebody's basement, but I don't gotta pay, so woohoo. I know people like that. Then it says, yes, or don't work. Don't work, that's what I mean, just sitting around waiting on somebody else to get them food, to take them places, to do things like that. Yeah, she did hug me, good. Now it's good. Remember what I told you yesterday. You remember that forever. I was always asked my government exhibitions or anything of the sort. I agree. I hated when I went health down the tube. Giving up my career was the hardest thing, and I waited 2 years longer than I should have. There's a good theory that that's probably what drove me in the coma. I should have retired a couple years earlier from teaching for my job, but I didn't want to be on government assistance. And my doctors have told me, he said, well, you probably went down that rabbit hole because you waited too long. So hindsight's 20/20, but I don't like that. I don't like getting a check from the government. I do like getting a check from my college, but I don't like getting one from the government. I even feel bad because I have a handicap tag. And I feel bad because I have to ride a damn mobility scooter a lot. But I don't like parking in the handicap spaces because I believe there's somebody worse than me that needs it more than me. I really, really, really do think, well, there's probably some little old lady or some old guy who fought, in Korea or Vietnam or Desert Storm, who's got his leg blown off, and who could use the handicap space more than me. So I don't even like doing that. When I wouldn't get a handicap tag, Lorelai went to the doctor and asked for my handicap tag. And he's like, oh yeah, 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 we forgot here, you know. But she wouldn't ask. I would never ask. Dennis saying, good for you, MJ. Too proud, just found a new job when crap happens. Absolutely. That's what most of us do. We become resourceful. Silly says, the only least favorite part about my mom is when she goes to the party and smokes and drinks. I just hate that. Well, I understand that. All right. But I want you to, let me see if I can help you a little bit with that. Now, as adults, life can become very stressful. It can be hard, it can be a challenge, it can weigh on us. It can be like you're going to school and you forgot to put pants on. Sometimes life can be that way. So sometimes adults need to go and do those things and be with other adults so they can feel normal or human again, so they can come home and be a good mother to you. So just cut her a little bit of a break on that one, okay? MJ says, I talk to mom mostly through Facebook Messenger. Yeah, a great tool for that. Messenger how I talk to all of my family, including 91-year-old grandma. Nice. I only talk to one family member, and we just call. None of my other family members like me because I won't give them any money. So, and I married Lorelai, and they thought that she stole their inheritance because I married her, which is funny because none of them were ever going to get my money to start with. Not that I have any. They all think I'm really rich for some reason because I got to travel and do a lot of things they didn't get to do, but they just didn't realize I took advantage of the situation and made good money, and I managed it. But they got really mad when I met Lorelai and married her, and they're still mad, and I actually cut it off with them because they called her a bunch of horrible names about being a gold digger, stealing their inheritance, and I'm like, you people don't have a clue. You were never getting a penny from me to start with. Before I met Lorelai, all of my money was going to be put into single parent scholarship funds throughout the state of Arkansas. But now that I married her, everything goes to her. So they were never getting anything. And it was so bad, and this is something that will blow your mind. When I was dying in the coma, one of them came to Lorelai while Lorelai's laying at my deathbed. That's where I was, at the deathbed. The doctors told Lorelai, look, you need to get the funeral planned. You need to start getting this stuff figured out. Yes, he's in a coma, but he's never coming back. So this is what the doctors told her. And so I had a niece who decided that she wanted to borrow $5,000 from Lorelai while I'm in a coma, and Lorelai's sitting next to me, you know, crying and boo-hooing, praying to God that I live. And this girl's more concerned about trying to get $5,000 out of Lorelai, because Lorelai has only been here 4 years at that point, thinking she would be stupid enough just to give it to her. And then they got mad because they didn't get the $5,000 apparently. When you showed me Daisy, you called her poo-poo. That's right. That killed. I can't. Yeah, her name is, okay, I'll tell you the names, and I'll tell you the story, because I know you'll appreciate the stories. Our dog Daisy, her name is Daisy the poo-poo eater, because when she was a little bitty puppy, I caught her eating her own poo, so I would call her Daisy the poo-poo eater, which has just gotten short to poo-poo. Lily, the red one, is called Lily the licking dog, because she likes to lick, and so her nickname is just Licker. Wow, that must have been a total mind. Yes, Lorelai was blown away that happened. You know what I mean? She was, and I didn't know anything about it, of course, because I was in a coma dying. I didn't know about it until weeks later, when somebody else mentioned it to me, that heard about it and was not happy about it, that was not related to us. He was there when it happened, and I guess he told that girl, my niece, this just isn't the time or the place for anything like that. And she went away, and 5K, I was only going to ask for 3K. See, she may have given that to you, but they knew, I think what it was, and this is really, I really believe this. She thought I was going to die. She didn't think she was going to get anything. So she tried to convince Lorelai that she wanted to borrow the money, and she would have never paid the money back. I think that was the end around game. My wife is currently at work. She's working. She's out there earning that money to bring home to her honey. And I like to do a 100K minimum. Yeah, exactly, right? Why not shoot for the moon? So at least you can make a good return on investments with that. Yeah, I agree with that. So we've had a lot of very interesting things in our 10 years of marriage, without question. So, but that definitely started the downward spiral of the family and I's relationship. Because I'm not going to let you say anything bad about my wife. And two, I'm not going to give you any money. And yes, I am going to take the side of my wife over you any day of the week. And I had to make that clear with my sister and her family. My sister's dead now, but her family and everybody. No, you don't understand. No, you guys, no. When you go live, are you just using YouTube Studio or another thing like StreamYard? No. I'm just using YouTube Studio on my phone. So I'm just going live on my phone versus my desktop. And I'm doing it vertically versus horizontally because YouTube are pushing these out more right now. So I just literally go down and there's like a plus button on my YouTube when I log in, and I just hit the plus button, and it says, do you want to do like upload a short or do a live stream or upload a video? I just hit the live stream button, and that's what I do. And that's what this is. And so throughout the course of the time, YouTube will send this out to people, let them know that I'm live. I thought you had 1,000 people already, though. I think if you got 1,000 subscribers, you can do it, even if you don't have the watch hours. I'll try again later. Yeah, that's how I do it, though. Because I used StreamYard for years, but YouTube never really seemed to care. And what YouTube wants, and I'll tell you, it's like Dennis super chatted, which I'm appreciative of. YouTube probably will send this out more because one, we have a good active chat, and two, there's money up there, right there. Because YouTube gets 30% of it, right? So they just made 30% of that money. So they're hoping other people will donate money because they get 30% of it. So they have an incentive when a super chat happens to advertise it. Well, Dennis did it again. Dennis, you don't have to do that, my friend. But I greatly appreciate it. But that's what YouTube does. YouTube was like, oh, see, we're making money. We're making money. So that's how, oh, no, you just have 132 subscribers. Oh, yeah, you need about 1,000. You need 1,000. I'm sorry, I thought you had more than that. You need 1,000. But once again, Dennis, thank you for that. The Clone Club Cult. You said it, and then it just got here. I know, isn't that amazing, the power we have? But YouTube will like this. because they get their cut. But they will go out and tell other people now on the internet, the YouTube world, hey, the fat guy with the pink hat is live. Maybe you want to go check him out. He has memberships and he has super chats and all that, so we get to make money off of that. And or the other thing you guys can do is, and any channel can do this. If you're trying to make a little cash, you can always do PayPal, or I guess in Jack's case it would be like Cash App. So that's how it kind of works. So you said it and it happened. It's because Dennis has the power of the vision. MJ's laughing at us. The United States of America says, hello from Kentucky. See, I remembered what state you were in. Shirley is saying, you're lucky that it's daytime for you, but for me it's nighttime. I know. I'm surprised that your mom lets you stay up all night long. But I'm glad she is, because I'm glad you're here, and thank you for your input. I'm not in it for the money, just for the fun and entertainment. Honey, I'm not in it for the money. Honey, I'm not in it for the money. Well, and I'm the same way. I do this for my mental health, to be honest. But there is a part of it, and I think there's a part of this for all of us YouTubers. I would love to turn this into something so that my wife didn't have to have a job, or it could pay our house off, so that we could live debt-free and didn't have to stress. My big goal truly is, financially, is to live where Lorelai would never have a house payment again. And that's my goal. My number one goal in life is to make sure she doesn't have a house payment. And we're getting there. It's about a 5-year plan I have, not including YouTube. But I have about a 5-year plan on how to make that happen. But that's my goal. But if I could ever muster this into something like 100,000 subscribers, you could pull in a couple grand a month, maybe even a little more. And then Lorelai could stay home and take care of me, and we can enjoy retirement and still do YouTube and make videos and do whatever we want. So I started this as a venue for self-help, for my mental well-being. But I do see, as I continue to grow, that maybe if I keep working hard at it, that, maybe I could do something. Part of this is going to help me not be bored. That's partly why I did it. Get out and do things I may have not done. Yes. Just go to the video. Yeah. I've learned a lot of new skills that I'd never had before. I know a lot about YouTube now, not that I'm an expert, but I know a lot. I've had a lot of fun. We've traveled a lot. I make horrible videos, and I know it, and I don't know how to make better videos because I don't have the energy and the time. There's one of them. Can you see that, Sulie? That's the other ones. So I started this thinking I would use it as a teaching platform, and nobody wants to learn anything these days. So now it's more what it is. And Lorelai and I do a lot of it together, so it's a good thing for that. I can't tell what your icon is there, but it looks cool. You like the fishies? Good, good. So, I enjoy it. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Those are my wife's fish. It's her project. It's her project. So I let her handle the fish tank duties. I just carry out the water when she needs to change the water. So, but Michael, I think it's a great reason to go out and make videos or content or learn things. And we've done a whole bunch of horrible videos. So I've learned how to make horrible videos. I haven't learned how to make good ones, but I've learned how to do horrible ones. Tim is in the house. I love your wiener dog. Thank you. We like our wiener doggies too. We like them very, very much. Tim, good evening. Good evening, everybody from Tim. Everybody say hello to Tim. Welcome him in from the Philippines. Yep, the storm passed through last night. It dropped 4.5 inches of rain on us, but luckily nothing else. So we're very lucky, very lucky. I've already got a couple of comments on requests to go to the market and video the local market. I would agree. I think the markets are great. And that's what I kept, Jack, not trying to pick on Jack, but I've always told him he had a great opportunity in the Philippines to go and make videos at the market. And he came up with the channel name, and I told him, what a great channel name. I told him he had a channel. He made a channel called The Original Black Filipino, and I thought, what a great concept. You're living in the Philippines. You can get out there, go to the markets, the stores, talk to girls, meet people. You could really show what it's like to be half Filipino and half black in the Philippines. It's a very unique perspective that I think a lot of people could learn from. So, but he would rather sit and wait for somebody to send him money. Suli is saying hello to you, Tim. Tim says, I also know how to make bad videos. Yeah, I don't make good ones. I'm telling you, I don't think any of them. I've made some that people have found helpful, but I don't think they're good. But people have found some of them very helpful, which makes me feel good, but they are not good videos. What has happened? Polls are starting to close in 12 minutes. So yeah, it's a good thing to laugh at. If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at, right? Apparently there's been some bomb threats and things like that happening at different polls, and some people doing silly stuff today at the election polls. But don't say that unless you make bad videos and you have to make. No, Suli, just go watch them. It's already, I have a long track record. So I have over 800 videos on my channel. I try to make educational videos and those are good. Now, sadly, a lot of guys don't want educational videos. They want girl videos of the Philippines and Thailand and stuff like that. But a lot of people that may actually move there or want to marry a Filipina do want those. Oh, Michael is super chatted us. He's trying to keep up with the dentist. Oops, let me give you a heart, and we got to like that. Thank you for that, MJ. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. David, hey, David's in the house. He's my good friend over in Guam. How are you? How are things in Guam? How are things in Guam? Whoop. Are you still in Guam, I'm asking? I guess. I'm trying to type real quick. I'm trying to become multi-talented, but I'm not. So, David, man, thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Everybody say hello to David's Islands Life and Adventure. They got a great channel. So, I haven't got to talk with you in a while. Just busy with work. We understand that. So, good to have you. Chasing Blessings, amen. Have you heard about D? Well, the only D I know is me, I guess. So, but once again, Michael, thank you very much for that. It's not necessary, but it is very kind. It'll allow me to pay my doggy bill. You're more talented than me. I don't know about that, USA. Chasing Blessings. Everybody say hello to everybody. Subscribe to each other's channels. Chasing Blessings, you got to make sure that you're nice or you're going to go away. Our moderators are timing you out because you're not being very politically correct, I guess, or you're just being a smart butt. One of the two. So if you want to stick around, act like an adult. Otherwise, they have my full blessing to thump you. But if you guys haven't subscribed to each other's channels, do that. David's Island Adventure has one. MJ's Philippines Retirement has a channel, and he needs subscribers. So make sure you guys. Tim can always use subscribers. So let's make sure we subscribe to everybody when we're doing that. So Lorelai will be very excited and very happy. She'd be like, "Oh, we racked in the dough without her even having to dance for it." So thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. 8 more minutes, and we first getting some closing polls. We'll see. Now, I am watching Sky News, which is out of Australia, because you can't trust the American media. So I'm watching the news from Australia about the American election. I figure that might be the best unbiased news we have. MJ, I subscribe to you, David. So, and I'm sure David will get back with you, MJ. I've known David's channel for a long time. It's a good channel. Been around for a long while, but he's been hanging out with us bums for quite a while. So, trying to see what's going on the ticker tag. I don't know what that's called down at the bottom. So that's what's going on here, guys. I've lost my train of thought when MJ gave us a small fortune. Reminder, especially chat, I do not care to time anyone out, inappropriate jokes, or disrespectful. Yeah, our rule is this for our moderators. Look, if they use racist terminology, unacceptable. If they talk about little children, very unacceptable. If they want to call me names, like fat and grandpa and old and ugly, that's all fine. I don't care about anything like that. If they use horribly bad cuss words, then yes. And we can time them out, give them a warning. But if you want to time them out for all day, let me know. Because that's something we had to deal with the other day with somebody else who was timing somebody out that I didn't want him to time out because the person didn't do anything wrong. And then they were getting mad about comments that were being made, and they had no reason to be mad about anything. So, but the USA of America, you're doing just fine. But those are my standard rules. We are not bums. Hey. We're not bums. We are near to do wells. What does Tate Sanders always say? Gosh dang it, I can't remember what he likes to say. Too early for election results, yes. You got to wait 6 more minutes. I don't think I'm going to win, though, Tim. What does Sanders say about being the? I can't remember something about being poor or something like that. I can't remember. Gosh dang it! It'll come to me. We're all poor, I guess, or something. But he's got a good channel too. Good kids. Get ready to do the way. I hope so. It'd be nice if it's a landslide. A landslide. It'd be great if we know in the next hour and it's over, right? If all of a sudden, which we won't because polls close throughout the country from east to west, but it'd be really nice if we knew in a couple of hours and it was all over with. And if Pennsylvania and the Carolinas and Georgia and Michigan, what's the other one? Minnesota, those, If they all go for Trump, it's over. I mean, if he wins Pennsylvania, there's a really good chance he's going to win the entire election. Because they're saying that he's going to win Georgia, yeah, Wisconsin and Michigan. So we get any good news, I'll let you know. And if anything comes up, look, I got the TV on. Let me pull the screen back so I can show you anything you want to see. This is Sky News out of Australia. Because like I told you, I don't trust American media. So we still got about 5 minutes. But once we start seeing stuff, I'm going to show it. So we're going to be here around Ronaldo or Messi. Okay. Suli, look, I'm going to tell you this. I know nothing about soccer, but I'm going to choose Messi because I heard something about him that impressed me. I heard that Messi will not put his arms around women when he takes pictures because he doesn't want to disrespect his wife. So he always stands shoulder to shoulder with women that are not his wife. He doesn't hug or put his hands on other women. And he does that not out of disrespect, but respect for his wife. But other than that, I don't know anything about soccer. Tim says, unfortunately, we won't have the final results until Saturday of next year. Well, it could be. You're right. The absolutes. But we're hoping by midnight that we will be able to go to bed and go, Messi, not even close. Okay, Dennis knows soccer, but I don't know soccer, to be honest. But that's what I heard and saw, that he found it disrespectful, or people were being mad at him, saying how disrespectful he was for not putting his arm around somebody or this or that. But when it came out that he doesn't do that because he respects his wife too much, well, there you go. MJ says, I would choose the same. Okay, great. Yeah. See, Michael, the good thing when you got a brain that's squishy or mine, like my brain, people don't have to spell things right. I just know what they're saying because my brain doesn't work right. United States says, I will be back. Well, hopefully Soul Sister or Soul Soother and Flamingo won't be here tonight because he's got a different job. In Canada, paper vote, ID required. That's what we did here. And results the same night. I think the rest of the world same except for Banana Republic and the USA. Well, here I had to give driver's license. I had to show. I had a sign showing that that was my correct information. I had a sign, and they took a copy of and scanned in my driver's license in the state of Arkansas. I guess that's what they did here. HTN's in the house. How are you, HTN? I know you hate politics and you're not into politics, but tonight's going to be the only night we ever talk about politics because it's election time and it'll be fun. So don't get too stressed with this. And Dennis was looking for you earlier. He was asking about your arm candy, of course. Pennsylvania said that they would not release the results until Saturday. Oh, really? Wow, then we won't know until Saturday, will we? MJ sent it low to Henry. Dennis in California has the most seats, I think 55, and it's illegal to ask for, I know, right? Corruption. Isn't that, but that's what they want in California. In California, the Democrats. When you said, Shirley, let me tell you something, I thought you were going to be like a little mean because when people say, let me tell you something, because I think they're going to be mean. Well, I'm not a mean guy. I just say it to emphasize who the comment is for, is what I do, is, you know. And maybe I'm used to being a school teacher in college, and I would say, you know, John, I think, you know, you need to understand this. So, Nothing happening. Hey, MJ and Dennis. Dennis says, where is by the arm candy lady? Where is arm candy girl? Uh-oh, uh-oh. They're giving blue 3 and red 8 already. Red is up by 5. Can we call it? Is it over? Can we all go home? Kentucky has gone red, and Vermont has gone blue. That's what's happening so far. And remember, this is from Australia, so it's probably true because, oh, here's Fox News. Fox is definitely not on the Democratic side. But I'm going to see if it's, I'm going to scan to see if these other channels agree. Oh, they got some better numbers here, maybe. So, it looks like, what are they doing? We got to see the map. So far, New Hampshire, popular vote, Trump is 63 to 36. Indiana, 61 to 38, Trump. Kentucky, 70 to 28. New Hampshire is 50 to 50. No, New Hampshire is 50-50. No, 50 to 38. So, all right. I may hop off for a few and watch Fox News or Newsmax. All right. We appreciate you, Michael. We'll be here. I'm going to be on here for a while because I want to play politics on the internet. I want to have some fun. 7 p.m. hour closes are closing in Georgia, which is right. No, it's 6. It's 6 p.m. So let's see what they're doing. Right now, Trump is up 19 to 3. If this is a football game, we'd be excited, right? They're going to say Indiana and Kentucky has gone for Trump. And move your big head, guy. You got a big head in the way. Vermont is going to go for Kamala Harris right now. Let's see which one this one is. Yeah, Vermont, they're giving to Harris. But I don't see the numbers yet. I want to know the percentage of people that have voted. Wait, whisper because what? There's an animal at the front of my house. Please whisper. What kind of animal is at the front of your house? Is it like a werewolf? A bear? A dog? Kitty cat? Do you live out in the country where you have like deer coming up to your house and visiting you? Because if it's an evil animal or a mean animal, you don't want me to whisper. You'd want me to scare it away. I don't know if I'm liking how they're doing it. New Hampshire is 50-50 yet still. I like it when they give oh, there it is. I see it. But they, Tim, I just worry about what Blue will do to the VA disability pay. I don't think he will do anything to the VA disability pay, to be honest. I think you have a better chance of VA being protected under Blue versus Red. You know, I just think Blue has more respect. U.S. Senate, Florida, it looks like Rick Scott is going to win the Senate in Florida with 19% counted. He's at 51 to 47. So, Tim, I really don't think, I think the Blue people have more respect for veterans than the Red people. Because I don't think the Red people have respect for anybody. Unless you're illegal, transgender, woke person. And then it's all about respect. It looks like Trump is leading in Florida. Trump is leading in one Kentucky, or it's 71 to 28 or something, with 10% of the votes in. So it looks like Kentucky, they're already giving that to him. So we're looking good so far. Be right back, Surly says. All right. Surly. Be back. All right. Yeah, it looks like he's going to win by a landslide in Kentucky, but that doesn't really matter. See, and I actually think maybe, it ought to be one vote, one person, one legal citizen vote. The Electoral College is a joke. I think we ought to vote on the populist vote. You should win on that. Blue has said they would cut it. Really? HENSO is winning. Right now, Blue is ahead, which is Trump. In Kentucky, they're already saying he's going to win Kentucky. So I think he's ahead like 13 to 3 or something. I'll tell you in a second as it comes back up. Antonio Vegas. Do chupacabras exist? No, they do not. They are one of the mythical creatures that I absolutely think there is a bunch of hogwash about. I do not believe they exist at all. I think they are a misidentified animal and misinterpreted more than anything. I'm back, took care of the raccoon. Good for you. So, no, Bigfoot exists, and I know this for sure, but there's a lot of things that do exist that we can't explain. But the chupacabra is not one of them. There's not a goat, there's not a blood-sucking dog out there. It's just not. You have to turn on your TV? Okay. Uh-oh. Yes, tell us, what did you do to the raccoon? I should have got some. I had some curry. I might have to get up and warm up some curry in it a little bit. What did you do to the raccoon? Did you call him Bandit? Bandit the raccoon? So right now, they're saying Indiana and Kentucky went to Trump. Harris is getting Vermont. Bigfoot exists? Really? Yes. I've seen Bigfoot. Hello. Yes. Come on, Antonio. And thank you for the thumbs up, by the way, if you haven't given us one. And everybody remember to subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe. And I got to thank the super chatters earlier today, gave us super chats. So thank you very much, Dennis and MJ. Bigfoot really exists. Let's see where you at. I don't want to tell you. Okay. All right, you don't have to tell us, but if you want to, we're here. How can you know it? Because I've seen Bigfoot with these eyeballs. Seen them. Henry says, HTN says skinwalkers do, so does Bigfoot. I believe in skinwalkers. I don't know exactly what a skinwalker is, but I believe there's a skinwalker. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know what the original form of a skinwalker is, where it comes from. But do I believe in skinwalkers? Absolutely. But I don't know, like I know what a Bigfoot is. I'm pretty confident that I understand the biology of a Bigfoot. Skinwalker, I don't understand the biology and science of, but I think they exist. It was a monkey, oh hell, it must have been one big monkey where there's no monkeys, because we don't have monkeys in this part of the world. And this was no monkey. This was a humanoid covered in fur with ape-like skin. I didn't get a great look at the face, but I know exactly what his hand looked like. And I know how big he was and how fast and quick he moved and turned when he saw us on the boat. So I was out fishing in a remote location on a big reservoir lake here that butts up to some state land, some federally protected land. I'm telling you, it was a Bigfoot. Just trust me on this one. Where have you seen it? No, in Arkansas. Arkansas. It was here in Arkansas. 1000% positive. You'll never convince me I did not see what is a traditional Bigfoot. Absolutely. 1000%. I got a good enough look at his motion, how it rose up from the ground, turned, pivoted, and swung, and his back was turned towards me as he walked away. And he didn't run away, he walked away because he knew I was no danger. And I got to watch his body in motion and everything pivot, twist, turn, and move. And I remember that big old hand very well. I remember seeing the nails, the wrinkles in his hand, the hair. I'm telling you. But I saw his whole backside and his legs. I've seen both in Kansas and Missouri. Yeah. Very close to where I live. That's right. I'm telling you, I know Bigfoot exists. I need to study, because you guys know how much I like to learn things. I really need to do a deep dive on skinwalkers. Really, I know there's the Indian legends and things, but I'm not an expert in that. And their folklore. Georgia, it looks like Trump is leading in Georgia already early. So I know there's something. I just don't have a great understanding of where that comes from. And what I mean is whether it's a spirit being or an alien being. Skinwalkers. So Ishmael likes skinwalkers. He's pro skinwalker and pro Trump, apparently. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. We love the fact that you support both skinwalkers, so which is important. If you got to pick one, let's go with skinwalkers. So, no, shh. No, nobody's here. Hey, Poo-poo, Poo-poo, it's okay. I'm trying to keep my dog, Daisy. I'm trying to keep my dog who has heart failure under, because if she gets excited, her heart goes bonkers, and she struggles. So, hey, it's all right. It's okay. So I got to try to keep her calm and not get her fired up about anything. Can aliens travel faster than light? Sure, why not? In my world, aliens are the smartest beings in the universe. Why can't they? They can do anything they want. They're aliens. They can come across our southern border and get free money and get jobs. So why couldn't they travel faster than light? Tim, thanks for asking. You know, Lily, the red dog with the broken foot, who's really gotten bad, it's frozen now. It's frozen up. She has a scratched cornea, and so she's in a collar of shame, as Tim says. Here, I'll show you. Oh, there's Lily. Whoop, sorry. That's Lily in her collar of shame. Hi, Lily. So, and then Daisy is right there. Hey, settle down, girls. And Daisy's in heart failure, Tim. We found out last week that she's in heart failure. We can't fix it. There's nothing we can do. We're trying to give her some specialized meds in hopes of keeping her alive as long as we can. She may live 5 years, she may live 5 days. We don't know. They've said that her heart literally could explode or blow out, is what the term the vet used. Said her heart could blow out because of the way it's acting. So we've got to try to keep her calm and relaxed. And I'm just hoping that she can live a long time. And no matter how long she lives, I'll make sure that she has a great life, her and Lily Bow. Skinwalker is a malevolent form which can transform and possess in disguise. That's correct. I just don't know where it truly comes from. I'm still a little iffy on that. I was going to say themselves, but I forgot. That's okay. Antonio, what a small, nice dog. Thank you. We love our dogs more than anything, and we are coming to the harsh reality that our dogs are going to die, and that's one of the worst things for my wife and I to have to really, really get our heads around, that our dogs are not going to be with us forever, and that's really kind of screwed us up. So, but thank you. Tim says, I believe in aliens are smart enough to avoid the earth. That's correct. Ismail says, anything that mass cannot travel faster than light. It's skeptical aliens travel outside their own solar system. Yeah, but you're making it too logical, and I agree with you because I'm a very logical thinker too. But I think when it comes to stuff that we don't know, you can take all the logic out of it. They create and use wormholes. I would agree. I think they probably do have the ability to create wormholes. I definitely think they use them. So they can travel fast in many spots in the universe. But I agree with Tim. Why would they want to come to come to the planet Earth? They're like, man, that planet's the trash of the of the universes. Don't go there. Hi all. Who's in the lead? Trump or Harris? Trump. Gary is in the house. My Retired Life 2 has a great YouTube channel for all of you others. Antonio, I didn't know if you had a YouTube channel or not that you wanted me to shout out, but My Retired Life 2 has a YouTube channel. If you guys haven't subscribed to his, please do. And if you haven't subscribed to mine, please do. I would greatly appreciate it. So, but right now, let me see. Trump has won Kentucky. I'm waiting to see if they'll cycle through the map again. So right now it looks like Trump is in the lead. I'm trying to find the come on now. I don't like how they're doing it. Did you ever learn about Heaven's Gate? Yes. The cult that committed suicide? Yes. I used to follow cults and serial killers a lot. They were the guys that thought they were going to catch, was it Halley's Comet or Haley Bob or something like that? They were going to catch that comet, and they all put purple blankets over them. Yes, I know a lot about it. Let's see what's going on. Soon, Georgia's officials will provide election updates. Here, I'll show you the TV. So if we get anything good coming up on the TV, I'm going to share it with you guys. I'll probably get a copyright and get yelled at by YouTube or Fox News or Sky News or somebody. But that's in Florida. That's the U.S. Senate race in Florida. We appreciate meeting you, Antonio, too. And thank you for subscribing to us. We try to have fun on this channel. We don't like haters. We don't try to get into too much drama. We don't normally do politics at all. But I thought tonight would be special. But we do talk about aliens a lot, and mythical creatures and stupid stuff. So we do all of that. And we talk about anything anybody wants to talk about. HDN, who knows, we might have aliens living here. Well, I'm not so for sure we don't have aliens on the planet. I'm telling you, I don't, there's a line of thought that says there's some alien DNA that's part of the human DNA system. I'm not so for sure that we don't have. I'm really not. I'm not like 50-50. I'm more like 60 no, 40 yes, that there may be. Now, do I think there's alien, how should I word this? Do I think there's stuff from way out in space that we have no clue what it is or what it does, what it's for on the planet? Yes. Do I think there's a lot of things that we would say is extraterrestrial on the planet Earth and we think is only planet Earth? Oh, yeah. So, yes. But I wouldn't be surprised. Now, I'm not saying I believe in the reptile men, the lizard men, or the snake men. But what's there not to say that some of the microorganisms that we have everyday world are not alien beings? I'm not saying they're intelligent beings or like we are in a sense, but who's to say, right? Let's see. Love all of those things. Great. Hey, gaming's back. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. Talking about my favorite topics, aliens. Suli, skinwalkers originated from the Navajo folklore, right. And so what I do, and this is kind of how my brain works, Suli, and I appreciate you finding that. I want to know where that came from the Navajo. That's where I want to go back. I want to look, why do the Navajo think and feel this? They had to have an experience somehow, some way, somewhere back in their culture that has led them to this belief system. So there has to be something before the Navajo belief system, and that's what I'm curious about, and I don't know. Tim says the only reason some aliens are on Earth is maybe the aliens consider Earth as a prisoner for aliens. Maybe. Anunnaki, there you go. That's one. And if you're asking me, do I think aliens have ever been present on the Earth? I think there's a good chance. You know, but I think you got to distinguish from me as an old science guy. Are we talking about alien humanoid-like creatures versus just something that is extraterrestrial that has a form and or function on the planet? So I think there's two different categories that you got to look at. Because I'm telling you, we don't know everything. Antonio says, the Holy Bible talks about people that flies in the skies on giant burning circles. It does. They didn't know how to explain the technology at the time. And isn't that the book of, sorry, I lost what book of the Bible where they really talk about aliens that's not published much. It's not published in the King James Bible. They took it out. They were here for sure. And yeah, there's Ezekiel. Thank you. There you go. HDN says, that could be, Tim, but Earth is a prison for us. I know that. Yeah, maybe we're the trash of the universe, so they got to put us here. Ezekiel, that's right. Ismail, here comes a curveball. Favorite metal band? Ooh. Oh. Jesus. Oh. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Quiet Riot, Rat, Poison, Guns N' Roses. Some of their ballads had the best ballads. Quiet Riot, I say them already. Oh, I don't know. That's a tough one for me. They all have kind of their own niche. But Guns N' Roses has some of the most memorable ballads. Hold on, guys. I got to help my dog. Come on. Okay? All right. I had to help my dog Daisy get a better seat. She was going to fall down. Apparently, Georgia is trying to keep the polls open later for some reason. Georgia's officials provide election update in Fulton County. They're trying to petition to keep their polls open even later. So are they not liking what's going on? Why do they want to keep the polls open later? Alice Cooper, Black Sabbath, there you go. Judas Priest, Nazareth. Wasp was good too. Metallica. That's what I mean. There's just too many. But I don't know. I mean, just, gosh. I really like the ballads. So Guns N' Roses, maybe, I guess, since they had so many of the iconic ballads. But Big John's in the house says, I voted. Join the voted party. I voted last week. I wonder if Nikola Tesla was an alien. I've studied him. And he was murdered. Why are they trying to keep the election polls open? Hang on, I got to hear something.
Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional.
For some reason, Georgia's trying to extend the time for voting.
In this magnificent facility here,
So I'm trying to figure out why.
Park, because if you recall, those
Everybody say hello to John if you would, please. John, say hello to everybody.
all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, this facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof. And the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts.
Surely skinwalkers are terrifying. They can be. I think they can be harmless, or I think they can be absolutely bad business. I think they can be both. John is saying, hi, Tim. It's good to see you tonight or this morning. Yes, they are bad.
And we are aware that there were several bomb threats. Those threats were
Oh.
especially by our chief, and you'll hear from him in
All right, so here's what I understand the state of Georgia's doing. The state of Georgia's had some bomb threats throughout the day. They think those bomb threats have scared away some people who wanted to vote. But now that that's remedy, I think the state of Georgia is saying we want to keep the polls open so that everybody who could have been scared away can come back and vote. Ismail, here's one for you. Roswell, real or bullshit? Both. Both. I think there was a crash in Roswell, and then it was spun to get everybody off of it. So I think it was real. Then I think it was not real. Terry's TV, hey brother, congratulations on having a good woman. Well, thank you. I'm very happy that I have a good woman. It is very, very good to have a good woman. I hope you get to have one. I hope everybody gets to have one. I know I have one. I know Big John has one. Tim has one. Let me see who else is still in here. You know, a lot of us have them, so it's not just me, but thank you, and thank you for the thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. So thank you for that. Let me give a big shout back out to Dennis and MJ for the super chats they gave us earlier. We appreciate that. Appreciate all the thumbs up. We got a lot of them. Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack. I watch it every day. Damn, that put me on to paranormal all those years ago. I watch the reruns now on, what do I have, a Samsung TV? Is that what this is? There's a channel on Samsung that's free, you know, the online Samsung channel has Unsolved Mysteries reruns over and over and over and over. So, yes. I'm amazed when I watch that. When I watch Unsolved Mysteries, I'm amazed, remembering watching that when I was younger, thinking, wow, look at these people. I look at that TV show now and go, man, those people sure did dress funny back then, you know. And then I realized, wait a minute, I think I have that jacket in my closet now. You know, look at those hairdos from the early 80s. Oh, funny looking people. Hey, wait a minute, that was me. So, but I watch the reruns of that now. So I think that's what the state of Georgia is trying to do. They're trying to say, we want to let people come and vote who are scared off by the bomb threats.
Safe and honest elections in the state of Georgia. And I want to thank the Secretary
There was no bombs,
for a great job.
but just apparently some bomb threats.
All those election superintendents and Chairman Allen for helping turn around what admittedly was not the greatest
Suley says, every life, Sherima, you have a great shirt. Well, thank you. I try. And a great hat. Come on. You can't have a good shirt without a hat. And good dressers all know how to match. I also have I need a pink watch. One that kind of goes with I got a black watch I wear with this one. But if I could get a watch that has kind of this color in it, so when I wear this shirt, I kind of match. Tomb of Horrors says, good morning, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up as you came in. Thank you. Remember, we have membership, super chats, and if you'll just subscribe to the channel, that'll mean a lot. And thumbs up, of course. Hat is cool. Thank you. It's a nice hat. It's a gorgeous hat. I have about 40 hats, and I need more. I need a lot more hats. The hat is fabulous. Nothing wrong. You should be a model. I am a model. I am. I was a model in my younger days. Now I'm old. Sorry to hog the chat, but that's all right, man. Okay, Bob Lazar, I don't know. Okay, no, don't feel bad about hogging the chat. We like this. You keep it coming. But I don't know if my gut says no. My gut says no. I just don't get the right vibe off of him. It seems too rehearsed, too thought out, too complete. You know, if the government, and I'm not saying that the government doesn't do what he says, I'm just saying I don't think he was involved in that. Antonio agrees with us that he's just doing it to grab hype. I think he knows, I don't think the government would let any one person, or not very many, know the complete story. Kind of, you know what I mean? And I think his story is way too complete. No.
Voting locations that we put, hold it up. Is that better? Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 polling locations, and we placed an officer in each one. That wouldn't have been
Oh, that's a good question, Shirley. Suley. What is your favorite ice cream flavor between chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry?
a bomb threat being called in. And it's a good thing we did, because
Well,
the only thing that happened.
I think if it's home style, it would be strawberry. I remember listening to these interviews with Art Bell. Yeah. I just find it to be too rehearsed, too thought out, too many details. I'm poo-poo. He lies because he puts out books and goes on TV shows. Yeah. I do think he's a publicity hound. God, he must be really old by now, right? So I don't know. I didn't believe him. I didn't believe his credibility. It just didn't come across as sincere to me. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go back to Sky News and see what's going on. You knew I was going to pick strawberry? I like the others. I'm not a big chocolate ice cream fan, but I like vanilla because you can add stuff to it and make it anything you want. So right now, Trump is up 23-3. So if it's a football game, and I mean football, not that European soccer stuff, I mean real down-home American football, Trump is winning 23-3. You know. So we're waiting on North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia to close. And California, where John Baker is, doesn't close forever. So right now, Georgia's too early to call, they're saying. Only 9% of the votes are in. And remember, they're wanting to keep it open longer because of that. 20% of the vote is in Kentucky, and Trump is the winner of Kentucky. They project at 63% of the vote. West Virginia is way too early, nothing happening here. Sometimes I watch a show we call it on History Channel called Unidentified. I've seen that. Oh, Mark's in the house. Sorry, Mark. Mark Bill. Everybody say hello to Mark. Two people can't keep a secret. If we had a real proof of Bigfoot, hey, or aliens, believe me, we would all know it. I just told you guys Bigfoot exists. But books and documentaries, movies and talk shows make the money. I know. But Henry thinks they exist. I think they exist. You know, isn't that two people? Mark, I appreciate you being here, buddy. Thank you. Sometimes I watch things called Unidentified. Same here. Yep, for sure. Mark, I agree, but JFK gets me thinking. What really happened there, I'm not convinced Lee Oswald did it alone. There's Tate Sanders in the house. Good evening, everybody. So you guys make sure that you make friends with everybody. Say hello to everybody. Now, I'm going to say this. I know Bigfoot exists because I saw Bigfoot. What I am very disappointed in is that nobody has a good photograph of Bigfoot in the modern age, because we have freaking phones everywhere. We have GoPros on our boats and our cars and our dash cameras. I don't like the fact that there is no real video proof that Bigfoot exists. Good evening, Sanders. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for the thumbs up. Today's going to be the only day we talk about politics since it's happening. But we're talking about Bigfoot, aliens, and food and everything else that's happening. So we're having a good time. And Ohio, uh-oh. Yep, too early to call in Georgia. Georgia wants to keep the voting going because they had a bunch of bomb threats. So they're hoping. Indiana is Trump. It's only 11, so that's 23-3 right now. Well, I do wear size 11. See, I wear size 11. No pics of Bigfoot because Bigfoot is cat. I know. Well, what did, and I know this is getting deep into the woods. Tim said, do you believe that I don't think the chupacabra exists. I think it's a misidentification. I don't think it exists at all. I think it's a figment of people's imagination. I don't think it is. So whether it smells or not, it's not relevant because it doesn't exist. But Tim, what I will say about Bigfoot and the camera thing, and I wonder this, because there is a line of thinking that thinks Bigfoot is an alien creature. You know, if Bigfoot happens to truly be like an alien creature, I wonder if it wouldn't have a way to distort camera images. No, Sully says, I thought Bigfoot was fake. No. I've seen Bigfoot. I know it's real. And I honestly tell you, without any BS, I saw Bigfoot. I was on my boat fishing. I saw something that was probably 8-9 feet tall, bigger, wider, bigger, way bigger than I was. I mean, well, yeah, Henry. Well, actually, there are some pictures of Bigfoot, like the Patterson film. But and I look at all the pictures that come across of Bigfoot, but it is strange. It's like they are. Now, granted, if you want to look at this from a biological standpoint, Bigfoot being a creature, and here's what I think about Bigfoot. And I'll tell you, I don't think it's an alien creature. I think it's an undiscovered species that doesn't reproduce in mass quantities. They live in caves in wooded areas. They live in small family groups, but they don't just mass produce, right? I think they're very good at camouflaging, hunting, fishing for their own. People say, well, how come we've never found a Bigfoot body? Well, how many times, I think the Bigfoot polices their body. Meaning, if the bones are there, they pick them up and put the bones wherever. Maybe they bury them or they put them in caves. I think Bigfoots are like elephants in the fact that they mourn their dead, because that's what elephants do. Have you seen where elephants will come back to the same place year after year and cry over elephants that died 20 years ago? Bigfoots are that type of creature, I think. What do you guys do when you guys saw Bigfoot? No, I was on my boat fishing. I actually just sat there and stared at it. And it only lasted a couple seconds because it got up from one knee, turned away from me. As I looked at it, it stood up, turned away, and took 3 or 4 steps and was gone into the woods. It was on the edge of a lake. Mark says, hello, Ishmael. I also agree with you because Oswald was a real person. The fact that they kept Kennedy files sealed, I know. Ruby just did ramble into the Dallas County Jail garage. I know. I agree. There's a whole lot more to the Kennedy thing. I will say this, Mark. One thing I'll say about the Kennedy assassination, I do think it is possible for a good sniper to do what was supposedly done. I do think that. But that doesn't make me say that he acted alone. H.E.N. says, when I was living in Missouri, I see something about 8 foot tall, brownish black hair, same hair, walking across the property on 2 legs and have pictures of the footprints. So yeah, see? I saw Bigfoot, I will go sports mode. You know what I mean? Or I'll get the same speed as a leopard. I'm gonna go the other way. Well, and here's what I think also about Bigfoot. I think Bigfoot smell very well. I think they hear extremely well. And they don't want to be bothered by us, the white trash of the world. I think they stay away from humans because they know humans are bad. And every instinct in their body tells them humans bad, stay away from them. Ismail, the only UFOs that make sense to me are the Tic Tac types, okay? Ones that flip onto the side and accelerate. Okay. Instead of like a big fat round disc, like we think of a flying saucer. Big John says, I got the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon by James T. Oh, I didn't know there was one, John. I'm going to have to find, is it a good book, John? When I said a sniper, I thought you were going to say a sniper wolf. No, sniper, just a trained sniper. Antonio says, only I've used videos that have me for real, or the 2 from the Pentagon, or the ones from the fighter pilots, or those the ones that you're making reference to. And there's a couple that was done in Mexico that I look at and go, by Mexican government, that I go, all right. I got this book, Para Investigations by John, 52 True Legends, nice. Do I know who Sniper Wolf? No, I really don't. It's probably, is that part of a video game? I really don't know who it is. Ismail says, years ago I read, nothing in this book is true, but it's exactly how things are. Mad but interesting. That's funny. That is funny. I should I should do a live stream, right? Nothing in this live stream is true or accurate. Please, please proceed wisely. Oh, she is a YouTuber. But she's a gamer, snootuber, YouTuber, right? But she plays video games, right? I'm not into video games. I'm kind of old. Old people do puzzles. So I don't do any video games. I just do puzzles. I got friends that are into the driving games, and they got the simulators at home. And I do those once in a while because they're fun, but I'm old. I put puzzles together. I like puzzles. So we're getting ready to have Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C. Closing in the next 15 minutes. We're going to have a lot of them closing. But remember, we got to get to 270 to win, no matter who you're voting for. So, whoops. Hang on, trying to. See what's going on here. Just checking in here. Let's see. All right. So far, 23-3, I guess, is what it looks like is happening there. So, kind of crazy. John says, thumbs up. Thank you for the thumbs up. Big John, and thank you for reminding everybody to do the same. Isabel says, there's a strong chance of aliens are monitoring us due to our habitat for war and our habitat for edging closer towards all-out nuclear attack. So, yeah, so your theory there, or that theory, I'm assuming, is the aliens are watching us to see if we destroy this planet, pretty much. I think that's a very possibility. Otherwise, why would they have any interest in us? Why would aliens have interest in us? I do think our planet could serve a lot of natural resources, but also maybe aliens just like to find new planets and send shape-shifting aliens to go live on them and just kind of like Star Trek. Remember on Star Trek when the Federation was thinking about bringing in a new planet in the Federation? They would put up like a way to observe the planet without the inhabitants knowing about it. Maybe that's what we are. Maybe Gene Roddenberry of Star Trek has it all figured out. Bai's upset with me because I took her father's side. Well, Henry, look, and I don't got to give you any advice, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'd be interested to know what the argument was about. But here's the question. Did you believe that her father was correct? And if you took her side, then I applaud you for that, because it's easy for us just to tell the girl, oh, no, you're right. But it's better in the long term for a relationship, any type of relationship, to be honest and say, no, I am sorry, you were wrong in this case. So I'm happy for you to do that, Henry. Because it's easy for us to look at a pretty girl and go, oh Oh, yeah, sure, you're right. Yeah, I agree. Oh, that your dad. Oh, he's just horrible. No, but that's not the right thing to do. Good point. Sissy Star Trek was stellar. It was, wasn't it? Some brilliant writing. Never got into the I got into all of them. I watched every bit of Star Trek. Antonio says, Sir, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Got to go to sleep. In Italy. Oh, wow. We love Italy. I hope to get there one of these days. 1:50 a.m. See y'all later. Thank you, and thank you for coming, and thank you for subscribing. We appreciate you being here. We really do. It's great to have our friends from around the world here. I think, look, if you go back and watch the early Star Treks, I'm telling you, Gene Roddenberry knew a lot of things that was going to happen. He did. I'm telling you, you just go back and watch them, and you'll be surprised how many things he got right on his show. Just saying, medical things, environmental things. I'm just telling you, he got a lot of things right, you know. There we go. I had to plug you guys in the battery. Looks like Trump is winning Ohio maybe already. Let's see. It's not in yet. I like Star Trek. I never got into Star Wars. I watched it as a kid, but I never got into it. I didn't become one of them. I became a Star Trekker, I guess. Love it. Yes. We used to get together with friends and watch the X-Files. Yes, loved it. Loved it in the early years. Right. Later on, it got a little squirrely. But yes, loved X-Files. Thank Lucille Ball for Star Trek. She made it possible. Is that because of the radio in her mouth that she was hearing with the feeling thing? How? How, Tim? You got to explain that one, Tim, because I never heard that one. I'm going to Google, too. What was her name again? Lucille Ball, yeah. John Balut, Japan must be full of radiation, been having I know, having nuclear meltdowns for a lot of years after the tidal wave hit Japan. Oh, I thought you were, oh, John, I thought you were going somewhere else. I thought you were going to say Japan must be full of radiation because of how many times Godzilla destroyed a nuclear power plant there. You know, is that where you're going? Oh, Tim, you're exactly right. Excellent. I did not know that. See, that's why I like having all you guys on my live stream. I actually learned stuff. Wow. Ah. Okay, Henry. So Henry HTN is saying, yeah, I agreed with him about her going back to work, and she got mad and upset about it. You know, and that's understandable. And Henry and Tim's in the Philippines. So look, and you probably know this too, but she's 40 years, almost 39. She's going to be 40 next year. The jobs that a 40-year-old woman in the Philippines get are not good jobs. They're no longer considered young and pretty, so they don't get to work in the stores on the front side. That's, and I'm saying this because I think there's multiple layers to this equation. And we know women of all ages in the Philippines, and Lorelai are friends with a lot of them. So that might be a contributing factor to her not wanting to go back. because she knows that older women like herself are not treated well in the workforce in the Philippines. It's one, hard to get a job. Two, it's definitely hard to get a good job unless you're a doctor, lawyer, school teacher, something like that. So maybe that's part of it. Also, she might be thinking that she might get lucky enough on YouTube to make enough revenue so that she could bring in some money to the family. Or, and so that could be part of it, or that she might get lucky and meet an American and get to move out of the Philippines, or a German, whatever. So that might be another variable, that if she has a job, then she's not going to get to do the YouTube thing where she thinks she might be able to make some money and or meet somebody. Another concern might be the fact that she knows she may have to go overseas and become a domestic worker again, which probably at 30 or 40 years old is not the most exciting thing for her to want to do. But, Henry, I agree with you and her dad. I think if you let them off the hook, not pulling their weight, so to speak, I'm not saying she's not, but in general, I think everybody should work as long as they can. So I agree with you and her father, because I think it's good for them to have jobs. But she's not thinking about how much it's costing him to take care of everybody. That's correct. And so she needs to help the family. Yeah, Tim says it's hard to get a job in the Philippines if you're above 32 years of age. Absolutely. Soon we're going to see a real Godzilla in Japan. So I know it's hard in the Philippines to get a job, but I do think you're right. She needs to take a step back and put herself in her dad's shoes, which she doesn't want to do. But she can go overseas and work again. We got a friend who, Joy's getting ready to leave in a couple of months to, I think, go back to, I don't know, Dubai or somewhere. But she's going back to Dubai and working. She's 37. Soon, let's see, Ismail. In Britain, we had a paranormal show called Strange But True. They did a special on, I don't know that forest issue. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that. We've had I forgot that's the name of that base or that forest, but we have had I've seen several shows on that. I have. All right, so let's get caught up on the latest. Let me get back here. Come on. Daisy, settle down. Hey, settle down. So we're looking at Sky News. We got 3 minutes until they officially announce. Kamala Harris has come out and said the election is ours. We have the momentum on our side. Come on, somebody. They're talking about some Senate races for the next couple of minutes here. So, but yeah, I'm sorry, let me get caught. Ismail, I think that was a real UFO incident. I really do. Suli says, I'm real sad because my sister was here, but she just left. I had so much fun with her. Aw. Well, I'm glad you got at least to hang out with her for a while. Is she older than you, obviously, and she lives somewhere else, or what's the case? Oh, Henry, that changes the equation. If she has a good opportunity for a job, she needs to get off her ass and go get it, without question. Because one thing I've learned, being in the Filipino community since I was 16, 18 years old, if you're in the Philippines and you got an opportunity to make some money, you better make that money when you get it. You never turn down making money in the Philippines. I'm just telling you. And I think Tim would probably agree with that, right, Tim? And John and everybody else that's in here. You got to make that money when you can. You don't turn down jobs in the Philippines because there may not be a next one. So I agree with you. You need to encourage her to take that. 105 to 72, Red in the lead. That's right. Let me get back to people that were actually. So here, Tim, we're still stuck for 38 seconds until they officially update the map. They're waiting 30 seconds to officially update it. So Henry, she may get mad at you, not want to talk to her, but talk to you. But I would definitely encourage her and try to get her to understand that at her age, because even my age, I can't turn down money. And living in America, you never turn down money. Missouri is for Trump. Yep, Missouri, here we go. They're going to get our map here locally caught up. Here, I'll turn it back on so you guys can see. Where did they go? All right, so Sky News has 90 for 27. Let me go over here to Fox. See, why isn't Fox talking about the presidential stuff instead of the stupid Senate race? You think anybody cares about the Senate races until later? Maybe ABC will show it. There we go. Here's the map. Trump officially here, our news media is saying 27 to 90. But you got to remember, these are news medias that are against Trump. Rick Scott is going to win in Florida. Anytime, Henry. And that is my honest opinion. And if she ever asked me about it, which I know she wouldn't, I would tell her the same thing. See, the channels that hate Trump, they gloss over it when he's doing well. If he was doing bad, they would be emphasizing it over and over and over and over. Yeah, Henry. And especially in the Philippines, I'm sorry, and I know that she doesn't maybe want to go to work again, but she needs to, and a lot of the girls think this, and maybe Tim and others who are in the Philippines may agree or disagree. A lot of the young girls, a lot of girls, women, think that the best way they can help their family is by marrying a foreigner and just sending money back home. But they're going to have to get a job here in America. So right now we're looking at, and they're saying here, Trump 95 to 35. And this is on Fox. Yeah, Henry, I mean, if I could, I would. I mean, I guess I make a tiny bit of YouTube money. So, when I retired from teaching, I had a lot of credentials. But my problem was, I'm under with my college, they pay me to be retired. And if I earn anything on the books, they take it away from me. And so even though I had all these consulting gigs I could have done, I couldn't do them even under the table because all of my credentials were under I had a federal government ID number for all of my credentials under OSHA. And so when I did my paperwork to get these people squared away, I would have to put my federal ID, my code as an OSHA instructor. It was too easy to track. So I had to give up my consulting business and everything when I retired. I couldn't do any consulting work under the table. So, but if I could somehow make a little money, I would, but so this is a guy in Philadelphia. Apparently something's happening there.
Earlier, during that 23-minute period, they were denied access. They want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends. I will be getting
Apparently there's another bomb threat maybe in Pennsylvania.
all right.
And so some people didn't get a vote.
I'm about to. Thank you. All right. So the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like
John says,
where there were the
I know one, that thing is getting pregnant by John Baker works too. Yeah, I know the feeling, man.
essentially would occur.
My wife didn't want any kids, but she definitely got the most handsome American husband in the world. She hit the lottery with me.
The other exception has to do with an individual who's been detained.
Isabel says, one more question and then I gotta sleep. All right, my friend, UFOs in the ocean? Oh, yeah. What do they call them? Underwater UFOs or something like that?
I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that
I don't see why it couldn't be a real deal because,
that's been occurring.
look, if they can fly through space, why can't they fly through water? Well, I don't see the logic why somebody says, oh, that's impossible. I just don't see how they would go, that's impossible. So I think it's very possible, Ishmael, I really do. I don't have any proof of it, but it makes total logical sense to me. Good night and Godspeed. Voting for Trump. Bermuda Triangle, yes. But I think it's a biological a natural issue with places like the Bermuda Triangle. I don't think there's anything supernatural about it necessarily. I do think it's environmental. And I think there's other places like that around the world.
Locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed, and this is for about 23 minutes.
So now they're saying there's a bomb threat up there in Pennsylvania. So they might be trying to do something kooky there. I wonder who's calling in all these bomb threats. Harris or Trump people? Right now they're saying Harris is leading Pennsylvania by a gigantic margin with 3% of the vote in. Texas is 50 almost for Trump. Vermont, Harris. Virginia, Harris. West Virginia, Trump. So what do you guys think about Bermuda Triangle, the Bermuda Triangle? That's what I think. Indiana. So right now they're already saying that Harris is way ahead in Pennsylvania, which is a bad thing for Trump. New Jersey is Harris. Harris is North Carolina with 7%. Ohio, Harris. Oklahoma went for Trump. Pennsylvania, Trump. Supposedly, she's beating the snot out of him in Pennsylvania. So we're going to have to watch that. I watch news, women look all stone-faced, pissed off knowing Trump is winning. I know. That's why I go over here to Sky News. This is from Australia.
Steadily growing. Several hundred Republicans, MAGA faithful, CFC of red baseball caps.
Trump projected to win Florida.
The big speech happens, and yeah, he's recently confident. People who are in Trump's orbit right now.
Well, Henry, you're right. There's more than one. I can think what we're talking about is one out of Florida.
He's talking about the likes of Virginia, New Hampshire, states where they think.
Breaking news. Millions of Americans have coasted their votes in the U.S. election. Watch live coverage. Well, we are. Ooh, there's a cute Australian girl. Oh, maybe they're in America. The news people are Australian, but this is in America. All right. I was going to shout out a cute Australian girl for you guys. Tim says, the only thing I think about Bermuda Triangle is it's part of the Ladies Smith Triangle. Oh, my God. That's funny. That's really funny. Oh, my God. So they're saying, Sky News is saying Trump's going to win Florida. Let's get back to Fox. Fox usually does a better job with their, data presentation. I'm not liking how Fox is doing their data presentation tonight. Let's look at ABC. There's one in Japan, Alaska, the Alaskan Triangle, Africa, and that's what I mean. That's why I think it's all about the environment. This one has Trump at 99, Harris at 27.
Is just not happening. Also, Governor Josh Shapiro has been telling me for days that
I find the suicide forest in Japan very interesting.
Back up in Pennsylvania tonight for us, Matt. Thanks so much. I do want to call another state here for Donald Trump, South Carolina. We can announce ABC News projecting at this hour. Donald Trump wins the state of South Carolina, 9 electoral votes. In the state of South Carolina, obviously that was safe GOP. He won by 12 points back in 2020. It was expected that he would win again this time, and he has. He's picked up the state of South Carolina. What more do we know about Pennsylvania, Rick? Anything more coming in?
We haven't seen much new yet, but we're starting to see it begin to roll in. I've been keeping an eye on this.
Oh.
This is a state that actually votes mostly on election day, so that's why we're going to wait for the most part. But as what we've seen so far of the early vote, it is overwhelmingly Kamala Harris, a 50 point.
But that's in Pittsburgh County.
This is an area where
So this could change a lot during the night when the rural vote comes in.
For election day, we are seeing that bear out very early tonight.
Rick Klein, thanks for the big work. Coming back to Rick in just a moment. We have another race we can call tonight. This comes from North Carolina. Not the president.
Someone who doesn't like Trump just trying to make trouble. Yeah, take your pick. I know. There's Diana. Everybody say hello to Diana. Thank you for being here, Soul Soother. Iron Woman, Kangaroo Punch Belly. Oh, yes. The old native Australians have a pouch and a belly, John. I don't want to visit the forest Japan. It would probably keep me. I know. Everybody say hello to Soul Soother. Thank you for being here. This is the only night on the channel we'll ever do politics. But we're doing everything else, too. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. We've had a lot of great people in and out already. The haunted forest in Japan, I've been there a few times. I don't want to go into it. I would just like to see it because it looks beautiful. North Carolina. Hi, Tim from Seoul. Go back to Fox, see what they're doing. So right now they think Pennsylvania, which is only Philadelphia County, which is predominantly Democrat versus the rest of that, So that's a long ways to go, but we'll find something there.
I only stress, this is very preliminary data so far. Harris, with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. Every way-
John is saying hello. Henry said hello.
Results in some of those bigger counties, specifically.
Don't worry about it, Soul Soother. We won't come down on you too hard for typing things wrong.
Philadelphia,
And we all know the feeling about trying to find them glasses.
there's still a lot to learn today.
That's right. It is, to your point, very early still. Blue and red mirages can be
Alabama.
at the moment here, but we are in for a long night.
Sanders is saying hello to you, Soul Soother.
Just get in some more of these race calls at the presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states too. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there in states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland. Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column. Maryland going for Democrats there for Harris in the blue column as well. But these
John says, I spell great, I just can't type.
Again, Oklahoma there, you can see Trump getting this into his electoral college
Yeah.
tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we got a race
Tennessee.
call in Tennessee here, 11 electoral votes going.
Tennessee
Trump column
for
there
Trump.
For Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee,
Henry, you're right. And I think that's just
more of our experts and that's
the way it is, because we lowly humans don't understand things.
that's including
I think everything can be solved with science. We just don't have the science, or we don't have the knowledge. That's what I think.
the vote share with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these
Let's see what Australia has us at 99 to 27.
Is which demographic is going to be is there going to be one demographic which has won the night for one side or the other? Is it the chipping away?
I'm laying on my heating pad. Nice.
Who would, the Democrats have taken them for granted for so long, wrongly perhaps, and the black bro vote, as it's known. I mean, it certainly looks as though in North Carolina, Trump will be buoyed by the numbers we're seeing there. The NBC
Well, we got a long ways to go, though.
12% of black voters have gone for Donald Trump in 2024, 12%. Well, compare that with 2020, 7%. So that's really interesting.
Or is it going to be on the female vote, the women that we keep hearing that will turn out for Kamala?
And the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot
All right, Henry, appreciate you.
to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those organizations
I'm going to let you guys watch a little bit of Tennessee. Yep.
have even lived in these states at this point yet. So obviously it's still early. I've seen exit polling showing that issues like border and the economy are at the top of the list, and keeping an eye on which ways those independents are moving right now.
So Cameron, I gotta ask.
I got to run to the refrigerator. Hang on, everybody.
The concept of mirage in the early minutes and hours of these races. We're seeing some of these lightly shaded battleground states right now, and I'm gonna point specifically to Michigan and Pennsylvania, which have light blue, but very early results so far in those states. What's a blue mirage? What's a red mirage? What do you need to know about mirages on election day?
So I'll use the example of here in Arizona, gonna see a drop of ballots that came in early, some of those election day votes, and a good chunk of those as well. So I think we really gotta keep an eye on those ballots and see how that evolves throughout the night. Are we gonna see more mail-ins that tend to favor Democrats? Or are we gonna see a situation where it kind of flips slowly over time? As these races tighten, it really puts ways that these people vote. And so we'll see a different impact terms of how that plays out. But I think the key here is for people to be patient. And if you see a close margin, you see that margin flip, keep an eye on terms of what those ballots are coming in those ballot drops.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Cameron. Almost like the object in the mirror isn't as close as it would appear, or is as close as it would appear here. So yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just keeping their powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our electoral college tally. We can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University, in the nation's capital, at the Harris Walls ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand will join me on the back end here. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes.
Just stay with me. I gotta feed the girls real quick. This is their dinner. It's chicken, broccoli, rice, and something else. All right. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this historic election night here in the United States. Happy election night to all of you. Let's get into more of the storylines throughout the course of the evening. I'm going to be joined by my colleague here in the Live Now newsroom, Austin Westfall, and New York Post reporter Cameron Arcand with the latest here as well. Cameron, we were discussing some of these battleground states. We're getting results in from some of them here. But let's talk about the campaigns themselves, the Trump campaign specifically here. I know you have sources within the campaign. How are they feeling tonight? We have a live picture inside their election night watch party. We have some reporting as well from Fox News Digital. Who have you spoken to there tonight?
There is definitely a sense of cautious optimism from the Trump campaign when it comes to the outcome tonight. I think there is definitely still a push to make sure that these votes get counted because keep in mind they had a massive early voting push and you saw that in a lot of states. This big advantage for Republicans here in Arizona for these early ballot returns. But the matter of it is they
Singman. She's talking to Trump campaign officials. They're telling her early signs are the night could be shaping up like we hoped. On track for a great night. They say the direction indicated by early voting is continuing, and people who voted early did not cannibalize election day voting. Based on network exit polling, Trump campaign officials saying Trump is doing better with female voters than Harris is doing with male voters. Also, they say GOP turnout in Philadelphia is high, where Trump was successful in 2016 and 2020, like South Philly and Northeast Philly. Also, they say rural turnout for Republicans is quote unquote through the roof. They say exit polling has a very quote anti-incumbent mood here. So this is to be expected, from some of these campaign officials often going into election night. They want to project confidence here. That seems like what you're getting from some of these quotes obtained by Fox News Digital on the Trump side.
That's right, and if we can, I want to bring Cameron back in, because I want to ask him a little bit about his state. We've been talking all day about the 7 battleground states. I said earlier today, the easiest path to victory for Harris would be the blue wall. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, one in Nebraska. The easiest for Trump would be North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. That's the path of least
All right.
to both candidates. Notice I didn't mention your state, Cameron. What if the path of least resistance?
Let me see what's going on. Sorry.
Arizona fit into the equation?
Well, Arizona.
Oh, a lot of people.
Situation where we backed Trump in 2016, but backed Biden in 2020.
By saying, my Ken's and Thugger.
Today from the GOP.
You're not running anywhere, guy. Yeah, you tell me.
Unified and voted early and on the big day.
I had to feed the girls their special diet.
That they did not cannibalize those votes.
Ken is saying hello to everybody, so we appreciate that. And I'm behind here. Good morning, sir. Shirley, I want to be a Harris. Do you? I just don't think I could ever get my face in those bowls. I know, they're small, right? Then so you heat up the dog food or use electric can opener. I don't have an electric can opener. Well, Lorelai's feeling really bad, right? Because, Lily has the cone of shame and the bad eye, and Daisy has been diagnosed with heart failure. So, she decided that she's making homemade dog food for the dogs. They have their regular dry dog food, which now they won't touch, which is very expensive dog food. So she's taking chicken breasts, taking all the fat off of them, just in water, and I have to cook some more tonight. She's taking broccoli and zucchini, and I think that's it, and mixing it all together. And that's what the dogs are getting as their dog food, and they really like it, believe it or not. So, so that's what that was, Lorelai's homemade dog food. Let's see what's going on here. Dang, I'm about to choke to death. I'm gonna die.
Almost at the bottom of the hour, there's so much more where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Let's see what Australia has to say about us Americans. Yay, I found my glasses. Good for you.
Margin 53 to 44, and that's 21 point gender gap, pretty similar to what we're seeing in
Yeah, we're 99 to 27.
2020.
So if it's a football game, we're still doing okay.
A week ago, I was talking to Democratic Party
111 to 72.
who were very excited by the fact that a lot of new female Democratic voters, young women who were registered
Uh-oh.
Democrats,
That's not good.
started to vote early.
111 to 72. That's too close.
For them in Pennsylvania. But conversely, in Arizona, a lot of new first-time voters who were young men, Republican registered, were voting. So you can see how, once upon a time you could clearly see within a state how it was going to go. Now it's sort of like different counties are profoundly different within each state.
So this is a news channel out of Australia called Sky News.
This gender gap, I mean, it's obviously a real thing. And we were just interrupted our conversation.
Oh, that's a good, woo, holy smoking butt farts.
We haven't made
Woo, wee.
to win the women's vote, has it? Or you said
Woo.
protect them, whether they like.
How can you find your glasses if you need your glasses to see your glasses?
I don't think anything really concerns Trump.
Wow.
I think he really regards things as, a political problem. I think he's very
We bought some
himself.
green curry from a Thai place yesterday.
Historic figure, and
And I'm having a little bit of leftover, but it's supposed to be zero spice. Man, next time we go there, I need to order the negative 2000 spice.
men, which would be an extraordinary number if that's true. Again, very big if.
Arkansas, woohoo! I'm going to predict Arkansas goes to Trump.
Voting for him is close, but they're sort of by a narrow margin they're voting for him. I think he would say, look, I'm building this.
Oh my God, this is too spicy to eat.
Yeah, you go.
It's too bad. I really like green curry.
To bring in some of the latest news that's come in that we can predict results for, and again,
Arkansas!
the error when you see that 0%. There are people working behind the scenes,
Oh my goodness,
who is going to win, and no surprise is that Donald Trump,
I'm going to die.
winner of Arkansas.
Republican in 10 of 13 recent elections, and only 3.
How many votes? We only got 6 electoral votes? Man, you know how much money we have in Arkansas? We have J.B. Hunt, Walmart, Tyson Foods. We have enough money in Arkansas to buy this country. We should have like 1,000 votes. Now, not understand what Arkansas is? Arkansas is the home of more Fortune 500 companies than anywhere. We are filthy rich this day. We own this country. Well, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't get any food, any gas, or any Walmarts. That is not zero spice. How can Georgia have more electoral vote than Arkansas? Woo, man. I might have to go to the hospital. Do I ever have trouble seeing to fix my glasses without my glasses? Yes. Man, John, that's a hot green curry. I love curry, but ooh. I'll have to eat some ramen noodles tonight. You can't eat that.
I know people very close to him have been concerned about him, being out there for long hours. He does
How can Missouri have more electrical votes than us?
obvious sort of physical.
I'm going to get mad because Arkansas has 6 electoral votes. 6. We have Walmart, Tyson Food, Pam Trucking, J.B. Hunt Trucking, the University of Arkansas, Simmons Financial Group, Arvest Financial Group. We are the money, the heartbeat of America. Is that right, Lily? Man. Where's my Lily? You guys see Lily?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Clinton's.
What are you doing, Lily?
I don't think.
But it is important that at least
Huh?
the Democrats can pull from their former presidents and their former vice presidents to come out and be surrogates. I can't say at all that Donald Trump can. In fact, his own vice president has rejected his candidacy and spoken out against him. So I think although Bill Clinton is not the most effective surrogate, he is at least.
Oh, you guys can't see Lily.
to speak as a positive thing.
I had the camera going the wrong way.
One of the other former presidents, we know that Jimmy Carter, who is still alive, and
But it's still Arkansas. Oh, Ken. Huh. Tell you what we're going to do. That's the way you feel? One, you will never get another ounce of bauxite out of the state of Arkansas. We're the only place in the whole entire world that produces it. You're not going to get another grain of rice out of Arkansas. We're going to shut down every Walmart there is in the country. We're going to turn off all of our trucking industry, and nothing will ever be delivered to your house again. See what you think about us then. You know? Whew, man, that's some spicy curry. I didn't say that. Yes. Man, I tell you, Ken, man, you guys gonna get yourselves in trouble. Ken, huh? And I have 2 dogs. They should get at least 1 vote each. Delaware is gonna go for what's her face, Harris, which is not surprising. Isn't Delaware where Biden's from? No, he's from Puerto Rico, right? Doesn't Biden always say how he's Puerto Rican? He's the whitest Puerto Rican I've ever seen. I think it's funny. I know he likes to say that he's from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico I grew up in. So another 30 minutes, you got Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, North Dakota, Nebraska, New Mexico. So we're going to get a whole bunch of states closing here real soon. But man, I'll tell you what, we could shock the world in Arkansas if we turned off our stuff. Man. Come on, Lily, go back to bed. Shoo. Whew. John Blue says he's an albino Chinese man. Yeah, that's what it was. Biden is happy to remember anything? Yes. It sounds like the last few times he's been out and about, he remembers that he got screwed over out of the election. He seems to be one angry camper, you know. Yeah, he doesn't seem to like the fact that she got the nod over him. It is really sad, and whether you like her or not isn't the point. But it is strange that how somebody never got any votes to get to that position is in that position. From a a government, you know, we of the people, for the people, by the people thing, it's really disturbing how she got the nomination without ever getting a vote. And I really mean that. That worries, I mean, that's a concern. I think people should have been more upset about that, because that's pretty disturbing. Looks like she's going to win Massachusetts. I think Tennessee's already in Arkansas's camp. That's right, we own Tennessee and Arkansas. Indiana is for Trump. Maryland, there's still no votes in. Nobody voted in Maryland, apparently. 0 votes counted in Maryland. They got good gumbo, not gumbo, but stew. They're saying Harris leads 70-28 in Pennsylvania, but what they're counting right now is Philadelphia has been counted. The rest of Pennsylvania hasn't, but it's too early to call. Georgia went to Trump earlier. So this side over here, Tim, has it as 105-30 currently. So man, my Lily's hungry. I fed him a good amount of food. Hey, there's Arkansas. You want more food, Lily? Hang on. I got to give Lily some more food. If I was a bad pet owner, I'd give her some of this hot and spicy curry, but I won't. All right. You want to come get dog food? You can reach it right here. You want water? I told Lorelai the problem is when the dogs get used to eating homemade dog food, they're not going to eat their regular dog food. So we're limiting their proportions of the homemade dog food. But they're still hungry, but they won't eat their real dog food now because Lorelai is giving them that good old chicken stuff. Ooh. Well, that's exciting news. We're supposed to get more rain. We had 4.5 inches of rain last night. Yes, and so there, exactly. But she didn't, my wife didn't want me to. She wanted me to give them their chicken and rice and broccoli and zucchini without putting the blue dog food in it. When she gives them their portion during the day, she also gives them an egg, an organic egg. You know, I don't know what's wrong with a regular egg. And then when I do it at night, I'm not supposed to give them an egg. They just get that. And then they can go over and eat their blue dog food anytime they want. But why would you go eat blue dog food if you can eat chicken? You know, so they're both like, you guys are crazy. I ain't eating that old nasty dried stuff. But, you know, she didn't want me to put it in the mix. But we might have to start because eventually these dogs need to get back on to, you know, eating regular doggy food versus, you know, custom-made chicken, broccoli, and rice and zucchini salad, you know what I mean? So we're going to have to get there eventually. But we'll have to see. I'm checking. Ooh, they got dancing on the TV. You guys watching TV, all be good. They got dancing on. Oh, she's having her watch party at Howard. Is it Howard? Yeah, Howard University. Nice. It's a good school. It's a beautiful building. So Harris is holding her rally or watch party. Now, I don't like that, and I'm going to tell you why. Because it has nothing to do with Harris. It has everything to do with the fact that that's a state school. Meaning, I don't think Is Howard University private only? I think they get public funds. If it's a completely private school, then I'm okay with that. But if it receives public funds, then I'm not okay with doing any for him or her or anybody on state-funded property, public funded. I don't think that works. I don't think that's nice. So this sign over here has them 101 to 71 now. So she's catching up. But if it's totally a private school, then I don't have a problem with it. But if it receives federal and or state funding, then I don't think colleges and universities ought to be used like that at all by anybody. And I do have some history with that, because when I was teaching at the college, state college, I would put on these very large conferences that were very popular. And I had to tread carefully, because this was safety conferences by OSHA. Is that where she went to school at? Okay. That makes sense that she went there, but I just don't know if it's a private college or it's state or federal funded college. And so that's what I have a problem with. Now, if she wants to reimburse, I think that's a different story. So, and for instance, at my college, I would have these large conferences sponsored by companies, but OSHA was the driving force. It was an OSHA conference and a State Department of Workers conference. But we're a state school. But we had politicians all the time wanting to come to address the crowd at my conferences, because we had a very good conference. We had one really good food, always good southern fried catfish and all the fixings. We had really good food. But we had 300 to 500 people every year. And we'd have local mayors and people wanting to come and speak. And I had a real problem with it. And so I would tell them, and I was a jerk, because the mayor of Bentonville or Rogers or Fayetteville, all these people wanted to come to this. And I would let them. But I tell them, you're not going to mention politics. You're not going to mention vote for me or anything like that. If you want to say something about, here's what our conference is about, I will give you 5 minutes. That's it. If you don't like it, you don't got to come. So I wasn't the most popular person by some of them. But I told them, I said, you got to understand, we're not doing politics on state property. You know, well, the government's here. And I said, yeah, the government is here in their official capacity as safety experts, not as politicians. So we had that ordeal quite a bit. So that's where I kind of wonder. Because we often had politicians wanting to come to stump at my conferences, and I just didn't think it was appropriate at all, you know. We had politicians running for Senate and Congress in the state of Arkansas who would offer to be one of my sponsors, and I turned them down flatly. Nope. I even had them offer to donate money to the scholarship program that I had set up as part of my conference. We raise scholarship money every year by allowing businesses to reserve a booth at the conference. And they could sell their products in this big area I had, and they all had to pay to be there, and every penny of that went to go help students at the college. I raised well over $10,000 doing that. I had them want to come in and put booths up. I wouldn't let them. I had them want to just donate money to the conference. I wouldn't let them. Wouldn't let them. I didn't do it at all. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I just think you got to make that line some way, somehow. So nobody ever seemed to hate me for it, but they also knew that I was, not going to back down. So we had the county judge who was running for it, and he never wanted to come. But all of a sudden he wanted to come because it was election time. Well, I wouldn't let him speak because it was August, election was in November. I wouldn't let any of them speak. I let them come. I am up on stage. I introduce them, but I wouldn't let them speak. And say, we have Judge blah, blah, blah here and Senator blah, blah, blah and Representative blah, blah, blah. Well, they didn't get to speak. I spoke. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but. Because when we had private businesses renting facilities, we would charge them money. So if Tyson Foods wanted to come and rent our big auditorium, well, they would have to pay a fee to rent it. They didn't get to do it for free. Now, Walmart bought one of the buildings, and so they got to use it for free because they bought the building, and their name was on it. But the other buildings, no. Businesses had to pay, so I didn't think it'd be right for politicians to come stumping on state property when it was owned by the public. Millie Tyson? No. Tyson Foods. You know where you get your chicken from? See, if I turn the state of Arkansas off, you guys aren't going to get any more chicken because we're the only people that make chicken. So, looks like the governor of Indiana won, whoever that is. Nobody knows who. Nobody even knows where Indiana is. But apparently, Mike Braun won as governor of Indiana. So, just telling you, you guys need to show Arkansas a little bit more respect than 6 electoral votes. We won't let you guys have any more chicken. Here's something. Let's see what this is.
This is a wealthy suburb of Washington, effectively in the northeast of the state. Again, it is a county that Biden won absolutely handily, crushingly in 2020. Again, Kamala Harris is going to win that state, but she was a good 6 or 7 points down on where Biden was in 2020, and nearly all the vote is in there. Let's have a look around. Let's have a gander around the rest of the map, see where we are. North Carolina, 26% of the vote now in, 53 to 45. Too early to talk about anything there. Georgia, now 64% of the vote in. Donald Trump is up 50.
Tanner says, well, I guess I won't be making a trip. That's right. You guys need to give us some more respect up here. We have chickens.
In these suburbs around Atlanta, we've still got quite a lot coming from DeKalb. We've still got quite a lot coming in Fulton, 72%. Again, Kamala Harris
And rice. And bauxite. And the #1 trucking company in the nation. And Walmart.
What's going on in Texas? Not a state that is not going to be competitive. Donald Trump is going to win Texas, but again, it will give us some idea about what's going on in terms of the Hispanic vote and so on. We can see 57% of the vote in, 52.9 to 52. We can see Kamala Harris again doing about a percentage point more than Joe Biden did in 2020.
Our next round is in about 7 minutes.
Generally down in most places. We can certainly say that. I think what we can say from these results, Ayala, is that at the very start of the night we were talking about the possibility, could there be a
Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, North Dakota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York. New York will go to her, I imagine. I don't know about Wyoming and Wisconsin. I think the East Coast will pretty much go Democrat. I don't think New York likes Trump anyway.
say anything either way. Just to kind of give a slightly more sort of global picture, though, let's have a look. So many of the councils we can see, there's still a third of the vote to go, half of the vote to go, whatever it happens to be. There are about 200 or so, just over 200 councils where we've got more than 90% of the vote in. So we can do a pretty accurate like-for-like comparison with 2020 to 2024 and look at the...
So here this guy is talking about international votes, expats voting.
Councils where we have over 90% of the vote, Trump is up in 203 of them. So
Countries.
Harris being up in 15 of them. So one way or the other, again, it doesn't say anything definitive. There are hundreds.
So what he just said was, in all the countries, Trump is up in 203 of them of expat votes compared to 15 of Harris, is what it looks like. So there you go. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Howard is privately owned, is known for being a black Ivy League school. I knew that part. Second most prestigious. Yeah, I knew it was primarily a black Ivy League, but I didn't know it was privately owned. So if it's privately owned, then who cares? Then there's not a conflict there. But it's a great school, academic wise. John says, we can have chicken for eggs, just no roosters, Bakerfield, California. Hey, we make eggs and, oh, I forgot about that. If you guys don't show Arkansas some love, we're going to take all the turkeys away too for Thanksgiving and Christmas. You won't get any turkeys because we grow the turkeys here. How you like them apples? Well, we don't really grow apples. We grow peaches.
Kamala Harris needed to do better than Joe Biden was doing 4 years ago in these states because she needed to make up the numbers, and it looks like she's not.
Yeah, well, that's, something that we're gonna see, what's quite careful, because it's those sorts of things.
Ronald!
Still early in the
The professor's in the house. How are you? Everybody say hello to the professor. We've had a lot of good people in and out here, Professor. John, Soul Soother Diana. I don't know if you know her, but you might want to. She's a great person, lives over in the great state of Oklahoma. Sanders is in the house. Ken's here, hanging out. Tim's here. We got a lot of people here tonight. Tonight's going to be the only night we talk politics, and that's it. We're only doing it because election's in. But other than that, we won't ever talk about politics again. All of you, now don't be mean, Ronald. All of you brainwashed Trump cult members, get ready to say the election was rigged. I think for yourself by the way which the Apprentice movie and see how Trump treated his mentor, Roy Cohen. You guy who's, yeah, Ken's a Trump, not a Harris voter. So,
In Florida was so large. I mean, like you stated, DeSantis won by big margins. We will start to see as we move north whether or not their campaign is effective at getting out new voters. I just think that we should just
it's interesting. I like elections. I think from a sociology standpoint, it's a great exercise, right? My son, my blah, blah, blah. John says, my son sent me an election map. Map mostly red. Okay. This, what we're watching, Ronald, if you don't know, is Sky News out of Australia, because you can't trust any of the media in America. So we're going to Australia to get our news. Right now, Ronald, it's 105 to 30. I'm not saying it's not going to change. I'm just saying it's 105 to 30 right now. And we got about 3 minutes before some other polls close. A lot of polls close. Well, I wish they'd get rid of the Electoral College and just do all elections on one vote. One legal citizen gets one vote. And you count the votes, and that's it. That's what I wish they would do. Because I think it would get more people involved in elections and voting. Professor says true, Ken. Populated states, I mean. Yeah, and that's what I don't like. I don't think a state should have any power. I think the people should be, the people have the power to one vote, one person, is what I think. And then it wouldn't matter what state you're from, right? Wouldn't that make life more peaceful, less angry? If it didn't matter where you were from, red state, blue state, everybody just voted. Well, that's what I did, Ronald. Ronald.
Thank you very much indeed, and
How about this, Ronald? Because I want to be president. And so why don't you and I just take turns? We'll do this. I'll be president 1 month. The next month you can be president. Then I can be president. You can be president. I can be president. And we'll just work like as a tag team. And we'll fix everything that's wrong with the country. All right, let's see what's going on here. You're okay, Lily. Poo-poo. So now we're at 154 to 30. Long ways away from anything. Remember, you got to have 270 to win the game. Texas, no surprise there. So far, I don't think there's been any surprises, right? Oh, and Professor, how are things in the Philippines for you? Are you having to worry about any of the hurricanes or the typhoons coming through? North Dakota, how can you call North Dakota for Trump when there's no votes in? Or South Dakota, how can you call those when there's no votes? That's what I don't understand. Maybe, Ken, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I agree with that, Ken, but I know the logic. But I don't know if that would be true. We could penalize the incumbents, like on draft day for like the NFL and stuff. The team that has done best gets to vote, gets to pick at the end. You know, the Super Bowl champions pick at the end. So maybe we penalize the winner and say you can only spend $10 million on TV commercials versus $10 billion. I don't know. Wisconsin. Say, look, there's no votes there, and they're not calling Wisconsin. That's what I don't get. If there's no votes, how can you call, you know? Years. 50 years, yeah. But I think part of what my argument would be, Ken, but if people knew there was an electoral college and the system was set up one vote, one person, then I think that wouldn't actually change. I think it may do differently. And of course, I do think you would have to get rid of party alliances. So maybe that's how you would do it, you know? I don't know. Ken says, Professor says, nope. Are you saying no to wanting to share a presidency with me? You mean you don't want to be tag team president with me? Is that what you're trying to say, Professor? The government opposition party wants fair elections, so why all the redistricting? Yes. Yeah, I agree. I think we screw with things too much. I really do. I agree with you. And by doing one vote, one person, would that not eliminate all the redistricting and redrawing the lines? And it's kind of like when school districts do that to get more funding and to steal funding from other places. My guess, if there's a GOP ever wants the popular vote, they better stop taking rights away from women. I would start there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think women should have equal rights as men without question. I don't think there should be even any. Look, here's something that I think, and maybe this is good or bad, I don't know. I don't think men should have a damn say in women's rights. I think we need to mind our own damn business and let the women figure it out for the women folk. You know, who am I to tell a female what she can and cannot do? That is one of the most asinine theories that I think. It is, we as men should not be able to tell a woman that she can or cannot do any damn thing, period. Because we don't want them telling us. What if the shoe was on the other foot? Do you think we would tolerate them making decisions for us? Hell no, we wouldn't tolerate that. But Ronald, here. Whoop, I was already on me, sorry. Ronald, here's the real problem tonight, and I'm getting ready to do a boycott. And you're lucky you're in the Philippines. Because I'm petitioning that the state of Arkansas doesn't have enough electoral votes. We should have the most in the country, the state of Arkansas where I live. Because we have Walmart, Tyson Foods, J.B. Hunt. We grow chickens, rice, bauxite, the only state in the nation, in the world where you can get bauxite. Only one. Only one. So we have Simmons, Arvest, financial groups, some of the wealthiest in the world, and we got 6 votes. I'm telling you, if we turn Walmart's off, and we turn Tyson Foods off, and J.B. Hunt, and Pam Trucking, and Stribling, and everybody else that's here, you guys are all going to starve. You're not going to get any new TVs. They get pissed off when a group of rich white men telling them what they can or cannot. I agree. I don't think, look, I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I don't think any man of any color should be telling any woman what to do because they're going to get pissed about it. Osama bin Laden says, hello, sir. Tim says, hello, Professor. Good to see you, soul sister, because if you are a God-fearing man, it's your job to make sure she does what is right in God's eyes. Am I wrong? No, Diane, I don't think you're wrong if that's the faith that you believe. I truly do. But I think men are the problem, not the women, and not the belief in God. How can you tell somebody how to build a house if you've never built a house? I don't care what our faith is. That's where I'm at. I'm not going to speak for the woman just because the Bible says that the woman should be submissive to me. That I don't feel that. I don't feel that's truly what God would want me to do to women. I don't believe that. I don't believe God would want me to put anybody down or to do any of that. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. But I know where you're coming from because I grew up with that line of thought. I just don't. I want to respect people and give them the ability to make their own decisions and choices more than what I think I am being directed by a higher power to do. Because I think that message has gotten lost. And sometimes we can talk about the theology that I have about where I think some of it's gotten skewed. So that's just kind of where I'm at on that. I want to empower people, not take their power away. Professor says, it ain't Arkansas GDP that's stopping. Hey, I'm going to stop everybody. I'm the boss of Arkansas today, buddy. You guys aren't going to get some more chickens, no more color televisions, no more soda pop, no more anything. We're cutting you off. We're going to cut the rest of the world off from the state of Arkansas. Man can tell women what to do. It doesn't mean they will listen. Well, that's true. That's very true. Ken says, soul, as God-fearing man myself, I don't think it's up to me to control women. See, and I agree with Ken on that. I just don't think God would want me to control my wife. I think he would want me to build my wife up, to make her better, to make her stand on her own 2 feet, where she knows it has that knowledge and that power, you know. And I'll go even further and say, I've walked out of churches when I first started hearing them talk about how women aren't allowed up on the, we don't allow women to preach. I think that's wrong, women to preach. You know, women are not part of the leadership. If the women aren't part of the leadership in your church, I don't want anything to do with your church. Because one, women are smarter than us men, period. They can be leaders in religion without any question. So I'm one of those guys that I think you got to champion women, not put them in their place. That's really where I am. I don't know why, but I saw my grandmother, who was very subservient to my grandfather, and he treated her like a queen. I mean, best of the world. And she was willing in their religion to do that, right? But these people are so smart and intelligent and strong. Why would you want to have some wimpy ass men trying to lead over a woman who knows her stuff? That's where I'm at. Women are just as capable. A lot of us men are idiots. I'm sorry. A lot of them are drunks. Come on. If God wanted men to tell a woman what to do with her body, it would be in the good book, Find It For Me. Well, and I'll tell you guys, the good, I have a whole different philosophy about the Bible itself, but Ken says, a good man looks at his woman like an equal, to both have roles to play and neither is in control. Yeah, it should be more like a partnership. People turn into things it shouldn't be. I agree. And so I find it disrespectful when religious men are putting women in their place. Well, they're not God. What do you mean they're not godly enough to be up here with you? Go sit your ass down, Get out of here. Women's smarter than you every day of the week. Go sit your stupid... And then you're going to go get drunk after church, 92 more to go for Trump to win, Tim says. Therefore, giving him some say, right? True, more like a partner. No, it needs to be a partnership. And it's a give and take. I tell people all the time, oh, wow. I'm sorry, guys. Relationships are a give and take. Some days Lorelai is the leader, and she's stronger than I am. And other days, I'm stronger. I'm the leader. Some days there are no leaders in our relationship. And we're okay with this concept. And Lorelai comes from a culture like the Philippines, as you guys all know, which is a Serbian. Hey! Welcome in, Snapshot Snappa. He's my good friend out of Southern Florida. How are you, my friend? Howdy, howdy. Everybody say hello to Snapshot Snappa. We're having fun today. Today's the only day we talk about politics. We're not fighting over it. And you don't have to agree with anybody or disagree. It just happens to be on TV, so we're going to do that. Tim says, I don't lead anybody. I just think we are missing half the equation if we think women cannot be everything that we are. I think we're egotistical. That's what I think. I would rather put my trust in a strong woman than a weak man any day. A lot of people can't handle delegation. That's right. How to be partners is correct. Yep. And I'm not saying Lorelai and I are perfect. We have a lot of struggles, but after 10 years, we have started to figure out how to put up with each other. Snapshot, tell me how things are in Florida for you. How are things going? How's the wife and the kids? Tim says, I am 75. You're not 75 years old. Is that what you mean? Oh, 75 to go. I'm like, Tim, you're not 75 years old. Don't be feeding us that. Ronald's 75. You can't pass for 75. Well, he may only have 75 to go now, but I'm telling you, it's a long road ahead. These are the hard ones to get. And if she picks up, I mean, she can rattle off a whole bunch really quick that is up for contention. So only 75, but it's more like, I mean, it's an uphill battle. The boys have allergy sinus problems today. Oh man, sorry to hear that. I hope they get feeling better. And Professor says, it's actually 76, but thanks. Doesn't look like 75, but he did. Well, I hope your kids get better. Snapshot. Everybody say hello to our good friend there. Tim just tried to hang on this. Is normal. Watch how the Harris numbers climb the next. Yes, they will, without question. It's going to go. We're long. California is a huge numbers, and they will go for Harris for sure. I think Lorelai's spying us. So all you guys be good. Lorelai's spying on us. I just caught her spying on me. She just turned the camera on. I saw her. So she might come on here and start typing in a minute. You guys tell Lorelai to behave and be a good girl. Ask her why she's not busy working. But remember last night, now she spied on us and the dog, she just turned the camera on. They just said Ohio for Trump. Georgia. Oh, sweet Georgia on my mind. Is there a song about Ohio? I think they're North Carolina. We're 168 to 30 on this one. Oh, I'll turn that around so you guys can see. True, Ohio is a deep red state. I was born in Ohio. Oh, how I was born on the run in Ohio. Well, we won't hold that against you, Sniper. Ken Unga says, where's Snaps? Yeah, this guy's right. If she runs a bunch of those blue states up north, Trump's in trouble. Because the West Coast will go for Harris without any question. Mount Vernon, Ohio. Not far from me, I'm in Medina. Tim says, I don't know if I was born or hatched. I was beamed down by a spaceship. I'm really an alien. You guys just can't tell it by my fine, good looks. See? Louisiana should go for Trump. Yeah, that's no. Do they got more votes than us? Does Louisiana have more than Arkansas? Well, if they do, I'm going to be really pissed because Louisiana sucks. It's nothing but a big old mosquito-infested swamp. How can they have more electoral votes than us? That ain't right. I'm going to protest after this is over. You wait. I mean, nobody likes Louisiana. Pennsylvania's getting closer, but it's still really early. But she has a big lead there. And there they're looking at the individual counties. You know, well, it's true, Ronald. Well, see, Texas has 40. They don't deserve that. They got the Dallas Cowboys. And nobody likes the Cowboys. They suck. Now Delaware, nobody even knows what Delaware is. So them only having 3 votes is okay. Georgia 6. See, they shouldn't have more than us. What do you got, Atlanta and Coca-Cola? We got Walmart and J.B. Hunt and Tyson Foods. Hey now. Hey now. Isn't that a song from Shrek? Uh-oh, here's a Georgia thing.
That battleground state. No, I'm being told we're going to Chester County in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania.
And we're incredibly proud of our election team, emergency services team, and all the law enforcement in Chester County that did a great job keeping us all safe. To that point, I turn over to my colleague, Commissioner Mary Moskowitz.
What happened?
Thank you, everybody. My name is Marian Moskowitz, M-A-R-I-A-N-M-O-S-K-O-W-I-T-Z.
We don't care.
I'm Vice Chair of the Board of Commissioners. And I just want to talk a little bit about this coordination because it involves
Damn.
not only our district attorney's
Teams.
office, our sheriff's office with our dogs, our amazing dogs, the FBI, our Department of Emergency Services, everybody has been prepared in the event something happens, and everybody did what they were supposed to do. We are very grateful. We are now back in the building. We did not lose much time, and mail-in ballots are being counted. There's really no delay because that's in a different building. So we are set up to start collecting the vote tallies at the GSC, and everything is running smoothly. Thank you.
So what's been happening in Georgia and Pennsylvania, guys, if you don't know, they apparently have had some bomb threats at some polling places and stuff. So they had to stop voting while they cleared the facility to make sure there wasn't a bomb. And so earlier, Georgia was saying they're going to keep the clock open longer, so everybody who got scared away from the bomb threat can come back and vote. And Pennsylvania had a very similar thing. Yeah, Texas has Cowboys. Buy them, they are for sale. Well, they're going to get a new coach next year. Professor says cult members getting arrested everywhere. What cult? I don't know who they are. They're not, well, and that's one thing they're not saying, Professor, whether these are Trump supporters who's calling in the bomb threats or Harris supporters. They actually don't know. I haven't heard anybody, because I watched some of it earlier, say, whether it was one side of the coin or the other. Then it could just be some 12-year-old kids being really dumb. Dawn of the Con cult. Oh, Trump supporters, Dawn? I gotcha. I see. But how do you know it's not Harris supporters calling in, trying to scare away Trump voters? Or how do you know it's not a poller who's working at the poll that's really tired and wants to go home? So they get on this phone calling a bomb threat because they need a break. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to get caught up really quickly here soon. Let's go back to Fox and see what the Democrat haters are saying on Fox. Somebody in North Carolina, the governor won, whoever he is, nobody cares. It was at but you can't have it at a Democrat polling station where you go vote, everybody gets to vote. It's not for Democrats or Republicans, it's where you go vote. Are you talking about where the Democrats hang out at? You're talking about that? Where, because when I went and voted, they didn't have a place for Democrats and a place for Republicans. And I never vote down party lines anyway. I could go all Democrat or all Republican or a mixture of both. One thing I'll tell you that I did vote for in Arkansas was them to make it easier for medical marijuana. They're going to broaden the the scope for medical marijuana in Arkansas. So I said yes. Primary booth are separated. Does anyone here know who is on trial in the Netherlands? Ooh, they just have buried the story deep. Just curious. On trial in the Netherlands? Is it an American? I'll try to Google it while we sit here and play politics. Is it, let's see. There is, I got a thing here, so that says, oh, well, this one is saying several people are currently on trial in Netherlands, including some guy named Jalal and Rizva, 2 Pakistani men on trial for inciting the murder of a far-right politician. There's a thing about Bill Gates. Rhymes with David or Hartman. There's Bill Gates. Seven Dutch plaintiffs are suing Gates and others allegedly for misleading them about the safety and effectiveness of COVID vaccines. Oh my God. You people need to get over that shit. Here's one. It's called the Hasnana tribe. Beginning of landmark case in Netherlands for crimes committed by a Dutch national Yazidische woman. Oh, Gates? Yeah, okay. I got a follow-up here. It says, fact check. Bill Gates was never indicted, never indicted, and this was 6 days ago. He was not indicted in the Netherlands. He was not. But there is a lot of fake press out there, it looks, that he was for misleading them and Professor is not monkey, not my circus. Yeah, they never lied. Oh, they all lied. Fake news, yeah. Well, you can't get any real news anymore anyway. I mean, haven't you guys figured that out? There is no real news anymore. I mean, there just isn't. There's not a journalist that has any integrity at all. See, Harris is picking up a little bit of steam. 62 to 168 now. Because I think Rhode Island and Vermont, Massachusetts, New York came in. Yes, I'm watching Australian news. Isn't that funny? In order to get non-biased news, I got to watch from another country. So yeah, I watch this news a lot. Kind of crazy, right? Got to watch the news from another country to... Yeah, there's no surprise that Trump wouldn't win New York. The professional journalist is a myth. They don't exist anymore. Absolutely, I agree with you. They don't exist. It's all about getting ads, ad space, right? Selling ad space. Well, I just looked up some news from the Netherlands. That's what I looked up. But even if he was indicted there for lying, what are they going to do to him? I mean, he doesn't live there. He's not a citizen of the country. They're not going to extradite him from America for lying. So, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, what are they going to do to him? Snapshot Cyber, yeah, Australian Sky News has better American news than we do. I know, that's why I watch it. It's crazy, right? I mean, it is just crazy. That's the world we live in these days, right? See, Louisiana has 8 electoral votes. That is wrong. Yeah, I agree with you, Ronald. News has not been the same since then. And that other guy, Ted Koppel, was pretty good. No, but doesn't it set it up for if Trump wins, he will be tried here? No, I don't think so. Bill Gates and Donald Trump aren't friends. For one, they're not buddies at all. At all. Bill Gates he may be tried in, what's the word we're looking for? Indistentia? Is that the right word? Where he's not even there and a country might find him guilty of something, but you're not actually there. So he might be tried and convicted in Indistentia, but nothing's going to happen. Nobody cares about the Netherlands. No, I get it, so there. No. Absentia. Okay. Thank you, Tim. I knew it was something like that. But what are they gonna do to him? Gonna fine him $100,000 million and he's gonna go, no, thank you. I just will pull out my products out of your country. So. But yeah, I don't think him and Donald are friends. He's more friends with the Clintons than anybody. I think he's a Democrat. But Bill Gates, I think, is dangerous. He owns too much land in America. And I think he has plans to dominate the land, the public lands. And I think Ronald knows a lot about this. I remember Ronald talking about some of this with Bill Gates. That way he can control the energy in the United States by owning the lands and the farm goods and the agri stuff. Because he is, if I remember right, he's anti-cow. He's a vegan or something, right? So he's buying up a bunch of ranches and farmlands where they can't grow cows on them. Because he wants everybody to eat fake cows. If I remember, that's what the drama with him is. Does anybody think I'm right or am I off base totally? So there's going to do some homework. Nice. That's how we learn things, by trying to figure it out. No, this is in West Palm Beach. So this looks like Donald Trump's watch party. Don't you guys out there on the stream get all excited about the pretty girls. That's not a pretty girl, that's an old looking guy. I wonder how much it costs to get in. Okay, maybe that makes sense. So Trump can go after him if he wins, they win their case. Maybe, yeah. It might give him more of yeah, maybe. I could see something like that. Latin. The president says, yes, good. How deep do you plant cows for them to grow big? Really deep. Well, you know, we're all going to be eating vegan cows soon. So have you guys seen that funny thing on the internet about the vegan cows? The girl only wants to eat, you know, the vegan cows. So that's what I've been trying to say. Okay, I got you. So that, and that may be true, Diana, and that kind of makes sense. If the Netherlands does something or gets something over on them, maybe there's something that can be done. But I mean, in the big scope of things, what are you going to do to Bill Gates? I mean, if he doesn't like it, he'll just go live somewhere else. He can buy a country. Ken says, social there, I'm hoping Trump goes to prison for his already convictions, 34 felonies. Snapshot says, a friend of mine has a family member that works for Trump over in Palm Beach. Nice. No, no, stay put. If you know, you know, that's it. Has anybody seen when the felonies in Florida can't vote, how do they let Trump vote? There you go. Because he's an appeal, Ronald. When you appeal it, your conviction is not, oh God, I can't remember the legal term, but basically consummated. I'm a vegetarian, cows are the middleman. They convert grass into beef. That's, I know. They are Spanish and they always invites them and their families to, oh, cool. Have you guys seen the video of Trump's, what's that place called? Key Largo? No, is it Key? No. Is his house called Key Largo? That's not right. But there's a news thing, a couple years old, where somebody is showing around, you know, the Trump, whatever it is. And that's one ugly building. I mean, it looks nice on the outside, but inside, that's ugly inside. I mean, it looks yucky. Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Yeah. It's dark and dingy in there and has a lot of old world stuff in it. It looks like a medieval castle. It's not very, but it's Spanish, I know that. Okay, how about a medieval Spanish castle? I found it very, very unappealing. You know, I think he was showing them around talking about, oh, this artwork is like 115 years old and, you know, this tile is from blah, 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 you know, and all of that. Yeah, Mar-a-Lago. It was creepy looking. It was depressing looking. I'm like, I'm thinking, this is really where you live? Why did you go get some white paint at Sherman-Williams and paint the walls and brighten it up a little bit? Get some light bulbs, you know. Let's lighten the place up. Prisoners appeal and prison still can move. Yes. So yeah, he's not been adjudicated in the sense it's an appeal. And he wasn't sentenced. That's the difference. If I've been sentenced to prison for murder and I'm in prison, then I can't vote, even if I'm appealing. But if I have not been sentenced, I can, I appeal it before I'm sentenced, then I can still vote. $81 to $168. She's making them ground. Yeah, they're actively serving it. That's correct. Nobody under, Diana, one thing I've learned, nobody understands anything I say. You can just ask Jack. Jack will tell you, nobody understands anything I say. So, yeah, it's going to get heating up 81 to 68. See, the numbers are getting close, and it's going to get a lot closer. She won Illinois. Jack was telling me that I'm incoherent, that I'm a horrible YouTuber. Yeah, you never know. There could be some truth to it. First floor of hell. Someone once said politics is Hollywood for ugly people. Ooh, wee! You know, I think you got a good point there because, well, you know, that's kind of weird that you say that because back, you know, in history, we had you know, that's really weird. Because I think, you know, like someone like Jeff Kay was a good looking guy, right? I think that Haley chick is not a bad looking lady, but most politicians are butt ugly. You're right about that. Brutal but true. I agree. But we don't know. So good looking people go to Hollywood and the ugly people go to politics. Maybe it'd be better if it was reversed, right? Tim says, that's why I'm not a politician, because I'm too attractive. I can relate to that, Tim. If they are really ugly, what do they do? The radio? That's right. Yeah, I guess if they're really ugly, you can't get into politics. You got to go to radio. Or maybe you become a news anchor. I don't know. I don't know. Yep, some have a face for radio. I wish I had a voice for radio. I can't help that I got a model's face, but I wouldn't mind having a voice for radio, that's for sure. Oh, I'm going to tell you guys a story. Let me tell you a story. All right. So we're having Thanksgiving dinner here at the house. There's only 5 of us coming. So myself, Lorelei, and our Filipino couple friend, male and female, that live right down around in the next neighborhood that we've known for 10 years. So they're coming over, and then I got an elderly friend who's in his 87 or 88 who's alone. So invited him to come over and eat Thanksgiving. So, but our Filipino couple friend, they work evenings, nights. She's a nurse, and he works at Walmart warehouse. And so they don't get off until midnight. Lorelei doesn't get off until midnight, day of Thanksgiving, right? So that morning or whatever. So we decided, instead of cooking Thanksgiving, I was just going to order it from the local grocery store. And, you know, it all pre-cooked. I just put it in warm it up, and I put it in our pretty dishes, and I pretend that we did it. Make it easy for everybody. All right. So I called the store we went by there Saturday, verified, we ordered everything. And then later on that day, I thought, oh, I should have added something to it. So Monday morning, I called the deli, and I say, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I want to add to my order. So I tell, and look, I spoke very slowly. I thought very intelligently. I thought very calmly. Gave him my name 12 times, my phone number 8 times. You know, told him that if you look at the slip of paper, we were the very first one to order Thanksgiving dinner through you. And it says it right there. Very first order with a big smiley face. And I told him, 5 times what I wanted to add. And so the answer finally came out, yes, sir, I will tell manager. I'm like, oh, shit. Great. 3 minutes later, I get a call from the deli. Yes, can I speak to Mr. Hartman, please? And this is him. Well, your wife just called and wanted to, and I'm like, my wife just go, what? And she, the same lady I just talked to 3 minutes ago called and said, your wife just called me and wanted to add, and I just wanted to verify that that was accurate. And I'm like, yeah, it's accurate. But I don't sound like a girl. The late Dane Cook, respect sports reporter, had a face for radio, yes. But I don't sound like a girl, do I? How could that be? Or do you think she was just busting my chops? HTN is back. Thank God, Henry. Somebody with common sense in there. That lady thought I sounded like a freaking girl. I don't sound like no girl. I got a manly voice. But it happens to us all the time. When we go through drive-thrus and I order for us, thank you, ma'am. I'm like, ma'am, my ass. Wait until I get up to that window and put my foot up there. Tim, it's only when you talk. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. The last guy I dated was very good looking. The more I got to know him, the uglier he got, yes. That happens a lot. Because I hate to, toot my own horn, but everybody can't be like this good looking and this good of a person. Just saying. Yeah, and I tell people all the time, Diana, it's more important that they be a good person than good looking. Because beauty fades, but being a good quality person does not. It usually gets better with time. That's how I see it. It's kind of like that old saying, ugly is forever, but I can lose weight when somebody says, you're fat, or whatever that saying is. Remind everybody to give us thumbs up if you haven't done that. I think everybody has, but just a reminder there. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Snapshot says, if you're lucky, you're beauty inside and out. Some have to try harder than others. I know. Sniper, I think you're referring to Ronald, but that's okay. Or Henry here, HTN. That's why I'm still single. Too many ugly people now. There is a lot of ugly people. There's a lot of unhappy people. Honestly, he was an ego boost after leaving an abusive marriage. There you go. Nothing wrong with a little ego boost here and there, though, right? Sometimes we need to feel good about things. Oh, that's when you were being the cougar with, right? You were being the sugar mama? Ow! Ow!
Pennsylvania now, where again,
81 to 185, still creeping up there.
Pennsylvania, as well as Wisconsin, those Rust Belt states that Kamala Harris desperately needs,
Yeah, she needs Pennsylvania. They both need whoever's going to win is not going to win it without Pennsylvania, I think. Well, that's all right. The last woman that came after me wind up being my wife, so I guess that's okay. Never dated anyone younger than me. Too much drama between them age gap, yes. Well, I got good experience with that. When I was like, I don't know, 35, I dated this, and my wife's not listening. I dated this female little country girl that was absolutely stunningly beautiful. But Jesus, she drove me up the freaking wall. How can somebody be that dumb, uninterested in life? I'm like, yeah, you may be beautiful, but man, I can't handle this. Learned that finally, yeah. It's better to have somebody on your own mental path than anything. That's why I put up with Lorelai, my wife. Or maybe she puts up with me, I don't know. Yeah, before I met Lorelai, I dated a lot of crazies. I had some stalkers, and I had some really nice women too, but, it just wasn't time. Don't take it if someone dates a young person, that's their business. It is. Yes, more things in common, age appropriate is best. It is. And that's why I have the theory about Filipino women and American men or foreign women. I really believe this. My wife taught me this. So here's a rule of thumb about men. If the man is 50 years old, a man can date a woman, anywhere from 50 to the age 30, somewhere in that range, because that woman at 30 is just as smart as we are. She's more mature than we are. So those two kind of balance things out till we're actually on the same page. That's what happens. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding someone worth giving up my time for. Yes. I can relate to that. Unknown trash can, what's happening? You're happening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. What's happening in your world? Tell us what's going on in your world. Alexandria, about to win Kansas and Mississippi. Yeah, right now it's 81 to 91. But it's going to get a lot closer, guys. This is not even close to being over. I'm telling you. I'm 24 years older. See? But she's right on your same level, right, Tim? Because women are more mature and smarter than we are. Soul, it seems really difficult these days. I would agree. And Soul has a good soul. And she's a really good person. So she needs to meet somebody that's good. Ditto, Tim. Mine is not. Mine's 18. Mine was born on the year that I graduated high school. Unknown trash. Nothing but the live stream is very random on my FYP. Okay. Well, welcome to ours. We're talking about everything. Life adventures, dating, relationships, food, elections. We're also... Today is the only day on this YouTube channel that we will ever talk politics. Just because the election's here. Tomorrow we won't talk politics, I can promise you that. Alexander, I think our only fault as women, is that we're very emotional. We think emotionally and not rationally at certain times. I would agree, but I'm going to say this. I want to say this first before we go on. Alexandria, that is not a fault. That's a blessing. We don't want you girls to think like us men. We don't need you to be logical and unemotional. We don't need that. So it's not a fault, it's a plus. Sniper says, all I know is down here in Florida, Trump is huge. Traveled to VA before. I seen a Harris sign, just seems weird. Oh, I bet in Florida. Well, damn, pretty cool. Soul says, well, at the age I was, the age he was, the time we should have been at our, dare I say, sexual peak. What? There's a sexual peak? What do you mean? What do you mean, it's gonna get worse? Maybe I haven't peaked yet. I hope there's not a peak. Tim says, my girlfriend is a successful business owner, taking classes at the same time. See, she's a go-getter. See, at her age, she's, more gumption than most men. That was definitely not true in his case. I'm having struggles, but is what it is. Yeah, I remember you and I talked somewhat about some struggles you were dealing with down there with, I'm assuming with your Panay, your wife. I was hoping it's going to get better before it gets worse. And I know we talked about the fact that I think women need good role models, not bad role models. We have a bunch of bad role models around here. And my wife has learned the hard way which ones are good and which ones are bad. And she's still very nice to everybody and friends with everybody. But we definitely don't put our effort or trust into certain groups and or individuals. In fact, she has taken her final exam. Oh, I remember you telling me that. That's right. And sometimes the best thing we can do as husbands, and I know this sounds bad or counterproductive, but is steer the women away from Filipinas. Take the Filipina away from the Filipinas and let them meet a few American women or other wives from other cultures, something, but get them out of the Filipino mindset. She got the off the postpartum meds and seemed better. That's good news. But you're right, some Benays are not good. They are not. And they will intentionally destroy your marriage so that they feel good. And don't let them do it. Big John says, men testosterone thinking. Women taking testosterone shots think like men. Sex, 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 sex. Ooh. Hang on. Watch the TV a second. I got to take care of Lily and Poo Poo's chicken. I'm slow cooking some chicken because, we got to give our dogs custom dog food now. Forget the $40 a bag dog food that we have in the closet. That's right. Yep, some are jealous because of her because she is younger than most of the others in her area. Husband's still financially competitive. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. And I mean this, Snapshot. You got to divert the attention away from Filipinos if it's not going well. And I mean that. It's really beneficial to find a different pathway, friends, people to mingle with, things to do, and keep her out of that circle because they will poison, other relationships to feel good about their own selves. So we got more polls closing in a minute from Australia. Watching live from Australia. John, you're in trouble. My wife keeps me away from being stolen by Filipina. She keeps a good eye on me. Oh, my wife does the same thing. But John, unlike you, my wife can trust me and she knows that I'm a good husband. Women can like sex without having shots. I found out he liked drugs over sex. Yeah, well, there you go. Which is really pathetic. When you prefer drugs over sex, you know something's wrong with you, right? John says, just got back from the Walmart. See, John, you're lucky that I allowed that Walmart to be open. 201 to 81. It's still a long ways to go, boys and girls. Again, she asked for 500 today, negotiate on 300. Well, and Sniper, you know what I told you last time, and I don't mean this to be ugly and crude, but you got to be careful about the stray dog syndrome, and I know that sounds nasty, but if you keep giving, they're going to keep coming. And sometimes you got to just bite the bullet and tell the stray dog to go away. Sorry, no budget, no more. Remember the words, no budget, no budget, no budget. Her family in the Philippines will be just fine, I promise you. Diana says, yeah, you got to be crazy if you don't, like well, there's a lot of people that like alcohol over, Henry says, yeah, why would somebody choose drugs over sex? I agree. Because they're addicts and they're out of their mind. That's right. Well, a lot of alcoholics can't even produce, That's why their girlfriends cheat on them, I guess. A lot of women won't put up with alcoholics, and they shouldn't. I'm not saying they should, but they shouldn't put up with alcoholics. See, I don't get this. Live results, 0% in, 0 votes. They're going to call the race. A raging narcissist at that, yeah. John says, my 33-year-old son married his Filipino nurse in New York City. Much congratulations. Alcohol is a very bad demon. It is, Sniper. I had to put one of our regulars, somebody I've known for a long, long time, into YouTube and time out because he's not handling his demon very well. So that's why if you guys notice, he's not here anymore because I had to put him in time out. Behaving badly. That's why they call it spirits, yes. So one of our regulars is missing, but he's in timeout. He needs to refocus and dedicate his own self to whatever he needs to deal with versus causing disruptions on my live streams. Alcohol can lead to pregnancy. It can. But I tell girls this. The best way to make sure that you don't get pregnant while out drinking is to make sure the guy gets so shit-faced he can't stand up. Then you know you ain't got to worry about it. I've lost several friends. I have to. My brother died from it. My brother did. And that's why I know what I'm talking about when it comes to people with drinking problems. Not an expert in it or anything, but I get it. And there comes a point in time where, family, and I've said this, and I tried to explain this to him, but he didn't want to hear it, that, family gets to the point where they go, I don't want to be the one that gives him the alcohol or the money that he goes to buy the alcohol with that's going to put him in the grave. That's why a lot of families have to walk away from alcoholics and drug addicts. It just is. Because they can't take the burden of the guilt if that person dies. So they walk away. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way it is. Nose to the wall all the time. Henry says he will still have a beer now and then, but can handle drugs, can't handle drugs. And I have drinks. I don't do any drugs except for real drugs, the kind that cost $10,000 that buy, you know, the really expensive stuff. My wife's getting ready to come in, guys. So you tell her how wonderful of a husband and how lucky she is. That was her. She's going to come onto the live stream here in a minute. I bet you any money. You just continue to tell her how wonderful I am, how lucky she is, how she won the lottery. She comes in here, snapshot. You tell her, man, you're one lucky woman to get a man like him. All of you guys. I know Henry will. So I think she's firing up the camera to spy on me. There she is. The Philippine-American couple. Hi, me. Hi, me. Boy, you're kind of selfish. Hi, me. Why don't you say hi to everybody else, not hi to me or hi to you? What a great husband you are. Your wife should be so happy. That's right. You hear that, Lorelei? Huh. Huh. See there? Huh. See there? And I didn't even have to tell him to say that. I'm proud of you. Yeah, why not answering me? So I figured out you're live. That's right. I can't answer the phone while I'm live, or it just totally goes boom. Henry is saying, yep, the spy in the house. I told him earlier you were spying on us. I'm like, I hear the camera clicking on and off. Yes, the dogs ate. Well, that's technically true. Lorelei is correct. I am alive, literally alive, because we had a spy camera in the house and I wasn't responsive. So technically that is true. Yes, he did feed the dogs. Thank you, Tim. See, everybody was here when I fed the dogs. So they witnessed, they saw them eat your homemade chicken, rice, whatever stuff. By the way, we're out of it, so I cooked the chicken so you can make more of it tomorrow. I used up the rest of it today. He went to coma. Yeah, I went into a coma, but I caught him passing out. That's why I have the camera. No, that's not why she has the camera. So yeah, literally she, you know. I used to be 120 pounds, could drink anyone under the table. I don't really drink anymore, but I can have a drink here and there. Nice. Thanks, Tim. So the dogs are good. They're both being fat, lazy dogs. Why were we still good for the whole day until midnight? I don't know. You sound like me, Diana. Yeah, Diana only lives in Oklahoma, which isn't very far from you, Henry. Scotty B! Sorry, hello, everybody. Don't be sorry for saying hello to everybody. Scotty, it's all right. I don't know. It just didn't look like there was that much, so I gave it to him. I split it up with some rice and gave it to him. But here, let me show you the dogs, because I know you're going to ask. I think there's Lily and her cone of shame. Everybody say hi to Scotty, by the way. There's Lily and her cone of shame. And then you got Daisy. Where's the camera? Where's Daisy? There's Daisy. So everybody's sleeping, having a good time. Scotty Timmonson, hello to Scotty. Soul Soother Diana saying, hello, beautiful Lori. Good to see you. She is beautiful. I've told them all that you're the most beautiful woman on the planet. Not Filipina, but woman. Big difference there. Professor's in the house. Hey, Brother Henry from the professor. Oh, my baby just seems to ate and full. Yeah, they are. Lily was still hungry, but she wouldn't eat any of the dog food, so it is what it is. HN, hey, Ron, Scott, Lori. I've seen her picture. Oh, you've seen my wife's picture? I won the lottery, but she won the bigger lottery. So it's kind of like I won the state lottery, and she won the mega billion federal lottery. That's how I equate our relationship. Professor, say hello to Lorelei. She's in the house. She's in the chat. Not in the house, in the chat. Lorelei says, oh, you're so sweet. Get this fixed back the way it was. We're at 201 to 91. It's getting close. There we go. 100% right. Yeah, that's right. You're lucky you got me. We were telling Sniper earlier that sometimes, Lorelei, he's married to a Filipina. He lives down by our other friends in Naples. But we were telling him earlier, I was telling him earlier, that sometimes other Filipinas can be very bad for a relationship because they can be really jealous and want to hurt somebody else's relationship. So I was trying to give him some advice to keep his wife away from the bad Filipinas. Big John says, I'm cooking chicken and rice. Oh, that's what I just did for my dogs, John. Soul says, I just called them like I see you. Professor. I got something for your birthday secret date. Oh yeah? What do you got? What do you got? Tell me. I got something for your Christmas, but I decided to give it away. How's that? John is saying hello to Ronald. Hey, Brother JB! That's all right. I don't need anything for my birthday. We spend so much. I forgot to tell you, Lorelei, if you didn't notice, we got a whole bunch of super chats tonight from people. So that might help to cover the dog bills. That's what I was going to say. We've spent so much money on the vets for the dogs. Don't buy any birthday stuff. We'll just give it to the vet. That's why your secret birthday is a whole November. The whole month of November is my birthday. Nice. Good. So it's my birthday right now. Oh, I think Ted Cruz won again. I couldn't decide between the two, so I wrote in the professor. What? I was asking for votes. Come on, man. I was going to share presidential duty with the professor. I was going to do it 1 month, and he could do it 1 month, and we'll just flip-flop back and forth. Wow. Tim says, how did you know my birthday was coming up so soon, young lady? Yeah, there's a lot of our birthdays in November. We got like 4 or 5 of us that come to these, that their birthdays are all around the same time here in November, later part of November. We got a bunch of us, starting on or about the 15th, all the way to the end of the month. Thank you all for your super chat. Inspire us, and David will do live too. Yeah, we'll do a birthday video, I guess, if you're going to make me do a birthday thing. I do think I'm starting to get a complex. Most of the men in here talk about Philippine women. Sorry. What am I, chopped liver? No, Diana. No. There are some good American women, and I'm sure you're one of them. There's just not many. Well, Flamingo's hot for you. You know, Flamingo was ready to move in with you the first time he saw your chat. So, may not be hot, may not be beautiful, but I am cute. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Don't worry about it. my wife is saying men here are not mostly nice guys. Even Filipinas are not, but has good hearts, Diana. The good thing is we do have a lot of men in America that come in and out, so you just never know who you're going to meet. Ditto on the men. Probably one of the few that hasn't been with a Filipina. Yeah, Henry hasn't been with the Filipina. He's single. He lives here in Mississippi. And Henry's a good guy. But a lot of these guys, are married or in real relationships with Filipinas. Like Tim isn't married, but he's in the Philippines with his. We do have some people that come on here that are in imaginary long-distance relationships. They think they're in a relationship with the Filipina, but they're really not. And then we have some that are in a romantic long-distance relationship. We have some that are in a platonic long-distance relationship. And then just some that are in a long-distance relationship. Well, I just said that. Diana, HTN is single and lives in Mississippi. I used to think I was beautiful, but then because of health issues, I put on some weight. Oh, well. But as you said earlier, isn't it more important to have a man who is beautiful on the inside than the outside? And wouldn't that be the same for women folk? Diana's saying, Mississippi, huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Henry came up and had dinner with us one time when we're in Arkansas, when he was passing through. So we invited him to the Halloween party, but he stood us up and went to Georgia instead. So, Scotty says, so Henry has never had a Filipino headache? Oh, God. Filipino tampo, whatever, which I actually enjoy. Nope. All women was skinny when they were young. I gained weight since I've had health issues too. But as long as you're true and kind to yourself, that's what's important. Very well said. See, I've turned her into a good person, guys. I've turned her into a rock star of a woman. Rock star of a woman? Woman of a rock? I don't know, whatever. You get the point. Tim says, I put on some weight because my girlfriend feeding me good food. Yep. The first 6 months Lorelai and I was married, I lost weight because I had to eat her cabbage every day. John says, I've only been with one Filipino, my wife, for 11 years. Lorelai and I are at the 10-year mark. Well, I do travel a lot, but never know where I'm going most of the time. Yeah, but meeting someone new is harder once you hit that stage. It is. It is. The whole game changes. Yeah, we met him in person. No dry fish, thank you. That's right, no stinky fish. No stinky fish. Remember this, no budget, no stinky fish. That's all you need to know. No budget, no stinky fish. Nice guy, huh? Interesting. Yeah, Henry's a good guy. We like Henry. Looks younger than his age. I look younger than my age. What do you mean? 9 years for Tim. Trump wins Iowa. Iowa used to be an important state. I don't know what happened to it. Well, one thing I'll tell you is if you want to meet, if you like to dance, which I think you said you did like to dance, you ought to go to the VFW. That's about our age bracket, age group. The VFWs or the Lions Club or the Moose Lodge, when they have dances, you'll meet decent guys that are about your age out there that aren't just... Dennis changed his name. Hi, Dennis. What? Dennis changed his name? Dennis is here? Well, Dennis was here earlier, and he was Henry said, yeah, I can still lie about my age. He was happy he didn't have to worry about anybody getting mad at him. So he was happy that I put somebody in timeout. So I think that's why he gave us a super chat, because he was happy to see that he could talk freely and not be attacked. Soul says, men don't usually like women with weight unless they are at least, or they have the pictures of you being thinner in their mind. I think that's logical. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it's logical. Have to go outside, enjoy the humidity, have a great stream. We will do it. Oh, VFWs are fun places usually. Yeah. My wife been in the U.S. 10 years. We got married right away. Same here. John and I, we have about the same timeline. My mind is still keep me laughing, so not all men like popsicle sticks. That's true. It's got to be taken care of. Go eat some stinky fish. Stinky fish is true love. David is lucky. I'm not too into dry. Yeah, I'm very lucky. The last time she didn't like it, it kind of made her stomach upset. So she's like, well, you know, if it's just not going to be enjoyable the way it was back when we lived in the Philippines, I might as well just not eat no stinky fish anymore. I'm like, yeah, that's a good plan. I think that sounds good. So no stinky fish for Thanksgiving, which is good, or Christmas party. We're having a Christmas party on December the 14th. Everybody's welcome to come. You know, everybody's welcome. Come up to the Christmas party, do some Christmas. The girls are gonna sing karaoke, but I'm gonna make them sing Christmas karaoke versus the same, I will always love you crap, you know. I mean, how many times do we gotta hear the same stupid love songs over and over and over and over and over and over and over at a party? Can't we have some better music? You know, they won't do anything from the 70s or the 80s where the good music is, but they got to do all that sappy Whitney Houston, or the Hotel California 500 times. You know, John says, it's got to be, enjoy the heat, enjoy the humidity. Arkansas isn't really that far from Oklahoma, huh? No, it's not. You're welcome to show. Come up, we'll have a lot of people. So, yeah, we went to Oklahoma a while back to go watch drag queen Lady Gaga or something. I can't remember her name now. So, somebody down in Durant, Oklahoma. We went to the casino down in Durant. Agents are right beside each other. Yep, we're next. So, I got all the Christmas decorations dragged in the house. Lorelai has to start working on it this next week. 90 times for a song, right. 99,000 times for a song. I mean, so Henry has no issues to visit Oklahoma. Lorelai's trying to set you two up if you haven't figured it out. So, well, maybe you can both drive up for the Christmas party. Henry can drive up from Mississippi, you can drive over from Oklahoma. I'm only 10 hours away from yeah, I'm only 10 hours away. Oh yeah, Tim says Vice Gandhi, not Lady Ganda. Lady, whatever. Vice Ganda, Gandhi, whatever, Ganda. Yeah, I caught that. Yeah, so we were down in Durant, Oklahoma. So 4 hours, Durant was 4 hours from us. So. We're at 207 to 91. Still a close race. I have noticed. John says, my wife was skinny when I first met her. Now she's just a little chubby. Life is good. Well, John, you should pack up the wife and the kid and join us for our Christmas party. You fly all over the country all the time. What do you mean you can't fly out here for an evening? Man. Lorelai says, well, you guys seem like nice persons and maybe a match. You never know. They both like music. You know, she's into music, he's into music, so there you go. I'm in Moore, Oklahoma, between OK City and Norman. Ah, okay. Yeah, John, your wife is still skinny. Yeah, she sees her on Facebook, I guess. I've been there a few times. I can't remember if I've ever been, I've been to Oklahoma City, but I don't remember if I've ever been to Norman, Oklahoma, to be honest. I've been to a lot of other little places in Oklahoma. I don't know if I've ever been to Norman. You never know. There you go. See? I mean, you really don't ever know about anything. One of these days, we're going to try to get all of us YouTubers who live in this part of the world, from Florida all the way to Texas, all together somewhere, and have a big convention. Because you never know, man. No rush. Just embrace the time. It never hurts. You know, one thing I'm really big on is telling people, look, we try to introduce people all the time to each other because you just never know who's going to turn out either to be a mate or just a really good friend. You never know. You might meet somebody and go, man, you know, it's just nice to know somebody, you know, else. Yeah. Well, yeah, we know we're Norman. We know that Oklahoma OU is in Norman, but nobody in Arkansas cares. Sorry, Diana. Yeah, yeah. I think Oklahoma plays, don't they play Arkansas this year? So maybe we'll win that game because your team, Oklahoma, sucks just as bad as Arkansas this year. So, you know, if they play, maybe we'll win that one. But yeah, no, I don't think I've ever been to Oklahoma. I've been to OKC and some other places, but I don't remember if I've ever been. We're in Arkansas. Oh, I thought you were being funny and said, well, now where is Arkansas? We are in northwest Arkansas, the very northwest corner. So Fort Smith, Fayetteville, that corner, the northwest section of Fayetteville, the northwest part of the state of Arkansas. It's the home of the University of Arkansas, Walmart, Tyson Foods, J.B. Hunt, tons and tons of other crap. Eureka Springs is right outside us, about 30 minutes. You might have heard of Eureka Springs, Arkansas. We are south of Branson, Missouri. I don't know if you ever heard of Branson, Missouri. Branson, Missouri is like an hour and 15 minutes from us. And Springfield is an hour and 50 minutes south of us. Tulsa is an hour and 50 minutes to the west of us. So that's where we're at. It's a big growing place up here. We live in the Beverly Hills of Arkansas, but we live on the other side of the tracks where the poor people live. Going back to work, good. Earn that money for your honey, bring home the bacon. Making some bacon. All right, be safe. Weather's good, dogs are good, house is good. Chicken's almost boiled. I'm going to put it back in the refrigerator when it cools, and you can do whatever you want with it. Thank you all. Tim says, have fun. Thank you all for always being nice to us and for your support. She's right. We have a lot of really good people that are really nice to us. You know, I mean, Jack is really mad at me now because, you know, I put him in timeout, but most people are really nice to us. Henry says, have fun with work. That's right. We're watching the election here. Professor David, enough free endorsements for Wally World and the Chicken Man. Well, I tell you, Ronald, I'm threatening that boycott because look, we only got 6 electoral votes, 6. And we own the world in Arkansas. Understand that? If we shut down our trucking industry, you guys get no food anywhere. If we shut down Walmart, you get no food or cheap Chinese clothing. Just saying. 4 hours, 12 minutes to Eureka. Oh, all right. So yeah, I mean, it took us 4 hours to get a little bit under 4 hours, just slightly under 4 hours to get to Durant, Oklahoma from here. So yeah, Eureka is about 30 minutes from our house, Eureka Springs. It's a nice little artsy community. It used to be really popular in the 60s and 70s with hippies and pot smokers, in the 80s. Then it got into the biker thing in the 2000s, and that kind of went away. So it's just kind of like a hodgepodge of a little tourist town. So it's not very big, but it's nice. It's very country. And Branson is, like I said, an hour and 15 minutes from us, I guess, about there. So we go to Branson quite a bit. We run up to Branson, Missouri to have lunch sometimes, just for shits and giggles, because we have nothing better to do. So yeah, 5 hours or less, yeah. Yeah, Henry says, yeah, Eureka was a fun place back in the day. It was a fun place back when I was a kid. I mean, there was dope everywhere. Man, if you wanted to find marijuana, you just go to Eureka Springs and pick it up off the street. There's so much of it. Jim says, shut down Walmart, help the American economy. Oh, you're probably right. We live here. We hate Walmart. They we don't have a choice. I feel like we're prisoners, to be honest. We do have Targets here. We have 2 Targets. We have Aldi's here. But if you want other stuff, you got to go to Walmart. I mean, there's not a lot of other. I mean, Walmart is everywhere. Walmart's like every other mile. So, Walmart. Oh, he's right. Yeah. I mean, Walmart is even the people that live here don't like Walmart. So, even the people that work for Walmart, the people that work for Walmart really hate Walmart. It's not a good company to work for, I'm just telling you. And I know people around the United States that refuse to go into Walmart and literally boycott Walmart. They suck. They treat their people like garbage. I mean, they really are not good to people. We're at 91 Harris, Trump 207. Ronald, I found you a honey. She's on the TV. Well, mister. Others would come if they didn't have to fight with Walmart. That's correct. Walmart keeps businesses out of here. Absolutely. Walmart will put everybody out of business. Been to Gravette, Arkansas. Yep, been to Gravette. Gravette's only a 30-minute car ride to the west. I've been to Gravette many times myself. Many times. So, yep, been to Gravette many times. But you're right. Others can't come in here. One thing you guys don't understand about Walmart is not only a retail store giant, it's a real estate company. Walmart owns more real estate than you could ever dream of they would own. And they own and own and own and own. So all over. And they buy it up, and they've been doing this for 20 years to prevent other stores from building and being in competition. Wally World. Gotta go to Wally World. We hate Walmart, but what are you going to do, right? It's so convenient. It's just, like I said, we have them built every mile, why should I drive 5 miles to go to Aldi's when I can go to Walmart in 1 mile? Aldi's probably has better deals. I don't know about their food, but, HDN says, I've been all over the place and still haven't found a place I want to stay. That's understandable. Yeah, Brahms had to stop selling everything But fast food through the drive-throughs because Walmart cried they're losing money. Yeah, business, yeah. Yeah, that one's still interesting. I've been trying to study that, John. And it's going to have to become down to a murder because there's a bunch of videos out there with these secret videos of Walmart employees going, you can't shut the door from inside. And these aren't good Walmart employees. These are people just lowlifes, you know, the bottom of the food chain going, somebody had to kill this girl because look, I can barely shut these doors on the outside and there's no handles on the inside to shut them. So it's going to turn out somebody either pranked her and killed her or murdered her outright. We like Brahms though. Brahms has good ice cream. We buy the South Serve Vanilla Twist cones is what we buy. And you just get the small, not the baby, the junior. You just get the small because they're all the same size. I don't know if you know this. If you ask them for a large vanilla or chocolate twist cone, frozen yogurt, the amount you get in the cone is the same amount of yogurt. The cone's the same size. So you just order the small one and you get the same size as the big one. Some people have friends in high places. They do. And some people have them in low places. All of my friends are from, oh, what's that song? Oh. Been looking for love in all the wrong places. My friends, I don't know. There's also another one about friends in low places and something. What's that one? I know you music people got to know this. Walmart almost got ran out of route after Katrina hit here in Mississippi for price gouging. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Bobby's in the house. Oh, Bobby made a batch of tamales. They turned out amazing. Too bad I'm not living in your house. Ooh. Oh. My wife was just on here a few minutes ago, and we had her convinced to let you move in. But as soon as she sees that comment, ooh. Bobby's, oh, Garth Brooks. I have friends in low places. Okay. Okay. That's what it is. But you could have put some of those in a styrofoam cooler with an ice pack, and you could have shipped those tamales to me. So, professors, I got friends in low places. But what's the one about women? I'm looking for love in all the wrong places and in all the wrong faces, something like that. Got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases my blues away. Johnny Lee is looking for some love. Johnny Lee's looking for love in all the wrong places, in all the wrong faces. See, if you guys want me to sing or not sing, you gotta, you know. Sniper says, how about all my rowdy friends are coming over tonight? Hank Williams Jr., I know that one, right? I know that one. We were into Hank when I was in high school. Streets of Bakerfield, yeah, that's a song. It's also, you know, Streets in Bakerfield. Do they really have bakers in Bakersfield? That's what I wonder. But it's good to have friends in low places. I was looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for love in too many faces, searching their eyes, looking for traces of what I'm dreaming of, hoping to find a friend, a lover. I'll bless the day. Tim says, don't sing. You got to pay me not to sing. That's one of my tricks, man. Do you know Hank Jr. ended up marrying? He got married? Well, good for him. He's really old and ugly now, though, right? No, I didn't know he got married. That's surprising to me. I didn't know that he liked women. I mean, he seemed to be... Oh, that's right. I thought I saw a thing with him and Kid Rock. And that was, yeah, I thought I saw a news thing about something, yeah. That is a trip, isn't it? Now, I hate to burst anybody's bubble, but I've never been impressed by Kid Rock stuff. It's okay, but it's just okay. But Hank Williams Jr., that boy could tell a story. Yeah, Hank can tell a story. I like storyteller music people. It's my, like Don McLean and stuff. I like Simon and Garfunkel. I'm more of the, John says, I am a baker. Yeah, I guess you probably are when you bake something in the oven. So I guess, there you go. But I like Hank, Waylon. They were real hot with the some of the cowboy kids or the country kids that I hung around with during high school. And only hung out with them because the country girls were cuter than the city girls. Bobby says, Trump 210 of 270, Harris 111, about time for the Democrats to print some mail-in ballots. Well, it's not over. I mean, Pennsylvania, some of those other, California. So she's going to get a lot closer than we think, and she may pull this off. So I don't think we're even close. It's a family tradition, yes. Buck Wiggin singing, Norkin, what the knob? Dirty deeds done dirty cheap. Wheat, buckwheat, singing, nothing but knob. I watch, growing up, this is really weird. And my grandparents, I don't think were racist. I really don't think they were. I don't think they didn't age well with the times, maybe with the terminology. But I thought it was funny. I was thinking the other day, I remember my grandmother used to sing when she was cooking, doing dishes or whatever, and who knows why. But I remember her, back this when I was a little kid, singing this song, Johnny Crack Corn, and I didn't have to. Well, I looked that up the other day. Man, that's one racist-ass song. I mean, it is not a very nice song. But I remember her singing, Johnny Crack Corn, while she was doing the dishes. So I didn't. That's all she ever repeated. That's all I ever knew the song was Johnny Crack Corn for some damn reason. I didn't know what cracking corn was, but he cracked corn apparently. Or Johnny Crack Corn because I didn't have to, or whatever it was. But I Googled it the other day and went, wow. So the master, one of the lyrics is something about, so the master wouldn't find, I don't know, man. I didn't like it, so I turned it off. So, I know nothing, Big John says. Life is good. So, it was just crazy. My poor old grandma. But she was German. Yes, the world was completely, openly racist, and those songs were designed to make children racist. I don't disagree. I never ever heard the whole entire song, ever. And I didn't hear it this time. I pulled it up on YouTube and went, what? This is what this song is? Holy crap. Sniper says, well, if you're going to be racist against everyone, not just one race. There you go. You got to hate everybody. If you're going to be a hater, you got to hate everybody. Another one bites the dust. Love that song. Another one bites the dust. Then there was another, Weird Al Yankovic said, another one bites the doctor. Bobby says, did you ever sing the enemy, meanie, mo, something? No. I didn't. Is it a bad song too? Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. I know what you're saying now. You're right. Yeah, luckily, my dad wasn't racist, and so I remember that song when I was little, but it wasn't sung in our family. But I know what you're talking about. But my dad wouldn't have used that. He didn't. He had an experience in the military where. I don't know, whatever. And he came from New Jersey. So he didn't feel that way. So he would never do that. Blue tail fly was the song Blue Tail Fly. Okay, was that the song? Was that the name of the song for Johnny Crack Corn? Yeah. Blazing Saddles. You gotta love Blazing Saddles, man. But that was, I mean, you couldn't make that movie today for so many different reasons. But it's still funny if you don't get hung up on it. Bob Seger, Silver Bullet Band, love him, ZZ Top, little old band from Texas. Gotta love, I had a ZZ Top keychain, man. I'm telling you, I was cool. I didn't have a t-shirt because I was too fat and they were too skinny, too small. Steve Miller Band in concert soon, near me. Nice. Bobby says, as kids we sang it all the time when we chose teams. Oh, any, many, many. I thought that was about your toes. That song wasn't about your toes? That wasn't about your toes? And John likes the fact that you're going to have a concert there, soul. I grew up on all the best white singers. But that song wasn't about your toes. It was about picking something like for Red Rover, send one over for like games. Then what was the one about your toes? Because I didn't like that at all. Don't touch my toes for one. Yeah. So I had a real problem as a little kid. I didn't want people to touch me. I smacked them too much. You know, I didn't have a problem smacking adults when I was a little kid. I didn't want to hear any of that shit. Is their anniversary? Oh, nice. We're at in Oklahoma. Are they coming? Are they coming to Norman? Bobby says, yeah, catchy. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. But there was a song about toes, right? Because I remember an uncle or somebody touched one of my toes doing that whole... Slash from Guns N' Roses is half black, and they have straight up racist song, One of a Million. What a world we live in. I'm going to screenshot that because I don't remember that. I don't remember that song. I'm going to have to look that up and see the lyrics because I don't remember that. One of the casinos? Yes. There's still too many here. Tommy James and the Chandels. What about the Pips? Oh, some small people one. 8-track tapes? Yes. The Crystal Blue Persuasion. You gotta admit, Ronald, some of that music was silky smooth. You know what I mean? It was smooth. But the people today will never experience real music. Well, I don't know... Henry, I'm going to say this. My grandparents said the exact same damn thing about the shit I was listening to in the 80s. You kids these days, you will never know what real music is like. Okay, Bobby, okay. But I still swore there was, yeah. But wasn't there something they did to your toes? Because I remember, you know, that was not okay. Got a flat tire on the damn donut tire. What? That's not good. Got a flat tire on the damn, yeah, those donuts don't even run 45 or 50 miles. You're supposed to change them with, tomorrow I got a story to tell you guys tomorrow. People need to listen to it today. I agree. I think people ought to listen to older music. Soul says, I have an entire system, everything from all the way back to 8-track. Well, you and Henry may hit it off then, because Henry's a music guy, let me tell you. That's bad. Yeah, it's really bad. Sniper, Google the ice cream song. Ice cream, me scream, we all scream for ice cream, that one? Are you talking about Little Biggie went to the market? Oh, yeah, that's what that is. That one pissed me off. I didn't like that song. Reel to read, 8 tracks, cassettes, 45s. So many things that kids today will never experience. I agree. David Allen Cole. Okay. So, let me get this right. Ice Cream Song by David Allen Cole. I wonder if I got it. I'm going to look that one up. Hang on a second. I probably can't play it, but I can look it up. So it's not the ice cream. The ride, you mean? Let's see. Tennessee whiskey. Knack, 2 races. Oh, Coe, okay. Real, the king of rock, Lady Mac singers. Okay. Dak 2 religious donuts. Can't get everything but the whole of the donut. All right, I'm going to look at it. It's not ice cream. We all scream for ice cream. My neighbors think I'm poor. They are sharing their music with me. Again, it's very nice of them. I still have my components here. Franceses. Thank you for being here. Doesn't sound bad so far. Thank you for being here, Francis. Said 1 scoop, 2 scoop. Maybe I got the wrong ice cream song? This one just says I went in the shop one day. That one? Am I missing something? I get the wrong ice cream song? Maybe you're sending me down a rabbit hole. Henry's, I still have the first Elvis record with blonde hair. Nice. John likes the radios. At least they were playing Oh, I like Scorpions. Released in 1916 by Columbia Records. It was written by actor Susie Brown and played. March 1916. The ice cream song from 1916? Am I still on the ice cream song? There's a lot of them. All right, here it is. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, the one from 1916. I got it now. I see it right here. Damn. It's known as the most racist song, merits distinction of the most racist song title in America. Released in 1916. Damn. 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 That's a bad song. Damn. Yo, bad is bad. That's bad. I mean, there's nothing overt racist about that. That's just flat racist. Oh, the neighbors. In the Philippines, the neighbors are famous for sharing their music with you, whether you want them to or not. And what Tim is saying, luckily, they are playing the Scorpions. But here in a little bit, it's going to be Celine Dion, I Will Always Love You, or some of that other sappy crap. So, but hang on, I got to go check that chicken. So watch the fat old white guy. Watch the table of old people there. For a second, I got to turn the chicken off. All right, looks like the dogs will have perfect chicken. Let's see. Matt's here. Put it in all red. Gamble. Matt, thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up as you came in. Dolly Parton, 9 to 5, or Jolene. I think Jolene was my favorite song of hers. Air Supply, you can't beat them. Oops, it should say drinking where I put singing. 216 to 193, favoring. So you're getting your results, sooner than I get mine. "30 seconds, 29. It's gonna, yeah, see, that's pretty close. 216, 193. You knew she's gonna run the table and get a lot of those here towards the middle of the end. Now she's gonna feel like she's gonna win. Why is they taking away? All right, we're getting ready to add some right now. Mine shows 214 to 145. Because California's close. She knew she's going to win California, so that's good to get the California big one out of the way. Which song is that, Diana? She's got a radio on the line in the liner room, TV on in the living room, stereo in on the same time. Is that the Filipino thing? Pretty much. Idaho goes to Trump oh, that's the one that splits. She gets 4, he gets 40. Pretty much, snapshot. Yep. Oregon's closed, but it's too early. Washington's too early. Me and little Andy, yes. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I think one of the saddest songs, a lot of sad songs out there. I think Loretta Lynn's Coat of Many Colors is really sad. 214 to 145 is what the Australian news is showing right now. And that's a Dolly song. Me and Little Andy. Y'all have to check that out. I don't remember it. Yeah, Sniper, they might have a lot of things going on. What I would just do is just go in behind them and turn it off. Because, what's weird is sometimes Filipinos are a little scared of electricity. And so for a long time, Lorelei was a little nervous about unplugging things and all of that. So I would just, Patsy Cline is one of the best. My Coat of Many Colors. That's, Loretta Lynn. Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're right. I was thinking of Coal Miner's Daughter. Sorry, you're right. Patsy Cline, you can't beat. I mean, Lonesome. Is that the name of that song, Lonesome? The saddest song is Honey by Bobby Goldsboro. Do I got any battery left over here? I don't know that song, Ronald. I'm going to Google it. I probably can't play it so you can hear it because I'll get kicked out of the internet world. Song, Honey. I'm listening to it, Ronald. See. Oh, that's a commercial. All right, Henry, appreciate you. It's a beautiful song. You know, what's the lady singing with the big boobs? Dolly Parton? I got a feeling she dies in this song. You gotta listen to me, little Andy. We talk about crying. I'll do it. Dolly was a big deal back in the day. Yeah. I don't know if you guys like truck driving songs, but there's like Phantom 409 is one of the saddest songs you would ever hear about little Johnny or Billy, whatever the kid's name is. Man, that's a sad song. But I like truck driving music. Eddie Rabbits is my favorite. Nice. Yeah, that's what I figured. It is a very sad, sad song. I think I remember this song down, Ronald. Yeah, I can get that, Ronald. I can sense that. All right, let me find the Dolly Parton song. What do we call that? Sorry, let me get back up here to Diana. Little Andy. Oh, listen, you gotta listen to Me and Little Andy. That sounds familiar. Me and Little Andy. We're going to listen to Me and Little Andy. One and Tin Soldier Rides Away. My favorite Christmas song is Little Drummer Boy. Sniper, that's funny. It is Christmas time. Aww. Sad. Yeah. Baby, it's cold outside. That's a sad song. You're right. I remember that now. Yeah, my favorite Christmas song is Little Drummer Boy. I've liked that ever since I was a little kid. Sniper says, baby, it's cold outside is a good one. Santa Baby, yeah. I always found Little Drummer Boy very, I don't know, real. I know that's weird. Can a song be real? But Little Drummer Boy to me is you can almost feel it, touch it, experience it, live in it. So, but there's like Phantom 409 or Teddy Bear. There's a country song called Teddy Bear. I don't remember who sings it, Charlie Pride or one of them guys way back in the 70s from truck driving music, Teddy Bear. That's one of the saddest songs you'll ever hear. You know, poor little boy dies, you know. My favorite Christmas song is The Waitress, Christmas Wappin'. Huh. Ted Cruz wins Senate, re-election in Texas. Yeah, I saw that. Trump's leading in Georgia, but it's still too close because they're still counting the votes in Atlanta. Michigan is up for Harris. Wisconsin is too close also. Trump is edging at the moment there, but they don't have, I don't know what percentage. Virginia's too early, 80%. It looks like she'll win Virginia, unless something changes. Third term, Ted Cruz. He's only in his third term? I thought he'd already been in Texas for like 50 years. I thought he was, or was he governor or something at one time? It seems like he's been there a really, 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 really long time. They think Harris will win Illinois. Yeah, we saw that earlier. Man, I'm shocked. I thought he was there a lot longer. Is that guy in New Mexico who ran for president still in politics out in New Mexico? I liked him. I can't remember his name, but I actually kind of liked him. Oh, I agree. Well, I try not to stress over anything too much. You know, it's kind of like it breaks my heart every time Arkansas loses a game. But tomorrow's a new day, so why let it stress you too much, right? Because you can't do anything about it. All we can do is watch and see what happens. Right now, everybody that has voted has voted. You know, it is what it is. There's no reason to get upset about it. You can be disappointed, but you still got to get up tomorrow. And seeing that tomorrow's Wednesday, you got to get up tomorrow and go to work for a lot of people. Tim will be back in a few minutes. All right. Right, but this is a whole new ball game. Yeah, right now we're the lead is 2014, 214 to 158, but there's still so many things out there. They are now saying, which is good news, there was no credible bomb threats actually. So there was some bomb threats called in, but there was no real bombs or nobody was ever in danger in Georgia and or Pennsylvania. So that's a good thing. Well, you know, it is so many variables and things can go so many different ways and you know, and a lot of people have put their lives on hold, so to speak, based on what happens in this election. You know, there's a lot of people that can't afford houses or haven't bought houses, won't buy a house. The interest rates are too, you know, so there's a lot of people that are hoping that's going to drop so they can buy houses again. So there's a lot going on, a lot of variables. But what we know, or what we hope, and what we know are two different things. The bomb threats came from Russia. Yeah. Well, I don't know where they came from, and they may have come from Russia. But the good news was there's no bombs anywhere. You got to ride the ride and make the best of a worst case. You know, and what we have to do, my friends, is we have to protect ourselves where no matter who's president, it can negatively affect us, right? So we have to take care of our business and just keep going and keep doing. Now, with inflation up, that affects everybody. I get that. But what I mean is you just keep doing because everything goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So maybe the next 20 years, we got a bull market again and everything's great. And then you got a bear market, then you got a bull market, and a bear market. You just don't know. And if you are so leveraged where you have to live and die on every breath, then that's a real problem. Diana says, Russia gets blamed for everything, as they should. What's scary about the Russia situation to me is the fact that North Korea sent troops to Russia. That's something we should probably worry about. Russia's behind the series of false bomb threats in Georgia and other states that briefly closed polling stations Tuesday. Escalation tactics armed as slowing the fear, suppression of the vote. I agree with you, Ronald. Federal and local offices said, yeah. Well, what's good is if it happened, they're at least admitting that Russia tries to mess with the election, right? So the good thing is they're finally going, we don't like it, it's bad, but we have foreign entities, which we all know for a long time, not just the last 20 years, but for a very, very long time, foreign entities have interjected themselves into elections. So, but at least now the government's not being a bunch of pussies and going, no, 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 no. So that's kind of, it is what it is. Just admit it and move on. But yeah, the fact that Russia is now using North Korean soldiers is a little disturbing to me. Yeah, you're right. We kind of think we know what they're going to do, but we don't have a clue. Once somebody gets in that office, Professor is dropping the link to the Washington Post article talking about it. Nice. Isaac Games says, make Brazil and America great again. Well, it's good to have you here. Thank you for the thumbs up, Isaac. I appreciate you being here, Game. Can I ask a question? Was Brazil ever great? Ooh, no, just kidding. I think Brazil does some really interesting things that people can learn from. And the women are beautiful. So there you go. And they have really good nuts. That's all I know about Brazil, to be honest. I know at one time they were doing the biofuel pretty heavily. I blame China for a lot of it. I think China is a big problem. China and Russia and North Korea, I think they collude together to screw with us. And what's sad to me, or at least I think it's sad, or I don't know, I wish we would screw with them more. I wish we would screw with China and Russia, in their elections and their process. I wish we would have hackers, and maybe we do, I don't know, but it would be fair play. And we would have people doing that. So, it looks like Harris may win Pennsylvania. So, she may win Pennsylvania. China, I think, is a bigger problem. I think China, what we need to do with China is just let China implode upon itself. I think China's really close to imploding upon itself. And we should help it do that. However you do it, I don't know. But I agree. I think China's a problem. I don't think North Korea is a day-to-day problem. I think he's a crazy man problem. I think with North Korea, I think he could wake up tomorrow and want to go bomb Taiwan with nuclear weapons. You just don't know, I think, with him. I think China is dangerous from a financial standpoint, economics. I don't think they're going to invade or attack anybody. I think they're trying to undermine technology, and they're being smart about it. North Korea is crazy, and he's just going to blow somebody up one day. And I don't think Russia is as powerful as Russia thinks. And partly why I say that is because Russia had to bring troops in from North Korea to deal with Ukraine. Ukraine. That's kind of like a college team playing a high school team, right? So how come they can't beat Ukraine? Something's not right there. John says, Brazil has the best thongs. They do. Do they sell a lot of them, I wonder? Diana says, totally agrees with, well, hopefully she agrees with me and not about the thongs, but we could all probably agree that Brazil has nice thongs, at least from a man's perspective, because you never catch me wearing one. And I wouldn't want my wife to wear one, but I guess they're okay to look at, I don't know. Because that's not what was in the script. So apparently there's bomb threats called into Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona also. FBI says they appear to have originated from Russia email domains. There you go. Right there on Australian news. If it's from Australia, you know it's true. You know if you know, that's it. And John knows about thongs. He has a large collection of thongs at his house, you know. And they're not his wives, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Yeah, so that's good though. At least it was nobody, you know, in any real danger. Just the crazy Russians trying to screw with things. So we're getting some update about North Carolina. Lord have mercy, yes. Especially if we have to see John in them. Australia still thinks, but I don't know, man. It's getting closer. And if she wins Pennsylvania, it's going to be a tough night.
If you listen to what Harrison was saying in their statements earlier, I mean, they're effectively conceding to something.
Michigan is still too close to call. 49-8 to 48-4. Wisconsin's still too close. Your aquarium makes me have to pee. There you go. Now you can see the water while you hear the water. That's funny. We have an aquarium in my office too, and sometimes it gets really loud. You know, it gets really... All right, looks like Harris is taking Washington and Oregon. So she's getting the East Coast sweep. She also is picking up Connecticut. So that moves her to 172 to 214. You got to know how stressful this would be to be them at their headquarters, sitting there going, oh, yes, oh, crap. Yeah, oh, crap. I mean, every 5 minutes it must be agonizing to be them. Looks like Trump is ahead in Wisconsin, but it's still a tiny bit too close. Virginia, we're still looking at Harris for Virginia, but still too close, they said. But it's California. She only got 59% in California. Wow. That's crazy. She only got 60%? That means 40% of the people in California voted for Trump? That's a shocker to me. I thought it'd been like 90 to 10. She got 51 in Illinois. Yep, she got 55 in Oregon, okay. Oh, I need to check my state. Hang on, I got to check my my Arkansas election. See what happened here in Arkansas. Got to see what happened in Arkansas. No, I just want to see what happened. All right. Come on, I don't want to see president. I already know that. Well, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I think everything that we're seeing is really positive. I mean, I think we all want to
Ballot measures. I was looking for the ballot measures. Snipers. So honestly, I can't think people in California are not happy with the state laws these days. Yeah, sniper. Well, I know a buddy of ours, James, is not happy with how California. I keep trying to convince him to go live in Alabama. You know, he'd probably be happier there. All right, so that's good. It means we're going to get more money in the state scholarship fund. So that passed. That's good. Where's the drug one?
And I think it wasn't strictly about our election, but it was also about the battle for what we perceive as core values in our country, the First Amendment and Second Amendment. And so I think, you know, while I think we'd all like to hear that answer about 2020, I think it's still one of those scenarios that we'll look
Want to see if the marijuana one, how it did.
have some questions about.
Or did I hallucinate that?
Say yes. I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think that yeah, as long as he wins this time, I don't know if it really matters what happens in 2020.
I mean, I guess, you know, the other thing that there's been a lot of conversation, we've been having a conversation about the demographics, you know, the Joe Rogan listeners, and the
All right, well.
Donald Trump has tried to, you know, lure towards himself African American votes that Latino votes.
So, Sniper, is Florida got back under control? Have they gotten all the power back everywhere and all that good stuff? Has it returned back to normal? We got friends over on the East Coast, and they said everything's back good on their part. They are taxed when they leave California. Actor Scott Baio moved here to Florida just north of me. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got some buddies that live out in California, and they literally just hate it. I was trying to convince them to move to Arkansas, but we're going to move to Alabama since we can't afford to live in Florida like you guys. You know, we don't want to have the carrying costs of taxes and property, taxes and insurance if Florida, or otherwise we would move to Florida because we like it so much. The Cocoa Beach area is what we like. We also like the Fort Myers region and Destin. But, man, property taxes, and then, of course, the insurance. Oh, good. All right, good. So, I don't want Lorelei to have to, like in 10 years or 15 years when I'm dead, and we have the house paid off, right? I don't want my wife to have to go, holy crap, I can't afford to pay insurance on this house. Young Miss Filipina buying the province in the house. Good afternoon to you. How are you? Good morning in your part of the world. Thank you for being here. How are you today? HTN was here earlier, but I think he had to run off and go do something. Thank you for the thumbs up as you come in. Dennis was here earlier asking about you, how you were doing, and all that good stuff. So if you haven't subscribed to Sniper and everybody else, there's some new channels that are working. And I'll have everybody do the same for you. Appreciate you. So what are you up to in the Philippines? How are things in the Philippines? It is election night in America. So we're voting currently, well, we're done voting. We're having the results of the presidential election and the state elections coming in, governors, senators, all of that stuff. So we are in the middle of a close presidential race. You're doing fine? Great. Very good to hear it. Sniper is saying hello to you, Miss Filipina. Weather is hot here. No, it's the Philippines. It's 49 and kind of chilly here. We had a bunch of tornadoes and stuff yesterday. 4 inches of rain blew through. So, Snapshot is married to a Filipina, by the way, just so you know. He's married to one, has a couple of youngins. He's like Sanders, you know, and some of the others. He's a little bit younger, though. I've seen his picture. He only looks to be about 35. So, he's a young man, not old like us guys, like Henry and I. So, and Filipino Bai lives south of Dumaguete. Is that right? The sniper says Trump 230, Harris 190. We're getting there. Man, got to have 40 more. But I don't know if she can get there. Australia is still showing Trump at 214 and her at 272. So they should be giving us an update from Australia. No, Genesan, Tatay Sanders' wife's place. Oh, that's right. Yeah, but wasn't that south of there though? So, are you 51? Damn. Well, you look younger. I saw your picture and stuff. You don't look that old. So, congratulations to you, man. So Sanders' wife is from the same area that you're from. Nice. Yeah, he was here a little bit ago. He was having a car tire issue. Southern Mindanao. Okay. HTN says, yeah, I'm back. Filipino Bai in the house says, well, hi, Henry. How are you? Oh, that's right, the tuna capital of the Philippines. I remember you telling me that. I like tuna. I like to catch tuna. I like to eat tuna. Sniper saying, hello, back to you, HTN. John is 27 years old times 4. So, no, you look good for your age. If you're 51, you look good for your age. So, maybe it's all that good Florida living. Mentally... Well, that's what I told my friend today. I told him I went to help him. My friend who's like in his 88, I guess 87. I went to help him today because he's getting old. And we stopped for lunch, and he's like, "Isn't your birthday coming up?" And I said, "Yeah, my birthday's this month." And I told him how old I was going to be, and he reminded me how old he is, and I told him, I said, "Yeah, but." Man, my body feels like it's 92 and been ran over by a truck. Snap says, hey, snap back at ya. How do you tuna fish? Very carefully. With thin control. Trump has taken Carolina, so North Carolina, and South Carolina, so that's good. We're still waiting on Georgia. Henry, how old are you? Oh, my goodness. Young Miss Bai, you never ask a good-looking man like Henry and I, or you don't ask men how old we are. What kind of girl are you asking us how old we are? Henry's younger than I am, that's what I'll tell you. Just because he looks older doesn't mean he is. Yeah, we know you're 39, like 42 years old. And Philippine Bai is asking, Henry, how old are you? I thought Henry would have told you by now. They do usually look young. They do. They age well. Compared to American women, they age well. Let's between 50 and, oh, Henry. Let's take a guess, Miss Bai. How old because you've seen Henry, I'm sure. So, how old do you think he is? And I'm going to ask the same thing because I'll be nice. How old do you think I am? So, but I want to know how old you think HTN is. You think HTN is 53 years old? Is that correct? I think you're damn close. He looks 73. Man, I'm not that damn old. Man, I don't think I like you anymore, Bye, because I'm not old. I'm not that old. Are you crazy? What makes you think I'm 58 freaking years old? I'm not old. What's wrong with you, girl? Come on now. Man, not that old. I don't even turn 58 this year. You know, man. Lorelai, I did the math today on the calculator, and I turned 57. I turned 57 in a couple of weeks. So I turned 57 in a couple of weeks. Big John, my back's sore all the time. I'm 61. My son is 9. My wife is 34. My wife can't use my sons. Yeah, I'm 57, and Lorelai would be 38 or 39. 38, 39, 37. She lies to me. I don't know what her age is. Sometimes she tells me she's like 35, and I thought we had her 35th birthday like 5 or 6 years ago. So, no, she's, I think she's 37, I think. Yeah, no, that's wrong. I don't know. I don't know. As old as dust, you got that right, buddy. I feel as old as dust. I mean, after those storms came through last night, my arthritis, whew, my ankles and knees were just blaring all night long, going, "You're old, you're old, you're old." You know, your feet hurt. Vance, happy birthday, thank you. We got a lot of people that comes on the live streams who's having birthdays in November. So we got a lot of them, actually, believe it or not. Henry, yep, you're 53. Sign of aging, it is. But man, you know, I'm so old that calendars weren't even invented yet. Yeah. The Mayan calendar wasn't invented yet, right? Nope, not even close. What? Then he's 51. He's not 53, he's 51. I know he's 50 or 51, right? I think he's 51. Because he's not as old as I am. Yeah. Give us a number 1 if you're 51. Yeah, Henry's not 60. He doesn't look that old. I think Dennis is he 70? I thought he was like 64 or 5, to be honest. I thought Dennis was 4 or 5. 2. Soul Soother says, Diana says 2. I think, yeah, Dennis is not 65 yet, if I remember right. So, I don't know. Man, only thing I know is I sure do wish my body felt younger. But then again, what would I do? Just kidding with Bobby Dennis. Yeah, I mean, I really don't. He could be pushing 70 but I think he might still be under 65, but close to 65. It's only one person that knows how old I am. Is that your mama or you? You're still young? Yeah, I think I'm still young. My body's not. The Professor Dennis is 2 years older than you are. Really? I didn't realize that. Of course, your mama, Henry. Because Ronald is 64, right? So Dennis would be 66? I didn't think Dennis was over 65 yet. My mother, and she won't say, yeah, 66, yeah. 66 and 68. Okay. So I didn't think he was that old. I thought he was still under the 65 mark. Yeah, it's not bad. Tim says Virginia for blue. Professor, no! And North Carolina, no, you want to say yes. Virginia for, for blue. For that one. Trump won North Carolina. So now we're looking at 230 to 185. So Trump needs 40 to win. So I just wish my, I could deal with the heart failure and the bad breathing. I just truly wish my legs felt better. That's what I wish. So that we could do more activities. Because even with heart failure, if you walk slow and easy, you can manage. If you use the scooter, you can go on cruises and do things. But when your legs hurt all the time, Henry, Trump is winning 230 to 185. But it's still a long ways to go. You got to have 270 to win. So I really wish I could get my legs to feel better. And I do know that my doctor will give me a mild pain reliever when we go on cruises so that I can feel good. So Tim has it at 232 to 11 in favor of red. So that's probably going to be updated here in a minute on mine. Well, that's a pretty close race there. So he has 38 to get. I'm watching Australian news, so they may be behind. Praying for Trump. So I wonder who they called in the last few minutes. Where's my remote? Let me see if I can switch it over to Fox and see. So I got to watch free TV. No. Some bald-headed guy giving a concession speech in Texas saying Ted Cruz beat me bloody. That's not helpful. Let's see. Well, let's see. Australia still has 230 to 185, so we got to see who got caught up. New York went to Harris, which we knew that. So, Bai, how are things in the Philippines besides being hot? I know you said they were hot earlier. What else are you doing in the Philippines? Are you doing anything fun? How are your friends and their kids and all of that good stuff? Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, but they haven't called it yet. North Carolina went to Trump. Arizona's too early to call. Wow. It's almost a dead heat in Arizona. Georgia is still too close to call. But Trump is leading in Georgia by about 1.5 points. Michigan, I think she's leading. No, Trump's leading by 51 to 46 in Michigan. But they said it's still too close to call. Wisconsin, she's leading. No, Trump's beating her in Wisconsin. 50 to 47.8. And she won. It's only 38 Celsius there. Well, 38 Celsius is 90 something degrees, buddy. You know.
Yeah, I mean, look, if it, again, we'll see, it's still be close, but, you know, maybe it could still come down Pennsylvania, and if it does, and it loses, then yeah, then absolutely.
Yeah, he won Iowa easily. Yeah, it's 48 degrees here, and we're supposed to, you know, what's weird is my grass turned green, 98 Celsius, yeah. My grass greened up after that rain came through. So I'm hoping it doesn't grow. It needs to go back to dormant because I don't want to have to pay the lawn mowing guy to come back and mow my damn yard. You know, I'm too cheap. So I need to go away. What about Nevada? Right now, I think Nevada is close. As soon as I see something, I'll let you know. I think they haven't called it. Texas went to Trump. New York went to Harris. Let's see. Come on now. Florida went to Trump. It's 48. Yeah, it's 47 here. See, it's even cold in Oklahoma. That's why we can't move to Oklahoma, because it's still cold there. I got to go where it's warmer in the winter. I don't want to go. That's why we don't live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We love Myrtle Beach. We fell in love with it. But it gets cold in the winter, you know, because we thought about living in Myrtle Beach. Arizona is too early to call. But it gets cold like here, if not worse, because it comes off that ocean. So we didn't move to Myrtle Beach. Henry is 80 in Mississippi. Nice. Trump is going to win North Carolina. Still hot. Yeah, that's hot. Well, I told you yesterday before those storms hit us, Lorelai and I were out running around. It was 65 degrees. And within an hour, it went from 65 to 80 degrees. Within an hour. Before all those tornadoes and things pushed through, it was really weird. I told her when she got back in the car from looking at the Dollar Tree store that, man, we're going to get some bad storms because when temperature, boom. Woo! Diana says, it's because you're hot there. You're there, Henry. Woo! It's hot because you're there, Henry. You sexy beast, you. I like Mississippi. Lorelai didn't want to live in Mississippi because she found it too boring. But I think Mississippi Gulf Coast is a nice area. I think we're going to try the Alabama Gulf Coast. A little bit more excitement for my wife in the Mobile area. And plus there's a cruise ship port there. And he says, yeah, I believe that. That's because you're just a humbled man. Wow, Harris won Illinois, but by 1%. Wow, that's a close one. Oregon. Yeah, we got it still 230 to 185. Nice confidence. Well, I told you, you guys can come up to Arkansas for our Christmas party. Yeah. Pennsylvania's still close, too close, but Trump is up 2.5 points, but I guess and it's 82% of the vote in. So I don't know why that's too close. They've called, but maybe there's a large population out. Arizona's a dead heat almost. Georgia is 50 to 48. So, gotta love it. Doing Illinois, walking up a little. Dang, Illinois is waking up a little. Yeah, Illinois went for her. Kind of surprising, but not really. With Chicago, you know. Chicago's never really been a fan of Trump. Sex robots. That's a TV show, Sniper. Did I miss somebody talking about something? What did I make? Big John. One California politician got buying sex toys about 6 months ago, and he said that he would not quit his job. He's still working. He uses the office money to buy, well, he should put them in jail. But they won't, right? Sexy robots, California robots. Minnesota looks like it's going to go to Harris.
States of district to our Dominic Whitehall, who is of course in Pennsylvania. We've also got our Yusra Elbegir with us from Michigan. Let's go.
Nevada's not even close to reporting yet. They're not closed yet. So we don't know anything on Nevada right now. 230 to 205. Control of the Senate went to the Republicans. Chicago is historically Democrat, correct. I saw an article a couple years ago about Chicago that they had in the last 2 years, like 23 and 22, over 600,000 people leave Chicago for other parts of the country because it's gotten so bad in Chicago. They had over 600,000 people over a 2-year time frame move out of Chicago. Chicago's where Lorelai's sister teaches at. Some people are calling Michigan for Trump already. Yeah, and now, let's see, ABC is saying 185 to 230. With Pennsylvania still undecided. Yeah, I don't want to go. Chicago's not a good city. I don't like, you know. Pennsylvania, 84% of the vote in, 51% at Trump for Pennsylvania. So he's leading in Pennsylvania by 215,000 votes right now. I said Bakersfield, California has got a lot of R. One, I only see lots of R. Oh, I'm with you. Really, that's sad. Yeah, we've heard Bakerfield's a pretty dangerous place, actually. A lot of crime. Wisconsin, he's leading 75% of the vote. Georgia, he's leading by 118,000 points. They're starting to lean towards the fact that Trump is going to take Georgia. He's barely leading in Arizona, but they got a long ways to go in Arizona. Nevada finally getting some results. Trump is up 73% in Nevada with a like 13% of the vote in. She won Hawaii. So ABC has her at 189 and Trump at 230 currently. Florida complaining about voting again? No, Florida's not in trouble this time. They're done. They won. I mean, Trump won there, but I mean, Florida's not had any issues. So right now they're starting to, the ABC people or whoever start ABC, they're starting to go, well, you know, Trump has like an 87% chance of winning now. Harris has a 20, you know. So they're starting to, you know. We might know something here in a little bit more definitive. If they could count Georgia, get that over with. They're starting to get nervous about Georgia. The Harris team is getting nervous about Georgia. Starting to say they're running out of potential votes in Georgia. So they don't think she's going to be able to make up the ground in Georgia. Yeah, they're starting to bet their lunch money. Yep. Michigan, he's up 51.2 to 47. And Minnesota, she's leading. That's Pennsylvania.
Chances are slimming here for any sort of change course here. Philadelphia, how much of the vote is left?
Yeah, we see the lead narrow a little bit as more vote comes in. I think from the suburbs, I'll check on that in a second. We still have about 250,000 votes, about a quarter of the overall vote in the city of Philadelphia. This is overwhelmingly Harris territory, but it is less overwhelmingly so than it was for Joe Biden, and it is still below where we think she would need to be running according to the 538 benchmark. So she just isn't running up the kind of numbers. Even if she were to absolutely romp in the outstanding vote in Philadelphia, it's still going to be hard to make up that gap.
See, I told you, keep your boots on.
Suburbs, Chester, Montgomery, and when we paying attention to
Well, somebody's going to be a happy camper.
in Trump's direction, very narrowly, but this is exactly what he needed to be.
I just need the economy to get better.
He's 2 points above that in his classic battleground suburban county.
And that's really the story of the night, at least so far. We're getting deep into the night. Is that Donald Trump ran up the margins in so many of these red counties. Maybe not huge urban areas or huge populated counties, but in all of these red counties, in the swing states where it truly does matter, as we know, it matters everywhere across the country. But in the swing counties where every one of those sort of benchmarks that we were showing me in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was meeting them or just outperforming them ever so slightly. That does add up.
Yeah, you can just kind of do a tour of the state and pick almost any county and see that he's outperforming where he was projected to need to be to win the state. Almost every place, a point or two here, a point or two there, that adds up.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready to.
In a smaller county near State College, Rachel talked about what it means in State College. This is a place that Kamala Harris frankly needed to win if she's going to be competitive. It is really the story almost everywhere, not just in the battleground states, but in the non-battleground states. And that's why we've seen a map develop tonight that saw Florida and Texas get projected very early. Iowa, despite that Des Moines registered poll, went very solidly for Donald Trump. That's looking now like it's a
a 13-point victory for Donald Trump, and why we're still sitting here at a little after midnight, and we don't have a projection in New Jersey, we don't have a projection in New Hampshire, Virginia just got projected a little while back, we don't have a projection in Minnesota just yet. So all these bluer states have moved a little bit red, and again, the upshot is right now Donald Trump has 4.3 million more votes from Kamala Harris. The popular vote will change, especially with California's vote, but that is an astounding number when you realize he lost the popular vote both times he ran. In fact, both times he was around 46, 47%. Now, if this were to hold,
That's crazy.
To be clear, but he's got a shot at hitting 50%.
At hitting 50%. Ryan, so did you get a chance to reach out to the former president?
I talked to him a few minutes ago. He's pretty obviously excited, wanted to know how I felt about Wisconsin. I feel really good about it, and if you look at Wisconsin, what you'll see there is that the president up over 95,000 votes, and if there's going to be a ballot dump in Milwaukee.
Yeah, 209 to 230, yep.
The absentee ballot early vote.
We got to get to that 270, though.
I thought that the president.
If he could take Georgia for sure and Pennsylvania, then it's all over.
Happens, but if you look at Green Bay, what you're going to see there is that's going to be a big win for President Trump there. Only about 35% in. That's going to keep coming the direction of President Trump. So, you know.
And now they're saying Wisconsin's going to fall to him down the road here. So I feel bad for Ronald. But Ronald, I think it's a good thing you're in the Philippines.
Michigan and Pennsylvania in 2016 went all three for Trump. In 2020, all three for Joe Biden.
I need the interest rates to come down so we can buy and sell some property, and
They're the same person in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
you know, there's no way gas should be $3.30 a gallon.
That's gonna happen. There's a lot that go tonight, but
Eggs are,
trending and.
what did we pay for eggs the other day? At $3 a dozen for eggs? Who the hell pays $3 a dozen for eggs? I mean, when does that happen? I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, I don't even like eggs. We're paying $3-4 for a dozen eggs. I remember when we went to the Philippines the last time, right? You know, eggs were like 62 cents a dozen. Gas is $2.30. Yeah, gas finally came down. It's $2.50 here. It's $2.50 here. A little too late for the election, right? But if it could be $2.50 today, it could have been $2.50 a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 10 years, you know. So New Jersey went to, what's-her-face, Harris. So yeah, I put gas in my truck the other day. We don't drive it much, it sits out in the parking lot, but needed gas. And I think we paid $2.53 at our local Walmart, and we got 3 cents back. So $2.50 a gallon. Which is a good thing. I think he's going to take Wisconsin, though. Yeah, well, in the truck, you know, I barely fill it up once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks. Yeah, Trump's leading Arizona and Pennsylvania. I'm glad I only have to get gas for once a month, and for you, Henry. Yeah, we don't put gas much in the truck. Lorelei car, we drive it when we take trips, and we put quite a bit more in it, but it's still not that bad. The Sniper is paying $3.50 down in Florida. Holy crap! John is I like eggs suffer. $4, $3 for a dozen eggs. Come on, man! It's cheaper to buy a chicken and have it poop out eggs. I have all rights. So if it's up, I make money. If it's down, yeah. I'm saving money and winning either way. There you go. It's a good way to look at it. What? You need down?
cycle with a net gain of about 425,000
Yeah, I was telling Lorelai, we might have to make a financial decision. We bought some stock at $6 a share, and it's already up over $22 a share, and they're predicting it to go above 50-something later this year if Trump wins.
mail ballots and outlier counties that they think they can make up this margin.
Good?
Hopefully, in my view, they will, but, if they don't, that's gonna be a big reason. I think it's just one other.
All right, what?
Based on what Martha said,
So I told her,
Trump's numbers this year,
yeah, I told her, I said, you know, we buy stocks for long-term investments for her, but $6 compared to 50, that's a pretty big margin. We bought a couple hundred shares. You know, that's some big money, but I told her, I said, I think I'm gonna keep it. And because I really bought it for her financial future. So if it got up to $100 a share and we could make a $90 profit, I might have to consider it. But right now, I think I'm gonna hold it, even if it gets to the highest it's ever been.
for the last couple of years. And I think broadly, he's not winning states people are really surprised.
So we won't buy any this year.
You know, sometimes
I mean, we won't sell any.
in the UK and in the rest of Europe,
Puppy dog, yeah, I had to help my dog down. She wanted off the couch.
they kind of trust it. It's not that they don't see the crazy
Oh, Lily.
people have been running against for all this time.
Tell everybody hi, Lily. Say hi, my name's Lily. I wear this stupid cone of shame.
He was running as an insider. He was the incumbent president. He couldn't attack the system because he was the system. He started attacking the system again. We're back to what Democrats underestimate what the impact that the system would have on this. It's a great question. I think
Oh, I'm not taking your mask off.
abortion isn't having an impact.
You want me to scratch your face? I'll scratch your face. Don't trick me, I'm not scratching your eye.
He really successfully muddied the waters on the abortion issue over these last few months by saying, you know, first he was for a national ban on abortion and then he swore that he was against a national ban on abortion. First he took all the credit for the Supreme Court decision and then he was saying that he's
You wanna go pee? Need to go outside? All right, get down, Poo-Poo. You wanna go outside too? All right. I gotta let the girls out the door. All right, come on, girls.
frankly Joe Biden messed up the process. If he had dropped out earlier, we might have had a primary, we might have had a different candidate. But we also would have had potentially more time to differentiate the key economic messages that are really what is driving so much of the job support. And I think that's been a failing, is that
We have a doggy door, but with Lily's cone of shame, she can't get through the doggy door. So I gotta let her outside.
it wasn't just that the signs of deterioration were obvious, it was that he was uniquely unpopular. I mean, I've known Joe Biden for 30 years. I mean, so, you know, it's not like this is personal, it's personal the other way.
Let's see.
There has never been
I get caught up here.
party that has gotten reelected.
I made my first investments ever this year. Nice.
Lowest approval numbers of any
Purchased some gold and silver. Excellent. Highly recommend precious metals. All rights.
truth. And so
I could be doing better, but hey, you got to start somewhere. could be doing worse. Just be happy with her. You should be. You know, every little bit helps. You can get a house of 70 acres in Otter Creek, Florida. Oh my God, Otter Creek, Florida. I wouldn't live there because Jeremy Hell's, the stupid Jeremy Hell guy lives there. You gotta know that place has to be living hell. So, yeah, keep your stocks, at least for now. I am. I truly bought them so that Lorelei would have them truly as a long-term investment. Let me go let Lily in. Come on, Lily.
It was hard to give Laura some new information about Donald Trump, but we could have spent more time giving voters new information.
Go, girl.
About differentiating her economic policies from Joe Biden, about creating a vision that gave people a little more hope. I think they spent a little too much time on Donald Trump.
Yes, I bought them, you know, all the stocks and things that we have investments, all truly for Lorelei to have long after I'm dead. But I was just thinking, this Carnival Cruise Line stock, we bought at $6 a share, and they're predicting it's going to hit over 50 in the next 6 months. I'm like, wow. If it hit $100, I would have to think a little bit harder about it, but hopefully by then it would split, though, and we would have even more for her. My dog Daisy's mad. See, this is what happens. See, that's Daisy. See, those blue bowls are their special dog food bowls, the ones that we use for Lorelei's homemade food. She's pissed because there's no good food in it anymore. So she's taken Lorelei's jacket, she pulled it off the chair, and she's burying that bowl with it because she's mad because there's no chicken in there. There's no food. She has her regular blue dog food right over there, but they don't want to eat the regular dog food. Let me go see if I can help her. What you doing, Poo-Poo?
I'm giving you the reasons why. To the extent, as I said, Kamala Harris wins tomorrow, she will come a lot.
You want to eat this
And,
food?
you know, that will be a huge victory.
Eat that food. All right, you gonna eat it?
I mean, I was there in 2008, and even Republicans were saying Barack Obama is, you know, a vaccine.
She doesn't like the $40 a bag blue dog food anymore. You know? Yeah, he's selling his house there in Otter Creek now, but I won't move there even if it's free. Yeah. I wonder why he's selling. Did he finally get tired of bullying all the people? Did he wake up and realize that he's a bully? And he's destroyed that poor little community? Is it now that he's taken everything he can out of it, so it's time to move and run off? You know, I feel sorry for the simple country folks that live in Otter Creek, Florida. You know, Henry, it's just sad. And he's going to make it out to where he's some super great big hero. And he's probably going to make a bunch of money off of his land. Did he already sell his school building, his flea market or whatever it is, I wonder? Nice doggies. They are good doggies. See, that's Lily. Lily and her cone of shame. She's like, well, look how big that wiener dog is. You see that wiener dog? There's Poo-Poo going, well, damn it. I really got to eat this crappy blue dog food that I've been eating for years that tastes so good. And it was really good up until the other day when I got chicken. So, Sanders is saying, Sniper sent you a message on one of your videos. Nice. It's good to connect. I'm glad you guys are connecting with each other. Don't know, don't care, but he's keeping his schoolhouse there. He's a dick.
It's 54 electoral college votes, no surprises.
Yeah, I would never move there. I mentioned I wanted to invest this to this guy I was talking to. When I decided to buy, he asked me on whose authority I made that decision. Me, myself, and I. Now I will have to say goodbye to you. Yeah. Somebody asked me on whose authority I'm going to show you authority. I'm going to stick my foot right up your ass. You know, on whose authority. Use authority. You know, so. Men, come on. I think investing is good. Little, you start small and do it little and simple and just keep going and doing. And I think it's good to have some cash on hand, but I think it's good to have investments. I think it's good to own real estate. I think it's good to own precious metals is a really good way to go. Got to love the idiots. Yeah, without the idiots, the rest of us guys wouldn't look good. Never shut a door so quick. Yeah. Yeah. On whose authority? Huh. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Surely they still haven't got ready to call any of these, man. Yeah, what I do is, and Lorelai doesn't care, I buy the stocks and I do the investing, and she has the password to the account and the name of it. She has all the information she needs. That she can log in and go see it if she wants to. She doesn't. Because she knows what I'm doing is putting a bunch of money away for her future. So she's not interested in really the details, just in case something happens. How do I get it? And she's a co-owner of everything that we've purchased. So she has complete rights to it. But I haven't lost any money, but I haven't made a whole lot of money either. But I have a single cousin that seems to be investing in houses. He got 4 houses. One is brand new. Nobody lives in it yet. Nice. That's what we want to do. We have some investment properties, but when we go to Alabama, we want to buy a rental house close to our new house in Alabama, and Lorelai is going to manage that one particular property. The other properties, I have a company that does it. Been that way since 2010. So I have and that's in Florida. So I don't want to mess with those condos in Florida that we have. But when we go to Alabama, and we're going to look to see if we can't find a smaller house, something simple that would work. And then we're going to buy it and let her rent it, and she can be the house man. I don't know, whatever you call it, the manager of it. She'll keep up with it. Well, you're doing good. I mean, to be honest, it's like anything. The first step is always the hardest. Just go and do it. I use Charles Schwab as my investment broker. I also have Vanguard and Charles Schwab. And I like Charles Schwab because I don't got to buy whole stocks if I don't want to. Meaning, if there's a stock I want, and I got an extra couple $100 laying around, I can go and buy, let's say it's $250. And I got $200 burning a hole in my pocket. I can go and put that and buy almost 1 share of that particular stock through Charles Schwab. It's called stock slices. And then later on, I can buy more as I choose. So I just put money I find a stock I want, I got an X amount of money, I buy as many as I can, and sometimes I buy partials. There you go. I invest in a good wife and my son's education. Well, John, that's kind of how I see it. You know, I feel like, I know this is maybe tacky, but a marriage is an investment. Lorelai works. She works hard. She takes good care of me. I want her to be financially secure long after I'm dead. That's why I'm working so hard in the next 5 years to be completely debt-free of our house. We have a kind of, it's not real expensive, but we have an expensive house here in this part of the country. It wouldn't be expensive in other parts, but here it's very expensive. So if I can take and have us another house that's debt-free, I guess she could go live in the condos, but she would never do that. So I want her to have a house that's debt-free, that all she has to pay is her taxes and insurance a year, and that's it. So that way, with all of the other money we have, maybe she didn't have to work full-time in her 60s, where she could just work an easygoing job and didn't have to worry about being high-strung, just enough to pay the bills, buy some food, stuff like that, so that she didn't have to, you know, be miserable eating cat food at 60.
I guess I have to think that this isn't about Kamala Harris being a woman. I think
Yeah.
we talked earlier about so many other impacts.
Told my granddaughters that they should learn together, giving them an advantage now. They won't have to rely on anyone, absolutely. They will be with who they want, not who they have to, absolutely. What is it, Lily? What? What? I don't know what you want. Are we doing this whole thing again? Well, you don't tell me what you want? So I think it's good. You got to teach young people how to do money, because schools don't teach it anymore. So you got to teach them the basics. What a bank account is, what's required for a bank account, how to use a bank account, what debit cards are, how nasty credit cards are. You know, all of that stuff early on is what you got to teach them. How to put money away, give themselves 10%. It's our little secret. Good. What? Get on the couch. So it is, and keep it quiet. I agree. I have a rule that you never tell people how much money you really have. If somebody asks, you say, no, man, we don't have any. You teach your granddaughters, your nieces, your nephews, everybody younger. When somebody says, well, how much money do you make? Not enough, man, let me tell you, I barely make it. Wow, how much money do you guys have? Man, we are so short on money. It is absolutely okay to lie to people about your money. Absolutely. And if you're married to a Filipina, what's the number one thing you need to know? No budget. Snapshot says, I make a damn good living, and she has a gas that we pay mortgages and electric here. Yeah, I've told you, man, you got to break that cycle, or it's going to destroy your marriage. And I mean that in the kindest way, that you're going to grow to hate her and resent her. So some way, somehow, whether she gets a job and she sends her own money to the Philippines, you got to break that cycle, or you guys are going to wind up divorced, hating each other. So nobody in the family tries to take anything from them. Sometimes you can't trust. No. Trusting family is the worst thing you can do. I don't have credit cards, don't want one either. Too much trouble with them, in my opinion. It is. It is. All you have is debit card, good. I agree. Look, your wife should get a job. Lorelai has one. She loves it. Just about, there's only one or two Filipinas that I know in this area that don't have jobs. They all have jobs. And you should give them a bill or two to pay. You know, maybe I'm being a jerk about it, but money's hard to get in America. It's hard to keep in America. It's expensive in America. Right now, she doesn't have a clue about that because you do such a good job. One thing I did with Lorelai when we got married was I sat her down and we went over everything. You know, what is it? What's wrong? What? I don't know what's wrong with you. My dog is complaining. That's the best way to go. Debit card only. I agree. I agree. You know, if you can't afford to pay it, just don't do it. She'll send all of her dollars back. Yeah, I know. But at least she's not sending all of your dollars back. You know what I mean? So maybe it would stop the bleeding out of your wallet, so to speak. But, you know, but I think there's a difference, Sniper. I really do. Once she earns the money, because we kind of went through this in the beginning with Lorelai and her family. We are very generous, and we are very generous. But when Lorelai is working, and she gets her paycheck and goes, okay, and now my family wants this in the Philippines. They want this and this. So now my paycheck is this. After that happens a few times, and I know this from experience with other women, other Filipinas, they start to go, I'm working all day long, busting my butt, sending you my money, and you're sitting around doing nothing. Me no like you so much, you know. It does. It gets older. And I got a lot of Filipino friends that have all gone through that. And I've talked to other husbands who's put them to work. Let's say, okay, you know, you do need to pay your gas for your car or whatever it is. Insurance. You got to pay something out of your paycheck to contribute. So then they send the rest of their money home. And they keep doing it. And then they start going, wait a minute. This is no good. When I went to the hospital, my friend went to my house to take my brother's dinner. She turned the thermostat down 8 degrees. I was livid. Obviously, she never had to pay the bill. Exactly. Exactly. That's invasive. It is. I don't care. It ain't my bill. That's right. Somebody else will pay it. Well, I told you guys when I was in the coma, I had a niece try to borrow $5,000 off of Lorelai while I'm dying, you know, and she was going to borrow it and never get it back. She thought she was going to get away around from Lorelai getting my money, you know, so she thought if she could convince Lorelai to loan her, you know, that was one way that she could get a chunk of my money. So it didn't work. Sniper said, I just bought her a brand new 24. See, you're making it so good and easy. And I understand that because I do the same. Yeah, but she hasn't been back. She got upset because I went off on her. Good for you. She said, I just turned it to the tent. My dad keeps, well, that's your dad, not you. I asked her if he or she was going to pay the bill. Nope. $700 a month car. Jesus Christ. And I mean this with all respect, and I really, really want you to, Georgia went to Trump. It's almost over. Sniper, I really want you to, because I like you. I think you and I would be friends if you lived close. I really do. I don't want you to hate your wife, but I'm telling you, from my experience of being around this community since I was 18 years old, the way you're going, you're going to wind up hating your wife. And that's no way to be. And you're going to wind up resenting her. And she's not going to care right now because like, oh, I'll just find another guy that can give me the same amount of money. You know, but that's not reality. Brave soul, that's right. Thank you, yes. I'm learning, finally. You're doing good. We are friends, no matter, but you know what I mean. If we live close, you and I'd be fishing. So you know what I mean. I would, definitely introduce the wives, so my wife might be able to help out somewhat. But you know what I mean by that. But I'm just telling you, I've seen this so many times before. Sniper is what I mean. I see this so many times before. I can almost predict where you're going to be going if you don't change. And it's going to be ugly to change. But if you don't, and what I mean by that is she's going to fight, cuss, argue, call you everything in the world, and try to make you feel like a piece of human garbage for not giving her all this money, for not making her a princess. But it's better off to do it now than it is in 10 more years. And so the most I've ever borrowed was $150. Paid it back as fast as I could. Don't like borrow money. Yep. Honestly, I do. I know. But you guys got kids to think. So, I would be dragging her to financial counseling, marriage counseling, anything I had to do to work it. Better late than never. Yep. Again, that's half the problem is the other Pinays. That's right. I understand, man. And I know it's tough. I know it's tough, but sometimes you got to have a come to Jesus meeting with them. Lorelai and I had a lot of bumps in the early days, and, it's kind of like, even if she threatened to leave, I would tell her, I said, well, I don't want you to, and I'm sorry you feel that way, but, okay, if you want my help packing your suitcase, I will. So, because a lot of times with the Pinays, if they threaten, you call their bluff. Let them go, it's okay. She won't be young forever. That won't always work. It won't. You're right about that. And I am like, no. And I am like, no, that's not good for our family plans. It's not. It's horrible. But she doesn't care about the family plan. She only cares about immediate gratification. And you got to stop that. She knows I'm about to get 1.5 million lawsuit. There you go. That's it. And she's already planned that I'm going to buy her mom a house in the Philippines. I would tell her no. I would lie. Sniper, I would lie, to be honest. Don't, Lily. I would not get that money like you think. I would lock it up, tie it up, finance it up, so it's impossible to do that with. You know what I mean? Run, Forrest, run while you still can. Yeah, because she may get that money and leave you, and that's what I mean. I would lock it up to where she can't get it, and you can't blow it, to be honest, and give it some time to see what happens. So, and I know you can do that. Put it in an annuity or an IRA. Dump it into different funds where it can't be touched for another year. Maybe another 18 months. Stuff like that. And ask her, and I know this sounds crappy of me, but I would ask her, why do you think I should buy your mother a house? Why? Well, I deserve it because, you're married to me, my mom needs one. Okay, do you think you're a good wife? Are you being a good wife by everything that we've gone through and done? You know, the evidence speaks for itself. Is you can go that route and say, look, if you want me to do something for kind for your mother, then maybe you ought to do the proof is in the pudding. You know, be good for us, for our family, look out for us first and foremost. Because it could be the fact she's planning to get you to buy mama a house, and then she's gonna dump your ass anyway and head out the door. And take whatever money she can get. Yep, you gotta take care of you. But I just tell her, I get the money in monthly installments starting in 18 months. And I wouldn't tell her anything else. I would flatly lie. I get the money in monthly installments and they start 1 year after the lawsuit's settled. She doesn't need to know that you're getting it, what you're doing, to give you time to mess with it. And if it's only in your name and your name only, I wouldn't even tell her you're going to go get the check. I would just quietly go do it and invest it and do what you need to do with it, and then just tell her, I'm sorry, it's gone. Sorry. It was never by design to pay for your luxury lifestyle. If you want your mama to have a house, why don't you get a job? You got to do whatever works, Diana says. But you got to protect yourself in this situation, because there are the Filipinas that are truly looking for the meal ticket, and once they get the money, they're gone. See, there you go. Tie it up into 529s, IRAs, diversify it. Do whatever you got to do to protect it. Put it in a time deposit account. There you go. Your kids come first, Henry says. Diana, yep, taking care of your peace of mind by taking care of the kids. That's correct. Your wife can get a job. Your kids, you can set them up for their future. Almost died for that money. Yeah, I'm with you. I remember the accident you were telling me. So, and I know where you're coming from on this a little bit. My college, since retirement with disability, my college gives me a pretty healthy check. Most people consider healthy every year. So I mean every month. But it's a pretty good check. Nothing great, but it's a good check. I had explained to Lorelei at one time that if we lived in the Philippines and I was willing to give this money up, if I live outside of the country for more than 6 months, for more than a year, I lose it. But I was willing to do that when we moved to the Philippines. But when it was evident that it wasn't going to work for us living in the Philippines, I said, we got to get back to the States before that year is up so I don't lose this money. She's like, well, I really don't know what it matters. And I had to explain to her, and this is where you're coming from. I told her, I said, I worked for 25 years putting up with shit, eating crow, kissing ass to earn that money. So that money means a lot to me because I went through hell to get it. So I know what you mean. Honestly, can't believe how little a 4'10" person can be a little monster. I know, but you're letting her. I'm sorry, my friend, but you're letting her. Well, she has several times split, but she never does. They won't. Don't be afraid of her leaving. This is my marital advice to you. Do not be afraid of her packing her bag and leaving. Don't be afraid of it. We went through this our first year of marriage, and we went through it a couple of times. And I finally got to the point, and I said, fine, if you want to leave, here's your passport. Good luck. That shifted an attitude. So just be aware of that. Sounds like she's waiting on your check to come in. Henry, I agree with you. And then she's going to get you to buy mama's a house. And then if she wants to leave, she has a house in the Philippines to run to. And she's a little, see, you know, I've offered her to leave, money to leave, yeah, but she won't. Why would she leave? She's got money coming from you every month. You take care of her family. Why would she leave? It's kind of like the stray dog. I know I hate that term, but it's like the stray dog. Why is the stray dog going to go to the neighbor when it come to my house and get steak? The neighbor doesn't feed it anything, so it's going to come to my house. It's not going to leave my yard. Yep, because she's playing the long game until she can get what you want. And Tim's right, and that's kind of my point. You know, get the suitcase out and say, look, I'm not living this. And you can be very nice about it. Just say, look, this isn't working. I do not want to live in this household like this. You do not respect the money I work hard for, what I do. Don't yell, don't scream, just be very matter of fact. This isn't working. You need to leave. And because you don't want to be a part of this couple. You don't want to be a part of this relationship. You want me to service your needs and desires. This is a 50-50 thing. This isn't working for me, and I don't like this anymore, so I don't want you to be here. And Henry's right. You got to stop helping the family. I know you talked her down to $300 from $500, but my friend, $300 is a teacher's monthly salary in the Philippines. Problem is we have young ones. I know you do, but you just tell her you're taking custody of them. Say you don't have a place, you need to leave. I don't want you here. The kids are staying with me. That's all there is to it. You can go back to the Philippines. And maybe you can find some other guy to marry. See ya. Because once she, that might wake her up. And tell her what you're not happy about. You have to say and tell them point blankly, this is what's not working for me. And if you got to write them all down so you get them clear in your head to be able to present them in a calm fashion, you need to do that. Yeah, she doesn't want to leave the gold mine. She does not. I don't think she understands that there have been times I could have taken the kids and booted her by law. And look, I'm going to tell you one other thing. Because I know what you do. I don't know everything you do, but I got a feeling for you. Do not pass up an advantage like that again. You got to seize the momentum. When there is something like that where you can do that to hone in your point, to make your point, and it's a serious issue where you can keep the kids and she can leave, do it. Now, she may get her head right, so to speak. You don't know. But what I will tell you is I would go down that road. Walk to the edge of the pier, so to speak. And then when and if she changed her mind and her attitude and she starts to come back, I would tell her, I will have you back, or we can get back together. It's not that I will have you back, but we can get back together. But you need to understand, I don't like a relationship that's this, and I will not do it. So are you committed with me to working on bringing this together, to bringing this into a relationship we both enjoy? If not, don't come back. If so, I'm going to hold you to that. That's what you do. Read the signs in your life. Oh, yeah, that's a good, look. Diana's right. You got a lot of road signs telling you, hit the door, Jack. Don't let the, whatever, I can't remember what to say. But hit the door. But don't be afraid of it. Don't be mean about it. Don't be cruel about it. Just be matter of fact, calm, and explain it. I don't like living like this. I hate how it makes me feel. I don't like the effect it's going to have on the children. So I would rather us get a divorce right now and get this over with. especially before your settlement comes in. And if I understand the legal side of it, a lawsuit settlement from an accident is not communal property. When you get it, it's yours. So even 4 years down the road, if it's still in the bank and investments, it's not hers. If I remember, now Florida may be wrong, but my state, that's not her. Georgia, yeah, Trump wins Georgia, I saw that. No, I think you got a bad one. From everything I've heard you've been talking about, you know, I think yours may have a, no, and I would, no, I know it sounds bad, but I think maybe you got a bad one. Now, could she have been a good one and corrected this early on in your relationship before the kids? Maybe, but she's gone too far down this path. One thing I know about Asian women and women in general is they don't change very easily. Who they are today is who they are. Make her go to work and let her see how much it is. And that's maybe part of what I would tell her. I said, look, you're either going to get a job and start contributing to this household, or you're going to leave, because I don't like living this way. I'm not giving you any more money for your family. I'm not buying your family a house. I'm not doing any of this stuff. Understand? This is how it's going to be. And if you don't like it, you can leave. There's the door. Do you need a help with a plane ticket to get to the Philippines? If so, I will buy you an airline ticket to the Philippines. That's it. Yeah, Tim says Trump only needs 22 if the TV report is correct. I said, tell her that you're broke, so you have to get a job now. See how long, well, that's a good point. Become broke. I think Diana has a point. And I know it's going to be kind of hard, but hide your money, hide the paychecks, hide the money, and cut the budget down to max. I don't have the money. I'm not working as much. Or something happened and we lost an account. And so the revenue stream is way down, so I need you to go get a job. Because if you don't work, we can't afford this nice home and this nice car. I'm going to have to sell your car, you know, and I can get you a used car, you know. And Diana's right, to see if she's willing to stay with you through the worst of times. I told her that even off, yeah, but she knows $100K is a drop in the bucket compared to what you might get on your lawsuit. So why would she leave? Plus, why would she give up $100K when she has free lodging and food and housing and entertainment and all the good stuff that comes in life? $100,000 is a lot of money in the Philippines, but it's not as much as she's going to get over long term. Because she probably had somebody do the math for her. And she has other women probably giving her really bad information. No, you just milk them, man. You take them for everything you can get. This is what we do, man. You know, it's what the Americans get for getting us. And Diana says, you're flashing too much money. I agree. I wouldn't have given her $300. When I tell her we have $300 electric bill, she just doesn't get it. Well, and I would tell her, I'd say, here's our electric bills. Got to pay a $350 electric bill. That's as much as a school teacher makes in a month in the Philippines. And so when she goes, well, I need $500 to give to my mom, I would say, I don't have it. It's not in the budget. Nope. I want a new purse. I want to go out with the girls. Sorry. Don't have to tell you. There's no money for it. I know you're a good guy and you don't want to be an asshole, but I promise you, you got to cut that stray dog syndrome in half, man, or you're going to be screwed. Well, Henry, I disagree with that. She won't pay the bills. This type of personality, and more than likely, If you give her the responsibility of handling the checkbook, the check account's going to be empty and the bills aren't going to be paid. She acts like staying home with the kids is the hardest thing ever. It's a hard thing. I agree. But yeah, the kids can be a lot, but it's not worth 40 hours a week. Roofing, I would agree. Well, that's what I mean. Put her to work and get a babysitter. Put the kids in daycare. Even if it costs you more money, and have her pay for the daycare. Put her to work. Have her go get a job. Because and there's another part to it. I think people do better in life when they have a job, when they have responsibilities, when they have something else to focus on and do versus just staying home with the kids. I do think taking care of the kids is hard and difficult, but I think it's better for your psyche and your soul to go work and earn money and pay a daycare and do it that way. Put her on a budget, stick to it, show her how it adds up. I believe David may be right though, maybe too late. Yeah, I think it's too late to be too gentle. I think it's to the point where you gotta have because here's one thing I know about Filipinos and women, they do want to fight. The Spanish blood that's in the Philippines, they like to fight. So don't fight. You just sit down and say, sit down. I've decided it's time for us to separate. I'm keeping the kids. You're going to the Philippines. And why? Is because I don't want to live like this anymore. Here's what I don't like. I'm sorry this didn't work out. I wish you the best in the Philippines. But don't get mad. Don't make it personal. Well, of course. That's because you let down your guard. Right? Things all get smoothed over and you're like, yeah, all right. And then she throws her tantrum. Telling you, I know girls here that do it. I've seen it, done it, lived it for many years. My wife's not that way, luckily, but we have friends. Yeah, she applied to the grocery store, but I see other Pinays competing. Right. It is nothing but a crab mentality. Who can have more than the other? Who can look the bigger shot? It is. But part of this is your fault because you let it happen. But you are the one that can fix it. So don't think you can't. You can fix this. You know, you can change the direction of this. It's going to be ugly and painful and hard to do. But sometimes the hardest things that we have to do are what leads to our success in our endeavors. And I mean that. I really mean that. But the crab mentality, if you let it get in the way, and look, she doesn't have to work. She takes care of the kids. She thinks she's a stay-at-home rich mom. She's acting like a rich person to her family. I know exactly what's going on, buddy. Her family thinks she's coming from a filthy rich American family, right? She tells her mom and dad how rich you guys are. She tells her friends in the Philippines how rich you guys are. So then they hit her up for more and more money because you guys are just so rich. Well, you're not going to miss $500. You guys are wealthy. I know how it goes. And it gets out of hand. And she knows, she may know deep down it's not true that you're not wealthy. But she's put on these airs so long that she can't get away from it. She has to go with it because she's lied so much to so many people. You need to show your kids the right thing to do. Oh, I agree with that. That's a good point, Diana. Otherwise, they might become just like her. I would agree. You never see Night Court and the black guy had an Asian woman, yes, and she causes him grief, but you never leave. Yep, that's it. That right. It's a hard road to haul, But you can do it, and in the because look, there's a lot of wonderful women out there, and if she just happens to turn out to be the one bad one, move on and find another one. I mean, I can't tell you how many Filipinas I know that I personally could recommend, along with, I mean, there's just, and I give this advice because I know so many Filipinas who have been in similar situations, who've done similar things, and after you get through the turmoil, it works out better. Tim, I would get out of hand it will get out of hand very fast. That's it. And it has for them. It has. And I know it's hard to put the dog back in, or the horse back in the barn. I think that's an old saying. But in this case, you can. Or you can get a new horse or a new barn or whatever the analogy is. I was hoping another Pinay would talk sense to her. But that, well, no, she doesn't have anybody around her that has any dog in the fight. There's no reason for them to talk sense in her because they're doing the same thing or they're enjoying it. A lot of these girls, you got to realize, are going to be very happy if she divorces you because they're like, see, you know, it's kind of a weird mentality. But there's going to be a lot of them who are going to go, yay, good for you. Take your husband to the cleaner. Kick his ass. Yay, you. Oh, wait, that happened to you? Oh, I got to go over here now. Her friends will abandon her in a heartbeat. Diana says, until you learn whatever your lessons you're supposed to, it would only continue to get worse. I agree. I know there are many other Panays, but I don't like to hop. Now, I'm not telling you to hop around. She pushed me to my limits at times, and that takes, and see, that's my point. I think you need to reset your limit. And I'm not telling you to be a jerk. I'm not telling you to cheat or divorce her. I'm telling you to have a sit down and reset the boundaries. Because one thing I have found with Americans, we are more laid back men, and our Filipinos don't know how to handle that. In the Philippines, they get pushback. With American men, we don't because we don't really care. Well, whatever, it's fine. Nah, sure, whatever. So that's how it snowballs. But you can reset it. But only you can reset that line. So you got to move it. And you can't move it little by little, little by little. You got to take big, giant steps to move that line or it won't move. Seen her friends distance themselves from her? Yeah. Well, and if she can't live the imaginary big-time life that she's pretending to live, they're going to abandon her in a heartbeat. Because, you know, maybe she's telling everybody that she's living a better life than she actually lived. You know, that it's that fantasy that gets in their heads. And that happens a lot. It's normal. I'm just telling you, I would reset the clock. I would figure out how to get it right in my head. I would be very calm, very professional, be very matter of fact, non-pissed off, and I would lay it out like a business transaction. Done with you. Because what I've realized is with Filipinas, and this is in a lot of different ways, not only in relationship, but business, everything. If you get that mindset that you're having a firm, steady, very calm, very logical, I am not pissed off at you, but here's what's going to happen, that worries them. That makes them go, oh shit, because they want to fight. They want to argue. Don't do it. Do you want to continue to be stomped on, laughed at behind your back? Yeah, there you go. Set your boundaries and let the chips fall where they may. Yay, Lorelai's on. I mean, it doesn't realize the fire she's played with. I'm not out to get her, but times when she could have been locked. Yeah. Well, look. We've been there, done that with other friends, and we've had friends locked up for hitting their kids and hitting their husbands. If anything like that happens, the stupidest thing you can do is let her off the hook. You press those charges and let it work through the courts. Okay? I know that's hard and harsh, but you need to reset that clock. And if you got to call the police and say, my wife is out of control, and let them do their thing, let the chips fall where they may. I'm telling you, don't be scared to do that. Stop enabling the situation. Well, just simply stop it. Woo! Filipina in the house. There she.
Still live?
Yep, still live. We're watching.
What? My baby.
Here's the beautiful wife. We're trying to give Sniper some advice about his wife. Yep, that's right. That's what I keep hearing.
Goodness, mommy will give you something.
And I know you think you're doing her a favor, but you're not. I know you're thinking you're doing her a favor, keeping her out of jail.
So tonight will be that or tomorrow morning?
Nah, it's already tomorrow
They're
morning.
still counting?
Yeah,
Well, I vote.
I know.
Who's leading?
Trump's leading 246 to 194.
That was happened last election. Trump is leading way far. Then the cemetery people wake up
Yep,
and voted.
not anymore. I have a few rich friends and they still don't waste money on things they don't need to because they're smart. And anyone without knowing will get their money. Yeah, I agree. But I know you, thank you, Diana.
I'm gonna go to pee.
Diana says you're beautiful. Sniper is saying, hello, Mrs. Back. Tim, who's of the arm candy? That's right. And I told her I'm the only one protecting her. She doesn't care about that. She doesn't believe you. She doesn't believe you. She doesn't believe you. So when it comes to domestic violence or any of that BS or anything like that, I hate to say it, but I'm really telling you, let the chips fall where they may, because they learn by experience. They're not going to learn by words. They learn by doing, not by words. And she's not going to change until there's a little bit of holy smoking butt crack. Oh, Sniper's wife. She must really not understand. She doesn't understand. You can, what? She will have to get locked up. If she has to get locked up, she has to get locked up.
So that's the name of Danish now? Snap.
No. This isn't. No. This is our friend that lives down by your friend in Florida.
Oh.
So
I know. Oh my goodness. All right, mommy forgot. Oh, mommy gonna get food. Oh my goodness.
He's married. They got 2 little ones, but his wife.
Then what you said?
His wife's out of control. She's one of the crab mentality crowd and being influenced, and wants to.
Now you feed him all the food?
Yes, Lorelai, I told you that earlier. She will have to get locked up. Yes, let her get locked up. And before you bail her out, let her sit there for 24 hours. Give her a little bit of time. We've had that happen in the last few years with somebody, and I'm telling you, it's the only way that person learned their lesson, and it was a Filipina. She thought that she could hit her children until the children called the police, and there you go, problem solved. Never touched him again. Sound like she's, yeah, it really does, Diana. It sounds like she doesn't love you. She's just taking advantage of what you have to offer. It's too early to call, but it looks like Nevada is heading towards Trump, so that's going to be good. 70% in. Yeah, but why would you leave the house? I would pack her bag. I'd get her passport out, get the suitcase out. Yes. Well, she's disrespectful.
I mean, how do you know that she is disrespectful?
Because I'm listening to him. He's talking about it. She's overspending money. She's doing the crab mentality. She's blowing every bit of money they can get, stuff like that. Of course, she doesn't like that. But to really make it sink in, get the passport, get the suitcase out, open it up, and tell her to get her clothes in there. Yep, Henry's right. Yep, but she knows that you'll come back. And then she'll be nice for a week or two, right? Because we have a 7-month-old, about 4 years. Because they have a 3-year-old and a 7-month-old. Because we have a, right. So, and tell her she's leaving the children. I packed your bag. Here's your passport. Good luck to you. Let me know if you want to talk reason. Well, but if she does something illegal, causing a ruckus in the house, I would do it. I know it's hard and ugly, but she's not going to learn from you because you've been unsuccessful in trying to teach her for 4 years, right? So what makes you think tomorrow's going to be any different? It's insanity. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting it to be different. You got to understand, you're not a good teacher for her. So maybe law enforcement at the next blow up at your house needs to come, and as long as you haven't done anything yourself, have them take her away for domestic violence, domestic abuse, whatever they call it. I don't know. Whatever it may be. No, I know what I'm doing. You are worth more than that. You deserve better. It hurts more because it's pretty your fault. Been there. As they say, you know, computer in the movie of war games. Learn, damn it, learn. Yes. Thanks, soul. And we also keep hoping grow older with. No. Look. No. If you don't if it doesn't get better now, it's going to be worse as the kids get older. Trust me. If you guys can't figure this out now, the older the kids get, it's going to be worse. I promise you. Your thinking's all wrong. I'm sorry. Your thinking's all wrong. That's right. We got to have each other's back. And but if you got to call the police and have her put in jail for the night and let her go through the court system, maybe that way they'll send her to family counseling and or anger management and or.
Where's his wife from?
My wife wants to know, Sniper, what city or town or province is your wife from? What part of the Philippines is she from? See, Sniper, you're wrong. You're trying to keep it logical and reasonable, and you can't do it. This is one of the times you got to fight. You got to fight woman emotions with. It's not going to work. Like I just said, you're a bad teacher. She's from the volcano, Lorla. Yeah, the region.
In the country, I mean, they don't know the difference. Some Filipino, that's normal.
Yeah.
So if she can go to jail one day, she will know it's real.
Right. My wife who's Filipina, just said that if she wind up going, because in the province, they don't understand how things really are. So if she goes to jail for one day for domestic violence or whatever it is, it will definitely wisen her up and shape her up. That America is a different animal than the Philippines.
Yeah.
And that you can't.
Some people are tough there, you know.
Yeah. Alby, something like Alby, I think, ALBY. So I've seen that too many times. The kids think it's okay to act like mama. That's it, as they get older. She's in Bicola. Bicola? Bicola, yeah, Bicol. I look at it as bi E. coli, but yeah. Diana says, yep, that's gone out of the window. She's playing you love. Learn to love yourself more than you just better. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good point.
That people is playing games.
Well, that's what Diana is telling them, that she's just playing games. But if you want her to quit playing games, you got to, and you're not the teacher.
How old is she?
I don't know. I'll ask. My wife would like to know how old she is, roughly. You don't got to give her sack age. Yeah, she's from Albi, or Alby.
Years ago, the so-called midterm year, where
Yeah, that they say doesn't really know.
he sort of went after Joe Biden was bragging
She's 32.
Yeah, they think that the one that they behave.
between his legs.
I mean, I don't know.
What my wife is trying to say, she says a lot of the girls from those type of areas, a lot of the Filipinos coming from that areas, they think they can get away with anything, and they're not, and they don't have to.
I'm gonna say, can I say-
All right, sure. Here's my wife. She'll tell you what she thinks.
Is that okay if I say something? All right. So here's the mentality, like especially if it's in the province, like a country part, they think like, hey, when you go out to the country, making sure that you're tougher than Americans so that Americans will not bully you, will not harm you or something like that. But that's only a thought. But they don't know that the safest to get married is in America because you just call 911 and either if you don't want to call, your neighbor can, can see that you have a bump, they can report to the police right away. But in the Philippines, women will not behave that. Usually a man are tough there, they beat their wife.
Yeah.
So that's why they think like, hey, I'm gonna change my life because when I go to America, like this. So if they see a soft side on you, which I don't recommend that you'll be rough to them because here in America it's domestic violence right away, right? But she doesn't really know that she is safe here. She don't need to act like tough so that she can be dominant to you and avoid from being harmed because her parents will, for sure, his dad will beat his mom all the time, like every day. That usually in the province. In the city, we don't do that because we live really close and people there call the police right away. In the province, they always saying, it's a marriage life, we're out of that one. So it's marriage thing, even the police will not do anything because look like, what you can do, we're married, you're out of this. So that's the reason why I don't want to marry in the Philippines. And if she did something, I mean, I'm a woman, but if she's go beyond, teach her a lesson how exactly the America, so that her instinct that she saw in their province, she will see that there's a difference. She don't know how safe she is here, so she don't need to be abusive because some of this, like on that age, they're really thinking like there's somebody feeding of their like, hey, your American is so soft. He's so kind. So just do be mean or be submissive. Submissive, right?
Yeah, but
To get what you want so that they can give you money, you can do this, you can do that. So she's just playing tough. But
the other
if you can send them to jail if you needed one, she will knows what exactly here, like a day or two.
The other thing that happens, and I've known this and seen this.
Yeah, but that's their mentality.
It is, and part of that is, okay, so your American is great, he's easygoing, he's a good guy. So, coming from their backgrounds, how to say this? So she thinks since American men can't beat them, that she can push you around, is what she thinks. And so that you're going to bend and break Because in America, she's been taught that you could go to jail for beating her, unlike in the Philippines. So that's partly where some of the personalities will come in and try to push and take advantage of their American husband, because we're more laid back than the Filipino man who would just beat the shit out of them. So she's going to take advantage of that situation. That's where you got to reset the bar and say, look, I'm not going to beat you, but I'm not putting up with this shit either. Pennsylvania called for Trump. Excellent. So that should make it over, right? I see something here that says Trump is going to be speaking. That's why ideally you want to be with someone who's your best friend, yes. Someone you can always rely on, and should be someone you can't rely but not be trampled on. These are unnecessary stressors, I agree. But I think what she's done is she's realized that you're a decent guy, that you're a mellow guy, and so she's pushing you. She's taking advantage of the situation, and you keep letting her. What they want, like I said, pack her bag and send her back, and she's not going to go anywhere. They need the pushback without the violence. So they learn their role. I know it sounds like children, but you learn the role. And right now the role is she does whatever she wants, spends whatever she wants, and you put up with it. So she has a great life. So you need to reset it and then move forward from there.
Somebody pushing her to break their marriage, and she's listening in.
I told him that. I said she has other Filipinas that's in her ear, and they don't care. That's right. See, my wife even agrees that she has friends telling her, yeah, take him for everything you can get, blah, blah, blah. Because she doesn't realize those other Filipinas that are saying this are evil, and they have their own agenda. It's not her best interest they have. And if she got a divorce and lost everything, they would turn around and run from her and disown her in a heartbeat.
Imagine she has a baby.
Boundaries, that's it. Tim, 267 to 216, we're almost there. I think Trump is going to make a speech here in a little bit. I've offered her to find another man. Yeah. Would you let Lily out, Lorelai?
Huh?
Can you let Lily out while you're standing?
Daughter said she's not gonna believe until it happened. Because that girl, I don't know.
So that's what you have to do. You got to reset the boundary, and you got.
Turn the light so that you can see her. She's coming, okay? 'Cause I'm
All right,
taking
all
her
right,
phone.
all right. Yeah, and I don't think that's any good. I think you just flatly just say, I'm not going to live this way. This isn't working. And old foolish men. And that's probably what women have told her. Oh, man, you can dump your husband, take everything he got. And there's all these old rich men in Florida that would marry you in a heartbeat because, we're super hot, sexy Filipinas. And, oh, my God, American men just drool all over us. And so when you pack her bag and said, I see ya, that will come to reality. If you get in a big blow-up fight and you call the police and say, my wife has hit me, I want to file charges. Well, in every state in the union now, you don't get a choice. The police, and I know you know this. We don't press charges. The state presses charges now. So, and then like my wife just said, once she gets in a little bit of trouble, her friends are going to abandon her and go, oh, well, we didn't tell you to do that. Jeez. Yep, stop showing off how it's going to be. Well, I'm not ugly. No, you're a decent looking guy. You're not good looking like me, but you're a decent looking guy. But I won't have a problem getting women. But I think what you just need to do, what I would try first, is resetting the bar. And whether you got to pack her bag and give her the passport and said, I'll see you, get your shit together, and maybe I'll let you see the kids. or you just call the police and have them take her away because there's a fight or something, and you let it go through the court system and let it, I'm telling you, that attitude's gonna change, that cockiness is gonna change. And I know you know this from your background about cockiness.
I'm not cocky, but I say it.
And one thing that bothers me is sometimes she treats my daughter great and other times badly. Well, and they'll straight up, well, exactly. And that's something I would tell her. I'm not gonna live in a household where you treat my daughter good one day and like shit the next day. Not gonna do it.
She has a mental issue.
My wife says your wife probably has mental issues if that's what she's doing. And she may have a point. She does.
Yeah, she need to go to the doctor instead.
So,
She need to take depression medicine.
my wife says she needs depression medicine because Filipino women traditionally don't do that because they're caring by nature. So they're usually not that way.
When she had this stress of, she has 2 children now.
Yes.
She got to 7-year-old.
Yeah, well, she needs to be on her medication. Is what she needs to be, and she needs to take it regularly and work on it.
Yeah. And
Well,
they
then-
need to go out sometimes and let the baby, somebody babysit.
Yeah.
And they go for a date. Maybe that helps. If doesn't help, then
Yeah, take her out on dates without the kids. If that doesn't help, then you know you're up shit creek. But if you have to get the meds readjusted by the doctors, get the meds readjusted. And that's okay. It's a work in progress. Good night, all from Sanders. Take care. Be safe in Texas. Congratulations to Trump. I know he hasn't officially won yet, but by some strange miracle, he should pull this one off.
tell them that I hope there's no cemetery people.
No dead people voting.
Yeah. That's what happened last week. I mean, that's
I know. So you got another Filipina standing there telling you what I've been telling you. Okay. Sanders, we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate you. Last time she learned not taking her medicine made her sick. Well,
no depression. Is
but she didn't learn well then, did she? Or did she?
depression is different.
Take care, Tate. Sniper says, yeah, and some American friends told me the same. Okay, all right. So, you're a smart guy. You have your own business. I know what you kind of do, and I know you do well at it, apparently.
Yeah, his wife has got a big head.
Yeah, my wife thinks your wife has a really big head.
Yeah.
So,
She's got money and
Sniper, what advice would you give yourself? Take yourself out of the equation, reverse the situation, what would you tell me? Joe's in the house looking like Harris might be pulling it off at the 8th hour. What are you talking about, Joe? What are you talking about, Joe? It's the opposite. Joe, what are you talking about? I think it's the other way around, Joe. I actually thought about sending her to visit the Philippines and cancel the return ticket. That's funny. Is that bad? No. It's okay to send her there and then have a lot of phone call discussions and video chat about what life is going to be if she comes back.
no, does that guy has money?
Yes,
Yeah.
lots.
Tell them that she got a big head because her friends told her this one.
I did. He knows that. She has a big head.
Yeah.
She has a big head.
Exactly. She has this pride, telling like, oh, my husband is under the saya. It means And she's wearing the pants in the house.
Yes.
And she's trying to prove it, like, oh, look at my husband. I can do this. I can do
Yep,
that.
that's it.
Yeah.
Diana says, how many times you have to hear it? It's not easy pill to swallow, but you have to take our medicine. That's right, Henry. I would leave with the kids if it was me. There you go. So that's just it. The kids and confrontations. HT, she would fight me if I had to. Well, let her.
Before, remember when our first year marriage, me and David has been single, so we have this territorial issue. Look like it's hard for us to adjust, like in the bed, everything look like no, like this. So David and I sat down and said, look, like we're not gonna revenge each other. We're gonna be
Right.
make it. If you know that this one I hate, and we argue with it, and you did it last. So I told David, look, like if you're gonna do this next time, and you keep doing on it, then for 10 years or 20 years it'll be the same. We will just get fighting. So either we don't waste our time, we don't not invest, so we just get divorced. If you're willing to change, then we're through. But put what is it called, Megan? Put a limitation that if she's doing this, tell her, like, if if you're doing this, we always argue, right? It's not a first. If you do this again, then it keep repeating and repeating. You forgive me, then you're doing again, and how stressful, especially you have kids. So why we just end up this if you cannot make it, you know? I know I'm gonna give you foot.
Well, Sniper, here's my point about that. The question is how, what then? There's no nanny. So are you willing to put up with it just if somebody babysits the kids? It's not good for the kids. If she's not good, it's not good for the kids. So I would rather pay out my pocket and hire a live-in nanny if I had to take care of the kids, or get my mom or whatever I had to do to get some reinforcements, because you don't want the kids exposed to this long term. So, and Tim, Sniper, one thing I'm telling you is, I know it's not going to be easy, but there's different ways to do it. You can see if you can find a babysitter for the kids, right? Who would take the kids for a few hours. Then while the kids are not at home, sit her down to the table and say, look, I've got your suitcase, I got your passport. I don't want this marriage anymore because, like I've told you very calmly, here's what the problem is. And you're not willing to change, and I'm not willing to live this way. So why don't you pack your bag and go to the Philippines, and maybe we'll talk in a month and see then. So that's one way you could do it. But I would just sit down and have a come to Jesus meeting very calmly. And I'm not willing to live this way anymore. I'd rather be divorced from you and say those words and have you go back to the Philippines, and I will find a way to take care of my kids.
Hey, but send her a divorce paper, she will change her attitude.
Yeah, you could always just file a divorce and send her divorce papers to your house. So, yeah, my wife's read some of this and says, there's a good chance your wife really doesn't love you, but she loves the lifestyle that you're providing. But that can change. My grandparents would say something like, it sounds like you just need to grow a backbone. Tried that away. She does okay for a week or two, then back again. Right. Yeah. Think she's bipolar? She may be. Well, and that could be it. And this is all about teaching and training. I know that sounds bad in a relationship, but look, she may not know how to love you. She may love you, but not know how. So that's where you got to explain it in plain and simple English. calmly. Here's what I'm willing to accept. Here's what I'm willing not to accept. Here's what I expect from you. And here's what I offer you. And if you can't do this, I don't want us to be together. And
They need to sit down and talk as agreement and needs to be consistent.
yeah, you guys need to sit down and have a talk. That's why if you can find a babysitter for a few hours to watch the kids, the house is quiet, and you two can have a one-to-one conversation, come to Jesus meeting, and then say, so what are we going to do from this day forward? Because she knows you won't do anything. That's it, right, Henry? I told her I don't own anything, okay? If anyone owns anything, you're the one owing me, yes. I like nothing sticks. Well, it's not going to. I've already told you. You can't be the teacher. But I would try a very calm meeting with her, and then if she blows up again, you have the police arrest her. Whether they force her to go on to get counseling and be diagnosed with bipolar or whatever it may be, is what it may be. You know what I mean? So that's what you have to do. You have to take it to the ugly place to make it better. Sometimes things have to get ugly before they get better. But you'll see doing things for her, and she knows that. She knows that she can push you around. Yeah. She knows that she can push you around, and you're going to put up with it and tolerate it. Minnesota went to Harris, okay. I think Trump is going to speak in a little bit. She's playing you like a fiddle. I think she is. It's kind of what my wife was saying. She knows what she's doing. She knows that you're a nice guy. So she's pushing you all around to look like big shots in front of her family and her friends. She's lying to everybody about how rich and wonderful everything is because you're flipping the bill. Yeah, 247 to 214. Yeah, right now, mine is showing 246 to 194. But I'm trying to get some good stuff here. Yeah, she's doing it so that she looks like a big shot in front of her family. She's been lying to her family about how much money you have. That's why they think giving them $500 a week or a month is no big deal. You know, oh no, he's rich, Mom. He has all kinds of money. We live in a big fancy house in Florida. You know, I have a Louis Vuitton purse that's worth $5,000. Mom, my friends are all filthy rich. We got all kinds. So the mom says, well, where's my money, honey? You should give me some money. And then she has to come and ask you for money. Yep, I know what it is, buddy. You know, I've been around this block many, many times. So, yeah, they know that, Lorelai. Yeah, and the way it's going, if you don't put the brakes on it and put boundaries in, Diana's right. She's going to keep doing this until she finds somebody else stupid enough to marry her, to take her in, and to give her more money, if she can do that. That's why you got to put the brakes on it. She knows that you have money, so she's just playing with you. Commercial break. She's had many opportunities to find better. Right. But she hasn't, has she? Because what a lot of these Filipinos don't understand, a lot of American men don't want a used Filipina. I know that sounds really tacky, but they don't want to marry a Filipina with a 7-month and a 3-year-old. They don't want to do it. They don't want to take on raising somebody else's kids. American men don't like that, especially in our age range. You know, we may be looking for a young Filipina, but we don't want a used one. And that's going to be her problem, finding somebody who wants a used one that comes with a lot of baggage. That's going to give her a better life than you can. Yeah. Yep. Nobody would deal with her bullshit. No, why would they? Why would they put up with her? What does she have that is so great? Nothing. Because men who financially are better than you, why would they want her? Come on. They can get younger, hotter, better. No kids, right? So these Filipinas don't understand that. That sadly, their ego is so inflated that they don't get the fact that if I'm a 55-year-old man with a little bit of money, why in the hell would I want to use one? I can go to the Philippines and get a brand new one. You're still the cash cow at this moment, and they don't like to bleed you dry before move on. That's right. You got to bleed you little by little, not dry. So, so true, Diana, from Joe. Kitty cat, that can be great. Yeah. So it's up to you what you do, my friend. But my biggest advice is get some balls, grow a back spine, and let the chips fall where they may. Sure, why not? Hide the money. Tell her no more money. So the only way we're going to maintain this house is because I have no more money. If it gets worse, we got to move out of this house to somewhere else. We're going to maybe have to move to Mississippi. Well, we've talked about that too. Or tell her to go get a job. And that she needs to make X amount of dollars because you need her to bring home at least $1,000 a month into the house. That's funny.
Yeah, maybe that will change her attitude. Whatever you spend, that's from your thing. And you contribute to the house.
Well, and that's what I told him earlier, that once she gets a paycheck or two and her family takes it all, she's going to go, well, shit. And I told him, said, what you can't do, though, is keep giving her money out of your own pocket, and then she just give all of her money to mom and dad in the Philippines, because then it doesn't hurt her any, because she still has money in her pocket. But when her paycheck disappears, and that's her only money, fun money, that attitude's going to change really quick. Yeah, I like what Henry's saying here, yep. And he says, well, then why are you still talking about her? It's prosperity cheaper. Yes. Yeah, do that because if she leaves you due to the fact that you're broke, then you know what she wanted you for. I agree with that. Yeah, just do it. I know it's hard. Just grab a back, some testicles and a backbone and all that, and just do it. No, she won't like working. And she won't like the fact that her paycheck is going to mama, who she's been lying to about how much rich she is. And then she's going to start going, well, wait a minute. But if she, let's just say if she makes $1,000 a month and she gives it all to the Philippines, and you turn around and give her $1,000 a month for blowing money, you didn't accomplish anything. You didn't do any good at all. You need to tell her to get a job, and that's the only way that she's going to be able to afford little things and sending money to the Philippines.
No, you already got one.
And I promise you, it'll change in a month or two. Once those checks, and she realizes that you're not going to be handing over cash to her, so she can go shopping or buy this, or the eBay card has been cut up, or the Discover or Amazon card has been turned off. You know.
What her really up to.
Yeah, so you need to turn off the Amazon account. You need to do all of those things, and then make her get a job. I have doctor wives after me, and I don't mess around. That's good. You shouldn't mess around. She won't find another me. I agree. You're the only one who can stop. Yeah, Henry's right. You're the only one that can stop anything. So it's up to you whether you continue this Now you know how to do this. We've given you a plan, an action plan.
Really, I'm gonna give you, oh my goodness, you still wanna eat?
So I've given you an action plan. And now you know how to go forward. You got to get it right in your head. So now you know how to go forward. And you need to implement it. And if you choose not to, well, then in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, you're going to be absolutely miserable.
Well, I'm gonna give you water.
Let me see.
I cooked the girls' food.
Okay. Yeah, Fox is saying Trump is going to win. I saw something like on CNN where they're already talking about, well, they may want to dispute Georgia, and that could go, this and that, and and so it may not be over. I know we need him to win. We need him to win. Well, I thought it was funny that the Democrats are already going, well, we may have to contest this. Trump is winning Wisconsin.
Yeah, water.
Turn off the accounts that you add her to. Absolutely. She asks you, just tell her the company shut down the account. That's it. Turn off, Amazon, so you can't order a bunch of crap you don't need.
Well, if person get the easy money, you get really big hit right away.
Yeah, Lorelai says when somebody gets easy money, they get a big head right away. And since they know that you didn't buck her or stop her on the easy money, she's going to take advantage of it until you stop her. I was wondering, so many packages. Amazon, yeah. So you probably got it connected to one of your credit cards. Shut it off. And say, nope, it got shut down.
Change it up. Yeah, that's easily,
It
from
is.
the province and get a little bit money, they're very bragger.
Yeah. They like to brag from the
City,
province.
They don't like to marry city girl because we're wise, but shit, we work so hard.
Henry says, but cut everything off and focus on your kids.
In the event, as was always possible, it seems that one of the candidates was running away with it.
Clothes, baby clothes and stuff. It's stuff that you don't need. It's probably going to sit there and go to waste. Yeah, they saw it earlier. I showed them earlier.
Where is it? Here?
Homemade dog food. I showed them earlier. That the dogs are eating better than us.
Oh, what's your problem? You can get your food.
So, but turn off the Amazon card, everything,
I'm
and
gonna put up here my guy because it's still hot, okay?
all right.
Did you eat?
Yeah.
Oh, lele.
But you're the only one that can do it.
Come on, Lily.
You're the only one that can do it, my friend.
Where are we at now?
And if you ever want to give me a call, just email me, and we can talk about it, and I'll help you out all I can.
You'll be the subscriber there. You can do exclusive there, and
I know.
nobody can see it.
I know.
Maybe that's the one.
It's all right. Connected to one of your cards that you can stop and shut down all the cards. Yeah, you can just tell your credit card company, hey, I want to close this account, and just send me another one in my name. And they'll close that account with both of your names on it, and it's done. Email, okay, I will. I'll try to remember to do that tomorrow. Or today, later today. I'll email you later. So, yeah, Diana has a good point. Tell her your wallet, you lost your wallet and all your cards.
There you go, Diana.
Yeah, and all your
Oh,
cards were
Diana,
stolen.
Smart, yeah.
And so all the cards are closed now and the accounts are being shut down and there's no reason to open up because you don't need them. So, yeah, just not going to worry about it and just close them out. And so I think you can do it. And I know you can do it.
Biden? Who's that guy?
Well, I don't know who you're looking at.
Oh, look at my photos doing that.
We'll take a few seconds here, wait for
Soon Trump speaks to supporters. Henry says, well, I've never had kids, so I don't know anything about kids. I agree, but taking care of kids. I do agree with the fact that your kids should be your priority. But I don't know they're expensive and they need a lot. They need a good environment, but more importantly, they need a good environment. I agree with that. Yeah, it's a good idea. But you have to do it. You can't just talk about it. You got to put actions in your words, my friend.
You wanna come here?
And I promise you, it may be ugly and painful in the beginning, but you're going to greatly appreciate it and be better off for it, and so will your kids. What?
She wants to be beside you there. We're not friends, I guess, now after I cook food. She wants to be there beside you. For her thing. Grab her chest. There you go. Would you, can you adjust the phone, please? Oh, no, she got choked. That's why. Oh, you're so good for no. Bobo. I know. Daddy beside you the other day.
So let's see. So they are now projecting Trump as the winner.
Husband, baby.
Good idea. Yep. Honestly, when I took my daughter to resort, just her and I didn't miss the little crazy Asian. I know, but that's sad. That is bad. You should miss your wife. I mean, everybody needs.
Fighting, so I'm not gonna miss you if you're fighting.
I mean, everybody needs space, but yeah. But knowing that it's so much conflict in the house, it's completely understandable.
That will change her attitude if she's gonna send it to work and just all.
Yep.
When she's starting paying bills, her maturity will level up. Did he marry really young?
No, he's 51.
I mean the girl.
Yeah, she's 30 something. So, but absolutely, it won't be pleasant, but you can do it. Trump won. They're calling that he's won. So he's going to be speaking soon.
Oh, really? Way far, 66. That's what happened last year too.
No, that's in Idaho only. Idaho.
You know what happened last year too?
Well, he's close. Yeah, they're saying he wins. I like to.
Oh, she went on the Illinois?
Yeah. So she has X amount and he has X amount. Young Miss Bai is in the house, waiting for the left ear. Yes. Where's Ronald? Ronald not on here to yell at us now? You know. Yeah. Yahoo, congrats. Everybody's happy that Trump is projected the winner. This is why I call So Smoother. You have to do the things you may not please to please
So we're
everyone.
red, right? Trump is red, right?
Yes. But you have to please yourself more than pleasing
No,
others.
I'm gonna have a party.
I think that's great. If only your own.
Yeah, that's sad though. They're 10 years now?
No, about 4.
Oh, dang. Do not waste your time with just only 4 years. It'd be worse if you get 7 years, 10 years.
Yeah,
15.
noon.
They just like flush you in the toilet.
That's it. Yeah, the final results, but it shouldn't change the numbers. I mean, the 270. And the Republicans took the House, it looks. Yep, after midnight here. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock, getting ready to be 1 o'clock here. So. All right, my friends, I think we've been on here long enough with the politics. Trump won. So,
They already telling me he's won the official thing?
well, yeah, Lorelai, they projected him to win. The final counts won't be in for hours. But all the counts are showing that he has made the 270, that he's going to win the election.
Oh yeah, because they're doing those, like if you reach this county, they're just gonna declare it, right, Megan?
Right,
If you have,
because
9 votes of this
that's right.
particular
That's right.
place.
Also took the Senate. That's right. So maybe the Republicans can actually make some headway this time. They took the Senate and the House, if I saw that right. So it's good news. All right, everybody, take care. We appreciate everybody being here tonight. I'm sorry all the haters aren't here this late to watch Trump win, but they probably went to drown their beers and their tears and their beers, or whatever that is. So, but I appreciate everybody visiting tonight, and we will see you guys tomorrow. And Sniper, we'll be in touch, buddy. All right, guys, take care, and see you later.